What is going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome to the Fortnite Champion Series. After the heats yesterday, we find ourselves here at the summit, the Fortnite Champion Series Grand Finals. After today, one player in every region will be able to hold the Axe of Champions high. The hype is here. We are excited, and we cannot wait to get into things. If you're joining us at Party Royale, what's up, everybody? Thanks for having us. We're here to have a good time, watch some cool Fortnite action, and of course, don't forget to use your favorite emotes, throw the grenades around, purple, orange, whatever your favorite color is. We'll have a great time. With that being said, I'm your host, Zeke. Joining us here on the analyst desk, we got Shy Wager, we got Bala TW. Guys, I mean, the hype is so real right now.
I mean, I'm between hyped, excited, and every other amazing, awesome word because we've been watching along with these guys playing the FNCS solos for so many weeks, and right now, this weekend, today, it's the finale.
Yeah, I couldn't be more excited because grand finals for FNCS always means that we get some very, very exciting competitive Fortnite action, and we're going to bring the energy, we're going to bring the fire, and I know these players are too.
Oh, man, of course, we are going to get into the show, but first, very quickly, do not forget, we are tuning into all things EU. We are going to take a break, and then later on, we'll be back to wrap up NA East on the day. With that being said, let's take a look at the format itself. Yesterday, we saw the heats break down 100 players, but only the top 25 advance, and now they find themselves here in the grand finals.
Yes, heats, these were happening yesterday. Now it's the 100 best players all the way from the thousands, hundreds of thousands that's played, 6 final matches, 1 FNCS champion per region, and this is the format that breaks everything down.
Yeah, if you're unfamiliar, you get placement, or you get points for placement, you get points for elimination. 14 points total for placing highest, for achieving that victory royale, and that will matter so much over all of everything, but you've got to find the balance. You've got to find some eliminations because that is kind of some guaranteed points every time you pick one up. And the placements, well, you got to see how it is. It's very difficult to actually accrue these in a competitive game.
That's right, man. 100 of the very best will clash and battle it out. Now, of course, what's on the line here? The Axe of Champions will be that trophy that they can take into game and let the others in the lobby recognize them as a champion, but also take a look at your prizing breakdown here. $80,000 for first place. And of course, everyone that has made it this far will walk away with something, which is awesome to see. And I mean, even if they were to place, say, last, you still have to recognize these are 100 of the best players in EU. Make sure to recognize them for their skill. Here is an overall breakdown of EU. $800,000 available there, and then NA East, which we will be back for later. And don't forget, we have other regions breaking down there as well, which we will take a look at in a moment. But real quick, guys, I gotta talk about something that's near and dear to my heart, and that's Batman. Genius comes in many forms. Whether you're dangerously funny, creating havoc with wild plants, or flooding the island with your best intentions, it often comes along with a companion, madness. Become everyone's nemesis with the Last Laugh bundle featuring the Joker, Poison Ivy, Midas Rex, matching cosmetics, and 1,000 V-Bucks. You can pre-order the bundle through your favorite retailers, and it will be available on November 17th. So definitely check out the blog for all the details. And if you can't wait for more DC characters, Harley Quinn, Catwoman, and my personal favorite Batman will be back in the item shop for a limited time. Get their cosmetic sets before they disappear into the night. And of course, let's not forget Joyride has hit the game, and we will not be seeing vehicles in the competitive playlist, so just keep that in mind as we are watching. Now guys, I did kind of touch on it just a moment ago. We do have those other regions that are facing off. We should probably check it with OCE and see how things are going.
Yeah, I think we should for sure because the competition over there was a preview of everybody else. These guys got the first taste of the grand finals action. And if you watched last night, it was certainly nice. And we got to award our first Axe of Champions.
Yep, the axe was given out all the way towards the winner. And this man's going to be having that pickaxe to use towards the entire next season. It's going to be awesome to see. The winner of OCE overall was, of course, Jinx, RNG, Jinxie Fishy, and total points of 75, the Oceanic champion. What a run that he had above the rest.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. And this man was contested, too. For yours unfamiliar with what that means off spawn, when he dropped, there was somebody fighting him, which means that it's very difficult to do what he did. But 75 points. And something else to note about Jinx, this is a man of stature, somebody who has won the previous FNCS, so he was already holding on to that Axe of Champion. He gets to maintain going into this season.
Winners stay winning because as well, from second place all the way down to 10th, very familiar names. Refalse, Asfit, Rax, Worthy all the way up to second, Zore, Leia, Moose, Link at 7th, and then Fresh at 6th, who was playing so phenomenally over during the day. Had some help as well from chat, as well as Arab coaching him throughout the entire process. Past that too, on the second place of Oceania, 11th down to 20th place. It is the same names we keep seeing, but look how close it was overall. Look at the prize money these guys got broken down. 40 points down to 36. Mountain holding 11th. RBK, I don't know, which is Volks holding down all the way to the 20th slot.
Such a close competition, and this is going to be a nice identifier here as we get ready for EU. I mean, watch these point thresholds. Look at how close that is. We will more than likely see this in EU unless someone decides to break away. With that being said, though, Asia also has a champion. Fram #1 holding down that #1 spot, 47 points. No victorials, but 11 elimination and an average placement of 25th. That in itself is a statement to be made, and now he will hold the Axe of Champions high.
But it was so close, Zeke. Look at the eliminations, 11 for him over 6 games. That is slightly under 2 elims. And you know what? It counts. Everything matters. Tiebreakers certainly do in this case. 3 people tied for points at first place. That is ridiculous. Unheard of. Haruhiko coming in second, and Peter Pan. Unfortunately, these guys fell with the tiebreaker of eliminations. Fram will win the Asia region.
Still, another tiebreaker back-to-back, 44 points, 4 ways through, from 3rd all the way down to 7th place. That is insane to see. Still, that story continues on the second page. Asia was so close, so competitive. And as you mentioned, Bala, every elimination did indeed matter. Once again, Rizart down to Riru from 11th to 13th place. They were tied. You go all the way down to 18th to 20th. Wildhawk, Bob, these guys were tied too, and it was their individual performance every game that stood out. So remember, every single game we watched today, every single play matters the most.
That's right, man. And this is something we're going to talk about for the whole time, right? Is every interaction matters. Every time 2 people square up, one of them will be eliminated, while the other is allowed to continue moving and continue earning those points, while the other that lost has to wait. They have to reset and come back into the game with a fresh mindset and hope to earn more points.
And these guys have been doing it all weekend long since Friday. They've been playing in these set lobbies, these very difficult games, and for some of them, they're done. They've already played it through, but for others, regions that we're looking forward to, EU up next, and these guys have such a competitive field. Look at the first list of qualified players, and that is just 1/5.
And they've gone through so many different hurdles. We had 4 heats in total, top 25s qualifying from each and every one, down to the final 100 players. These guys are at the top of their game, and they're going to be playing against other people who are used to winning. On this page alone, I'm looking at Scouts, Kezix, Seventor, Mongrel, big, insane, legendary names looking to get another title under their belt.
Reason was on that page too, the player who won Heat 4 against people like Letwick. Flois came out of Heat 1 with a dominant performance. We're going to be looking at him to see if he can maintain a good start out of the early game. Tayson, who had the first start in Heat 2 with a back-to-back victory royales, and we've talked about the format, how much that matters. His lead was almost insurmountable after only 2 games.
And whether you're watching in-game in Party Royale or anywhere online, just pick a name over here, follow it through, find a new favorite player, and follow your favorite old ones too, like Letchi, like Fasroki, Xweez2, who's an insane winner, winning back-to-back games through all stages of the competition. These guys are about to play some of the hardest games of their lives and are going to give us some of the best Fortnite we have ever watched.
And yesterday was literally like a little taste of that, right? And we've seen these pockets of people already setting their eyes on grand finals. Today will bring some of the best Fortnite we've ever seen. I mean, there's no way of knowing. Will someone break away and hold off strong? Will people go head to head and kind of pull each other back? And at the very end, someone will cross the finish line. no way of knowing, guys. This will all unfold before our very eyes.
Yeah, I mean, Zeke usually asks me the question, who do you think is going to win? I'm going to answer before you get to ask any one of these 100 players because they all deserve it 100% all the way up to this point. I'm serious. It's anyone's game. Every single person on all those pages for Europe are so good.
And I want to add one thing to that, too, because it might be anybody's game, but also think about the fact that one player after all of this, out of 100, is going to be walking away the winner, the champion. That is just mind-blowing to me.
Yesterday, we got to see the top 25 move on, and we thought about which 75 would fall. Now it's the 99 that will not make the cut. With that being said, though, let's take a look at a replay that has led us to this point.
Yeah. If you haven't joined us on the broadcast just yet, there was 4 heats to play through, and each of those had 100 players. Top 25 moved on from every single one of them. We're watching the winner of heat number 1, and we're highlighting him because he won in a surprising fashion, coming out from behind and dueling a lot of other top players, and he did it with style, winning a game with something like 5 eliminations and then taking the lead from there and being consistent all the way through. That's why Advise is certainly somebody to pay attention to.
Yeah, the name to remember is Wave Advise, especially anyone having Wave in front of their names. But just look at the way he broke down every game. It wasn't something under control for him at all times. It was always back against the wall, but always found a way through to win every single time.
And he was dueling against players like Clement, who are going to be here today. But moving on into Heat 2, if you missed that one, this was electric. This was fantastic. We already talked about Tayson's back-to-back, but he did it again with style, too. That's why we have to keep an eye on him going into this. And there's some interesting things about him. We saw a sneak peek about that landing spot, and that's where our previous FNCS Invitational Solos champion came from. His duo partner, Janice.
And Janice is playing today too, so these guys will have to face off against each other at the same drop spot in the same end games, and it's unpredictable as to what will actually end up breaking down.
There's another player too in that heat. It was Kinzel. They ended up dueling. Also somebody who came out of Steamy Stack, so we'll have to keep that in mind. But moving into Heat 3, this is something that caught a lot of people by surprise. Why? Because Xweez, while he has been pretty consistent overall, his placements in FNCS and other tournaments like that, nobody expected what he did throughout the qualifiers. Nobody expected a second place on day 3, into a first place on day 4, into a first place in the heat yesterday.
The most surprising performance by far, absolutely, and the most impressive in style. XP's always puts himself into positions where he can show his flair, show his aim, and give us a good insight to what shots he likes to take. All these shots always culminate to a win. Just look how fast he is past edits, landing the bullets that he needs to land to be able to get eliminations and then win games close range, 4 people back to back, and he did this in multiple games.
And that's not all. While Xweez might have dominated his heats, there's still one more. To find the last 25 players, we had to go through one of the most difficult ones overall. There was players like Mongrel in the next heat. There was players like Reason, and those two have been going back-to-back against each other for quite some time, starting from the day 1 3 weeks ago. But Reason showed up again, and even though they dueled and took first and second in this heat, Reason seemed to come out far and ahead, the champion of that heat. And for one reason, I think, no pun intended, the Holly Hedges uncontested drop spot.
Yeah, with no one fighting you down early game, you have a huge advantage on playing the rest of your game out, going for positions, going for wins. That being said, though, Reason and Mongrel are going to be able to battle it out once again here today in these grand finals, and it's the final round for these guys to wrap up their story.
And the important thing to note from Reason, he did win back-to-back in heat number 4 yesterday against players like Letwick, who had even Kit Shockwave Launcher to try to put him down. He does not care and will go for the biggest streak of 2 back-to-back games in terms of eliminations and wins. So that total amount of points, ridiculous from Reason. We'll have to see if he's in form today.
That's the biggest question across the board, right? Who is in form? A lot of these players, they already know the field. They've already scouted each other out, and just like we've done our research, they have too. Now the question is, who will hold strong and who will walk away the champion? With that being said, guys, it is time to get into the first game of the day here in EU. So let's get ready to toss it over to our casters. We've got Clay Staling and Sundown to take us through all the action. Gentlemen, over to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Jonesies, Bonesies, he's, she's, theys, and thems, welcome to the first game of the FNCS Grand Finals in EU, and I hope you got your popcorn ready, whether it's literally or the emote in Party Royale, because this game is about to be a blast.
I am ready for seeing all the action unfold. I hope everybody's got their favorite emote out, whether it be take a seat, whether they're with their glow sticks out raving. I'm ready. I know you're ready, Sundown. It's going to be amazing.
Enough from us. Let's take us into game number one. The analyst desk set it up so well. Shout outs to Zeke, Bala, and Showager. But now we're into match number one. This is it. 6 games to decide who will walk away with that Axe of Champions. Who will be the top player in arguably the most competitive region in Fortnite. It does have the most participants, and there's $800,000 up for grabs here, and here's the initial drop spot.
And it looks like everyone's sticking true to where they planned on dropping. We have 3 players in Steamy. We've got, I think, only 1 or 2 players there in Caddy Corner, a 4 in Lazy Lake that we've seen time and time and again from Europe. And, of course, we've got Rezon and Holly Hedges, and it seems like he may be alone.
And one of the best comments I think I saw coming out is, wow, everyone is really scared of Rezon. And if you look at some of those early game drop spots, both in heats and I'm assuming now in the grand finals, everyone stays really far away from him. And you can see that in the bottom right-hand corner on the map. Not a single triangle remotely close to him representing another player. That's because he's done such a good job over the course of the entirety of this tournament to stake out the claim, and then also getting a nice little elite chest right there, granting him the legendary burst AR, and he's set to go now. He can begin his rotation and head to center zone. He has those 6 crash pads, which we've seen him execute on so well, and he's basically set to now just farm the materials he needs and transition into the mid game. However, we've seen him go aggressive time and time again with this similar loadout, as now we swing on over.
And you saw how careful he was being. He wasn't taking a chance looting that chest. He didn't want anything to go wrong in game number 1, because that sets the pace of your games going forward. Whether you get out to a head start or whether you have to climb your way back from an unfortunate off-spawn elimination. However, Hin, on the other side of it, does have players nearby. Loadout not as great as what we just saw on Rezon, but someone that also did very well in the qualifiers. Came out, and I believe, we got a 2nd place there in one of the days. And he's got that Cyber Rivals inventory, and he's looking. He's peppered up. He's looking for an elimination. I think he's going to be able to catch this play off guard. Snipe going to come through. He's going to wait, and he does. Ardent's going to go down. Elimination comes over for him.
Brilliantly done there by Hen to set up that ambush on the side. We've talked about it time and time again, how you need to be careful, but in the early game in particular, it's so hard to really know where your opponents are, keeping track of them. If somebody does get that first shot down and you're not able to react, it can be game ending. And going out there in 96, it's so hard. A 0-point game, and now you have to sit back and watch everyone else have fun while you're sitting there waiting for the next game. As now we hop on board, and Candy, who's going to be in the exact same situation as Milan, turns that one around. And someone who's really been playing a lot better as of late, Clay.
He has indeed, and I believe we have 2 Milans here in this grand final. So we got a Loft Milan and Normal Milan, but both of them have been playing very, very well and have consistently been making it into that top 25. It seems like almost every single qualifier. So it's really good to see consistency being rewarded, especially with the way the format is. The format rewards those high-placing, high-consistent games. So if you're able to get to top 15, top 25, top 10 every single game, you're going to start to make your way to the top of the leaderboard.
And that's what the goal is for the end. We talked about so much yesterday how it's, hey, top 25 is all that matters. Well, here, everyone wants to be number 1. You have to walk away with that top spot. It's a solos competition if you want the grand prize in the Axe of Champions and all the clout that comes with saying, hey, I am the best player in my region after the weeks of qualifiers and then coming down to this. And Mr. X, who had a beautiful run yesterday to even get him here. The miracle back-to-back-to-back eliminations, but now under pressure from Rifle, going to get in directly on top of him, but sticking straight to the AR spray. He didn't have a shotgun. That's what we talk about. Those early game fights, he just had the assault rifle and the SMG opting to stick with the AR, and I think that might have been the wrong call, as the SMG could have offered him slightly more damage in that situation, but Rifle comes through and punishes him.
And it was such a close call. That Siphon was just the difference maker once that elimination came through. You see now on another engagement, it's between Wolfies and Maestro. Maestro running off this side on the front foot. The pedal is down. Maestro wants to just continue to push down. Shots go through. He's going to break through the wall. And Wolfies is going to go down.
That was a huge pickup there from Maestro Wolfies, who was the second place finisher in the duos of the World Cup. We've seen him play so aggressively, the young player from the UK, but when he's put on the back foot, it can be a little bit challenging there. Maestro did come through, got dropped down to 48 HP, but don't forget, in arena and tournament settings, there is that Siphon enabled. That means when you eliminate an opponent, you will get either 50 HP or 50 shield back, depending on which one you end up needing. It prioritizes health first, and then they will also drop all of their materials, all of their loot, and an additional 150 materials, so an extra 15 builds that you can go over and sweep up. That ends up being really key, particularly in the mid and the late game now, as we're on board here with a Ventex, who takes 2 really big shots and is put on the back foot.
He is, but luckily enough for him, Crash does not have any shield pop. Now, it's not going to be as good as he is going to be finding time to get those minis in that big shield pop. And Intel over there needs to find an aggressive push into the box and needs to catch him off guard. If Ventex is not able to get this medkit off, this does not look well for them. But it seems like the medkit will be popped, so he does get back to fighting HP. Under 50 HP is enough to withstand some shots, as Crash is now on the back foot. And that's exactly what he needed to do. He needed to turn that defense that he was waiting on into that offensive moment. And now Crash is in a very bad situation. 6 builds remaining. No HP to really work with. He's going to have to hit a really big charge shot there. Dana coming through, not going to connect on these shots. He goes in the box, but Crash hits the shot, and that's another elimination for him.
And you talked about it. He needed to hit that big charge shot, holding it up and punishing the player. And particularly when you see 2 players box to box fighting with charged shotguns, it's really difficult if you're not able to get that finishing blow right away, like No Luck Nebby does there, finding Kira to close out the fight, because you can have... Oh, Nebby, what? Don't even forget my point there. Nebby showing the power of the hunting rifle, showing up, catching 2 players on the outside. However, look in the bottom right-hand corner. A 3rd player is now rotating by. So can Nebby get all of these resources and get out without getting engaged on? But those are 2 monstrous shots. He's got to feel confident there, and definitely not living up to his name. Plenty of luck going on.
And you took the words from my mouth. Nebby with an amazing aim there, just getting what he needed to get started. However, someone who is not having amazing luck is Janus right now. 134 effective HP. It means he fought either off spawn on rotation. Now he is going into the orchard, which does allow him these campfires and the apples that drop that give you 5 HP per consume. So he's going to be in a good spot. He's able to really farm up. But Janus drops Steamy stacks. And look at his metal count. It was only 97. I'm out of Steamy with only 97 metal is not what he's used to. And this is definitely impacting his game plan.
Yeah, and it's going to be tough there. Also, tons of players will know where he is, stoking that campfire, putting off the smoke signal. You can see him, those apples dropping, but instead opting to burn the extra wood. Good trade-off there and good awareness of where he was on the map. However, you do see Spen is lurking and trying to catch out the FNCS Invitational winner here. Janus over on the side, and he does. He gets him real quick. That's the problem. Again, we talk about it, the hunting rifle on the side. If you're not ready for it, it can be a game ender right there. You get caught out farming. And honestly, I think that's a little bit on Janus there. You don't want to be on the edge of the zone and caught gaining materials. Like, yes, you did just get in. You can feel safe. You're back up at that 100 health, 100 shield threshold, but you have to know other players are rotating from that side and going to be behind you, and Spen is actually going to get harassed there as he tries to rotate out. We're going to hop on over to a 3-way fight going on over here.
Oh, and now already down to just 2 players. Controller getting into the boxes and getting the shots, picking up 2 eliminations back to back. Flecken gonna fall there, and these are what you need to do in solos. You need to get into the box and you need to finish the eliminations quickly, because like we saw, if you come and you fight and you box fight and you build fight, and more people are going to come and they're going to realize that, and you are going to fall. So very good play there from Controller.
And so far, it's been the story of the third party. You hear players talk about it all the time, whether it's your friend or your favorite streamer, that third party, is the extra player who comes in. So if you're taking a 1v1 and then somebody else rotating by says, oh, you guys are preoccupied. First we saw Nebby picking up the 2 shots there, then Controller closing it out with that epic tactical shotgun. Going to be on board here with Ovation Orion. We've seen him pull off a number of plays, but again, really good at kind of those ambush-style tactics, as you can see here, trying to set up a little bit on this player who's rotating in front of him. You can see the map in the bottom right-hand corner. That is the next storm zone revealed, so you can see we're pulling a little bit central. We're just kind of south of the authority, or just over the authority, with a little bit of a southwestern side there. So most of the players will have time. The Slurpy Swamp players will have tons of priority, and Storm Surge has just turned on, which is something you might not be familiar with if you're watching there. So Storm Surge is actually on in every game, but is only activated when you're above a certain number of players left. That number of players for the third zone is 70. So with 83 players currently left, 13 will be impacted. What it does is those who haven't done enough damage to the opposing players will then take 25 damage every 10 seconds. This is to try and encourage a little bit of active play, which we see here from Orion taking out Queasy, who's going to be queasy about that, just being game-ended right there before the rotation occurs, not picking up any points in that match.
And what a smart play. He went in different angles and didn't just crash pad off the top, because he knew Queasy would have been expecting that, and found an angle, got in the box, got the elimination. That also, with Storm Surge, it causes people to make plays like that. Arion may have decided that, you know what, a couple tags were good, I'm good to go, move on. Because I put him pretty high up in the Storm Surge, but he didn't want to take the chance. He wanted to make sure he was above at least 100 damage on the threshold. So he decided, I got to go in, I got to get in the box, because when Storm Surge starts hitting you, nobody's going to let you shoot them. No one's going to let you even look at them. They're going to be sitting in their boxes. They're going to sit there and wait and not even open windows, not even make any movements, because they know, hey, that guy's getting hit by a big purple lightning bolt. We can't attack him. Is well, all of a sudden Phoenix is actually going in, but maybe a little bit of a misplace, he gets eliminated.
Gets punished right away, and Tigwe has everything you could possibly want for a box fight there. I mean, just look at the loadout, having the epic tactical shotgun, the epic burst AR, crash pads, plenty of shields. So Phoenix might have felt a little pressure to go in and create some space, but Tigwe punishing very succinctly there, as now we swing on board. Milan, Seventor, Kiko, and Anas all directly on top of each other. You become legends. Anas, he's played incredibly well. Clement also joining in on the party, and this is what we talk about, that Storm Surge. All the players who below, Anas being one of them, are going to be forced to find tags. That damage is going to start coming through. He's going to need to convert on it, and he converts brilliantly there, picking up Supremacy's Clement in #1 elimination, and also closing in on that first placement threshold, Clay.
It was such a beautiful play by Anas, because he knew Clement had that bush. He said, you know what, he's going to go for the pickaxe. I'm just going to go ahead and edit that wall out so he can get the initial shot, and that got him the elimination. That initial shot there gave him the damage just to follow up with another tack shot. And with that rare tactical shotgun, it does a lot of damage if you're able to hit all the pellets, and that's exactly what he did. Now, on his way, he got the pepper placement threshold, just came through as well, and now he's moving in. He's got a very great loadout to secure himself a very good placement here. And we know Anas is very, very capable, like you talked about, and he's already stalking another player. He's looking to take down AX Controller.
Yeah, and that's Controller 007 from the FNCS Invitational. We saw him have a number of really solid performances. Still need 3 players to go down from that Storm Surge threshold, but Anas just trying to kind of follow in this rotation path, get as close to center of zone. So if you're kind of new to watching competitive Fortnite, joining for the first time in Party Royale or Twitch or YouTube or Twitter or watchfortnite.com, what do you care about as you're watching this game, as Anas will take it down, or what are you looking for? Mongrel and Thomas HD also picking up eliminations to put us below the Storm Surge threshold. The first thing is whether or not opponents are picking up, people are picking up eliminations. You can see that to the right of the player's name, that's right next to kind of the little mark there. And that will represent 1 point every single time as they go through. Additionally, you're worried about them picking up placement points. In this format, the first one occurs after 25 players have gone down. Then the next one occurs after 50 players have gone down. Then it's every 10 and 5 players. So when somebody ends up falling in 41st or 31st or 26th, that's a huge changeover. But now, during the middle part of the game, as everyone's rotating through, what they're looking to do is establish space for themselves, make sure they're safe, and then find tags so they're not threatened by that storm surge that we were talking about ahead of time. As now we hop on board here with MCS like Squeezy, who has placed top 25 in 78% of his games this FNCS, best in the EU. And that's something to contrast with the fact that he also plays really aggressive in the early and the mid game. If he gets caught out and he's able to convert, he's had some of the highest elimination totals throughout the entirety of the FNCS, Clay.
And I was going to say, I'm surprised he's not going into this player's box that's literally just fishing in front of him. Someone else tried it, and he's waiting. You can tell he wants to get into this box. As soon as he sees that player start to make moves into the other box, or maybe he finds out exactly where they are, he wants to go in. But he's got Letwick right above him, so you can tell he's being a little bit more cautious this time around. In the heats and the qualifiers, he knew he had a little bit of leeway after that great performance that he had. He was able to play a little bit more aggressive and still get top 25, which is insanely impressive. Now, the biggest impact of the game right now is going to be this kit Shockwave launcher in Thomas HD's inventory. He's already got an elimination because of it. He's also already near the next zone. He doesn't have to rotate very far, which is really good for him because he only has 94 materials.
He only has 94 materials, and he's right by the priority on high zone. This is the 4th zone, which means it's the last safe zone that's completely inside the current safe zone. After that, the 5th one will be the half in, half out, which kind of signals the transition into the end game as Thomas helps end Sebi's game there. He's going to be sent back and have to queue up after that, and Thomas hits him with a favorite emote. Hey, if you got that emote and you're in Party Royale, mimic it right now. Let Thomas know you're with him and sending him the aid, because he has a really good shot to ride this game out with where he's positioned, because after the 4th zone, you don't want to head super central. So all of a sudden, if that half in, half out zone pulls to the south and is on this high ground, and he has all the Shockwave launcher plus a launch pad plus the Mythic Charge shotgun, it's going to be really difficult to force him out of a priority position. He's going to be somebody to watch over the course of this game who's going to impact the other players around him.
And he's already doing that just with his AR. He impacted Sebi. He was going to take down passive. And this is very, very good for him because he doesn't have to go too aggressive to get these eliminations. They're kind of being handed to him here as he's just taking a grasp of his surroundings, looking at every possible angle and getting eliminations. And speaking of that, Mr. Savage going to pick up an elimination there onto for Strokey.
Yeah, and you can see that action kind of being driven as players are forced to rotate in and start to get priority position, because it's not only just about being safe here, it's about establishing yourself for the next rotation, because that half in, half out is so important in terms of priority. But right now, Reason is 5 below the damage threshold. So once this zone clears, he'll start ticking. You want to keep an eye on the top left and then the bottom right-hand corner. That number will need to drop down to 50 players before Storm Surge turns off. And if anybody we're watching is below the threshold, they'll start taking that 25 damage every 10 seconds. And Reason just able to get himself above it with a nice tag there, and he's starting to get aggressive. We talk about the utility of the crash pads. We saw it in the package beforehand, and Ball and Child talked about how good he can be aggressive on the low ground, and he gets Heatsy there, which is a huge elimination as well, because he pulled that half in, half out zone we talked about. Everyone who banked on it being up on the high ground saying, hey, if it pulls up here, I can win the game. Well, they were wrong. It pulled away from them, and they'll be the ones who have to rotate as we hit top 50, meaning Storm Surge turns off, second round of placement points goes through, and everyone is going to be rotating now.
And you saw Savage just waiting with that edit open. He was looking for any possible angle to pick up an elimination. Lois as well. He's kind of fashioned himself a little bit of a base here that's got these pyramids edited in a nice way so we can see down on players rotating. And this is where you want to be. If you do pull half in, half out, you want to be looking for players. You don't want to be exposed, because obviously that you could get sniped like Flois might do here. Some people, Mongrel picks up an elimination as well, so he's still here in this game and still fighting as well. As Flois is trying to snipe somebody out of the sky and was not able to hit it, but a valiant effort.
Valiant effort, but just a little wide. Might have given him a haircut, but not going to connect. No Storm Surge tags in play there as we see Kami pick up a huge elim. Flo's trying to get involved here, finds the first tack shot, gets the second onto Vadil, who had picked up Savage. So Savage, again, going down early, only picking up an Elim and the 2 placement thresholds. 3 points for him there. As we continue through, you can see Flois and Scribs still in. Keelix as well. Skite, one of the now veterans, and they call them boomers in the lobby. 3 players in EU are 20 years old, and that is the oldest players who are in the match. But Skite has been around and qualified for nearly every one of these finals. But we're hopping on board here with Quartz Froggy, who had an absurd, just absolutely gross run in heat number 2 to qualify himself. Pushed himself, I believe it was like, I think it was like 19 or 20 points in the final game to get here, but so far quiet on the day. No eliminations, but a decent loadout as we now transition into those fully moving zones, which means all the safe zones are outside, completely away from the current one, and everyone is going to have to move if they want to avoid that storm damage.
And luckily for him, it seems like it's pulling towards him, so he doesn't have to invest those crash pads right away. He can look for eliminations, as you see sitting in the code, allows him that opportunity to find these rotations as well. You see just bouncing away through the crash pads, doesn't have to worry about it. A squeeze is going to fall there in the feed. That's an important one to note there, because we talked about it, we hyped him up, falling down before that 40th placement threshold as well. He's not going to end on a lot of points. The question is, how many points can Froggy end up on? How many points can the rest of the lobby end up on as this game continues to go on? We see Kiriachi, we see Mongrel, we see Letwick there in your screen as well, and Froggy looks to have taken high ground with that. The shots go through. He's going to get that player down to low HP. It's GBRJAMIE going down. What a huge pickup there by Froggy, but he's not done yet. There's another player on the other side. So he does disengage, so he does have mats to build around with and to just drop down layers if he wants to. It seems like he's content on focusing around high ground.
Yeah, and Benji and Hen also picking up a pair of elims there in the feed as we close in on the next placement threshold. It'll be top 30, and then every 5 players going down. Storm Surge will also turn off his top 30, and we're closing in on it. There it is. Scouts picking up a pair to make sure he gets there. That's ADN and Diablo, who we saw yesterday going down. Thomas also goes down, and then Become Legends Rifle picks up Benji Fishy. Deceptos ends up getting Skite as well going down there. Lechy picking up Styler, but we're still on board here with Quartz Froggy, and we saw how much work he can do on the mid-ground tarp here, and he's continuing to run through with that charge shotgun, picks up Scouts as well, and we're in through another placement threshold. So this is what happens as we start getting in the moving circles. All the action for us, so keep an eye. Flois all the way up on the high ground. Kiko has priority on the low ground, and then everyone else is the tarp in between, but Hen and Reason are still up on the mid-tarp.
I think Flois was able to pick up that shockwave launcher from what it looked like. He may have used a crash pad to take it, but Mongrel, I believe, going to fall there on the backside. Rezon still in this game, getting eliminations. Hid, thing on 4. Crash pad will come out here for Hid. He does have a lot of materials left. Carrot picking up 3 eliminations there on the backside. As shots come through onto Hid, he is going to be able to block it off, and the capitalization there onto Snazy will be good as he realized already losing HP. Kensel going to take down a player there as well. Anas going to fall. Flois does have what it seems like a crash pad to maintain high ground, but Bad Sniper coming up. Decepto's coming up as well. Everybody is coming up for high ground. Rezon just trying to make it through.
And everyone pushing for the high ground right now, but not necessarily paying attention to what's going down the low ground where people are cleaning up on eliminations. You have Flois in your top right, Froggy in your bottom right, everyone else on the wide. You can see Flois is up on that ultimate high ground. Deceptos and Hen down on that low ground with Reason just above them. Froggy waiting for his opportunity, but keep an eye on the number of builds because we're getting down to the final one. Flois going to pick up an elimination there, and he's doing a really good job at just maintaining that high ground control as we're closing in on our top 5. One more player will go down, and then it's all about getting to the top 3. Boom, we have it. Letwick, Bad Sniper, Froggy, Hen, and Flois. Top 5 in game number 1.
And Flois looking to close out 4 eliminations, but Froggy down below, you cannot count him out yet. He is right there. If he takes down Flois from below, that'll be so huge for him because he will get that shockwave launcher, get that mat refresh. Letwick's very, very low. More likely going to be edited down. The shots come through, but no, Flois going to be one to take him down. Froggy gets down Hid. In the meantime, 1v1 Froggy versus Flois. The shockwave launcher up above. Froggy trying to dodge him. Flois sending him down. He's trying to, but he's running out of mats. 15 builds remaining, and Froggy does not look like he's stopping anytime soon. Going out into zone, taking some damage. Going to shockwave himself down. Little Mitro classic. The shotgun does come through. The shockwave is going to send him flying. Shots come through. Flois is going to get the beam, and he takes down Froggy for the victory royale.
Really, really good job from Flois executing on the top-down push with the mythic weaponry, but more importantly, showing the versatility of that shockwave launcher, launching himself down and then finding a gap to launch the opponent out, tracking him, and picking it up with the AR. Match number 1 is done. Fury Flois taking home the victory royale, but we'll see where the leaderboard shakes out. We're going to toss it back on over to Zeke, Shayo, and Bala.
Man, a strong start here in EU, really coming out with a nice flow. Flois finding himself the victory royale. Guys, this final fight between Froggy and Flois, both players walk into that 1v1 with 5 eliminations. The elim and the victory royale is going to be that 4-point swing. This is gonna be a good tone setting for the rest of the competition.
We saw it in every region, right? 1 point matters, and that's a 4-point difference for that win and the elim. The coolest thing, though, to me was the versatility for Flois and how he was playing every single engagement differently and using his entire kit to be able to hold first overall in Europe right now. 6 eliminations, 20 points, and that victory royale.
Yeah, but there's also other people lurking near too, and with only the first game, don't forget there's 6. People are starting to establish themselves. I see Hen in 3rd place right now with 15 points, a sign that he could actually be on that hot streak. Hen, a very hot and cold player. Letwick, though, played significantly well yesterday, and he's there again in towards the top placements, and also with a couple elims to put himself in 4th place, but Kinzel too. And then the rest of this, I think, is kind of maybe a little different than what we might expect in towards the end of the day. You have Carrot, you had Deceptos, you had a Nas. I mean, there are some of these guys who have the potential to win for sure, but I don't know if that's quite it yet.
Yeah, I think at the top, I mean, obviously this is such a strong start. 20 points for Flois. Now, he's off the line, but he needs to take that next step and turn this into a full-on sprint toward the end. Is this the momentum he needs to do this, though?
Yeah, I mean, for all the people over here, that's the same kind of question, right? And if you haven't seen the standings leaderboard before, the eliminations are the total overall over the 6 games we're playing, as well as the points. And that's a combination of the placement and elims these guys have. So Lecce got 5 points of placement that game in 22nd place, and 2 eliminations. That's 1 point each. But for these guys, they're kind of sitting at 30th place. They don't have to go for a top 25 anymore. No one has to go for top 50. Everyone here is focused on that win, and they're just slightly behind. Still, though, really hot off the gate.
Yeah, there's a lot of different things that people have to figure out on this first game. There are a lot of things and changes to what people might have been expecting. The plan, Zeke, you talked earlier about how these guys are all starting to do their research and whatnot. It shifts a little bit in grand finals. People start to make decisions and play with the mind a little bit of each other to, you know, force things that you might not be comfortable with.
A lot of that is going to dictate that drop spot, right? And how that could, I mean, we're talking about 100 of the very best in the world. If I'm going somewhere and my peer is going somewhere that I'm used to playing with and against, that is going to dictate my play and theirs.
I mean, it always starts from the early game, right? Just in general, the entire tournament, from game number 1, your mentality is set in if you do well, if you do bad, and now everyone has different expectations. If you're like Flois, you're at the top spot. You guys mentioned it. Now it's a game of endurance, of holding it and not faltering when things go bad.
And in the grand finals, we have seen tournament after tournament. Being uncontested increases your chances of winning tournaments by tenfold, if not more than that. So being uncontested means you have nobody landing with you. You might be familiar with landing in a hot spot. You don't want to be doing that in grand finals or in set lobbies at all.
Yeah, the opposite of that is contested when someone is there. And Mr. Savage and Noah Riley are side by side at the yacht on the northern side of the map. 2 other big names all the way at Slippery Swamp, Kiriachi and then Benji Fishy.
Noah Riley was not supposed to go to the yacht with Mr. Savage. Mr. Savage had thought that he had done enough to force nobody to land with him throughout the heats. But you know what changes now for Benji is that Noah was going to be landing in the same main building. And of course, Noah did not want to do that. Challenge one of the best players in the world at off-spawn fighting. Did not want to challenge Benji whatsoever. He'll leave what success he had throughout the qualifiers to end up going against Mr. Savage?
I mean, now it's going to be even harder, I think, for Noah Riley all the way up at the yacht. For Benji, even freer. But how did that look in game number 1, right? We're talking about these names, and we missed one of the biggest ones from the first game, Flois, who ended up getting the Shockwave loot. Didn't start with it, though. He was at the Orchard.
And a big difference from what we've seen for Flo is because usually it is the Shockwave loot that he's going for in the early game. That's why he got to this spot, but it doesn't matter. He'll grab it anyways, and he's even contested the Orchard. So all I said, Zeke, about being contested, reducing your chances of winning in grand finals kind of shifts when you see what Flois just did, and it doesn't matter where you land. You could always stumble across Kid's Shockwave launcher.
And this is kind of like talking about the quality of the players we're seeing, right? Like, yes, of course, we have mythic items to play around, but for someone like Flois, it's like if he's going to walk up and he's going to take a fight and eliminate you, and that loot's just going to be put in his hands, it's like, okay, I'm already good. I'm already at a 10. You're just giving me that loot and now making me an 11.
Yeah, and also to think about other people who usually have that opportunity to make it through. There was a lot of the big names. I mean, Janus fell off spawn, which you did not expect for him landing at Steamy Stacks with 2 players who play kind of passively in that. He got sniped. There was also a number of different people who fell in the mid game.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing and the number 1 word for all these players right now is momentum, right? Flois finding that Shockwave launcher gives them a bunch. Janus getting taken out, as Bala just mentioned, stops the momentum overall, right? So in game number 2, these guys have to find a way to rev their engines faster and then get ahead of everyone else with momentum.
Oh, man, a lot of momentum here to start the day. Now, guys, I do want to continue, but I'm getting word the games are ready. So let's get ready to hop into game number 2 here of the Fortnite Champion Series in Europe. Let's see if the action continues. Sundown, Clay, let's send it back your way.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Shio, and Bala. And I mean, I'm just so excited to see, because I'm a personal fan, or like I'm a advocate for the fact that game 1 is a nice way to set the tone, but you really get an idea of how the leaderboard and how the lobbies are going to play after game 2, because particularly with solos, it's about consistency and who's able to turn over a performance from one game to the next and continue it rolling. And you're really able to see that going down in the second match.
And into the third as well. If you're able to bounce back in that third and you really submit yourself at the top, you got a chance in that 4th, 5th, and 6th game to really turn online. Benji, somebody who definitely needs to turn online, but Savage is going to go down to Noah Riley in the feed. So the contestation happened, and Savage unfortunately falling. Looks like Benji is trying to take down GBRJAMIE in the time being.
Yeah, Benji trying to set up one of those ambushes here on the side. You can see him trying to pick off GBRJAMIE as he's going right for those slurp jugs. He is going to find the initial burst shots there, opting not to use that sniper rifle and instead closing the gap on him as fast as possible. We'll see if he's able to get it. White tags coming through, using the tac shotgun and the high rate of fire to push through the box. And well done, Benji. We talked about the contestant over there, and he says, 0 out of 10 for the effort. The Russian judge doesn't even give him a point. Benji taking it down there, and that's 2 elims right off of the start for him there. You can see in the bottom left-hand corner, the 2 most contested areas are Rig and Salty Springs, each with 5+ players right now. So a lot of space being pushed out, and it's interesting to see 5 players in Salty. That means effectively you're all taking one house of loot and saying, I hope this is enough.
Yeah, I don't know why 5 players are there. And I think it has to do something with Rezon. He scared everybody away from Holly Hedges. Anybody that normally landed in that path, I said, no, I'm just going to go try my chance at Salty there. As we are now over to the Fortia, this is Mongrel, and he's been dropping here for a while. We know that. But he does not have Ocean's Burst AR and Ocean's Bottomless Chug Jug. Someone else may have snagged it from him, and with his aim and with what he can do with it, that Mythic Burst AR is so good here from him. But it looks like he's not going to need it now, as he's going to get some tags going into this fight. That player going to have to back out. Mongo, though, not going to let him do it. He's got to be careful. He is running out of AR ammo, but he says, you know what? Who needs an AR? I got a shotgun and a crash pad. I'm going into the box. He is going to miss the jump a little bit, almost deploying a crash pad there, but the continued pressure that he's keeping up is trying to keep this player from going any higher, and it's Smudge just trying to get away. He's got a little sliver of HP, but Mongo going to get in the box and do that Mongo classic and get the elimination.
And he had to resolve that fight right away, because even picking that up with the additional match drop now only has 52 materials. And while he is in the zone, since it did pull towards that south side, he's going to need to find it. And with so many other players around this area, it's going to be really hard to max out quickly. But now let's hop on board with our match number 1 winner. As you can see, the format in the right-hand side, each elimination being worth a point. You can see once you get into that top 10, you'll have 8 placement points going through, all the way up to 14 for first. Then you can see 11 through 15th is 7, 16 through 20th is 6. It's the intervals of 5, then the intervals of 10. And of course, you get that first placement point after the first 25 players have gone down. So still plenty of players who need to drop here, which generally is a little slower from EU. You'll typically see a little more aggression going on. However, as you get further and further on into tournaments, the stakes and the players become that much more difficult to fight against, and it's really hard to confidently take an early fight, as we have Rax and the Costa Rican Sebi in a battle over here.
Ooh, and Rax on the back foot already. Now, this is that weather station just above Caddy. A Sebi going in. The shots are going to go through. He's going to get the initial damage, and he's going to follow up with the AR. The crouch spam, and it's going to pay off for him. The elimination comes through, but now the question posed for Sebi is, can he go get Hit's loot? Can he go get the shockwave launcher and that charged shotgun, or will he settle for some of the vault loot?
And generally, that's the goal. It's to go through, get whatever you can from the weather station, resolve a fight there, and then head down and hopefully pick up the remnants of whatever happened at Caddy Corner. But now we're going to swing on over to Authority, where we have Letwick. We're in match number 1. He was able to steal away that mythic glider grapple gun and just kind of rotate out. But now, match number 2, you can see Hardfind over on the side, and Hardfind looking to set up a trap and a bait. And we've seen this before a number of times, particularly around that vault area, where there are some areas you can't build. Players look to have just an immediate drop, but Letwick is set up really well in terms of his close quarters combat. Just having that epic SMG as well as the tactical shotgun and a legendary pistol means he has 3 really high rate of fire weapons that give him plenty of abilities to just spam and pressure Hardfind, who's going to be looking for an ambush here in a second. But right now, both players just farming up.
And it seems like they're respecting each other's areas of this Authority. They kind of know, hey, he's going to be over here. I can tell by how he's looted. I know Letwick's going to be in this side because I know how he looted from Hardfind's perspective. But what's concerning about this is the players that are around. Carrot is there as well. You got 2 other players on the side. But Letwick is playing this very well. He's hitting some things, and then he's standing still. Because that's how the henchmen act. If they walk around, sometimes they'll hit stuff that's in their way, and then they'll stand still as you see one moving there. On the other side, we've got Wolfies, who's in a fight against some Marauders. Hopefully he's able to get out of those. The Marauders are very, very potent. They shoot you, they throw stakes at you, and they just will try to eliminate you at all costs. And they've got very, very good aim, especially with that hunting rifle there in the inventory of the Deadeye Marauder. Wolfies is pretty low, but he's got Ardent pretty low as well, 150 HP. Now the Marauders are coming in here. The third party this fight. Sometimes the third party does not always have to be an actual player. It can be the AI. And this is really good for Wolfies. He's allowing the Marauders to go after this player and go after him for him and get the initial damage. But if he goes in, he's got to be careful. He can't look to go in right away with all these Marauders around. If he doesn't do any damage to him, they're going to be very, very, very hard to build through and walk through. As you see, the builds are going to get broken. This is bad for Wolfies. He needs to get rid of the Marauders. The shots are coming in, down to 11 HP. He's only got 2 builds remaining. Launchpad place. He can't build anymore. Got a player right there in front of him. Sniper shot going to come out, and it does. But he goes down to a Marauder.
Vato getting picked off there, but the Marauders catching Wolfies out. No builds, no natural cover nearby. Ardent soaking most of the aggression. Him opting to go down. Ardent will clean up all of that. So good heads-up plays by Wolfies to pick up the snipe, but the Marauders ultimately enacting their revenge there. And it can be so difficult when you get caught out by them, particularly in the open. The builds that will target those and will try and take them out. You're definitely able to kind of ditch them and get rid of aggro when you're around some of the more natural cover on the map, those houses, the bridges, and the stuff that are nearby. But Vato not going to be happy about that. Was trying to get a little bit of a third-party tag there, and Wolfie's punishing him right before he goes down. He says, hey, if I'm going down, you're coming down with me, and will also deny a key elimination point that could have gone over to Ardent. So ultimately, he's going to be upset his game is over, but at least he was able to pick up a little bit. Is now back on board here with Flois, and as we can see, he's used to fast starts, placing first with 5 elims in game 1 of Heats. as well. So let's see if he can turn this confidence into something more, as he is over on the northeast side of the zone with plenty of players around him. However, he has priority on the rotation, but not a ton of materials to really do it. You don't want to be forced to burn those metal and the brick here. We refer to those as the hard materials, because once they get built up, they provide that much more defense for you. However, just they're so much harder to get naturally as you move through the map that Flo is finding GBRJAMIE there, and you can see immediately he's going to head over there because he's like, hey, I need those mats. I need those refreshers. When we talk about refresher in the term, this is it, because that's going to be refreshing for him.
What a shot and a heads-up play by Flores. He desperately needed that, as well as his ammo was pretty low, too. Only 74 AR. That's not enough going into an end-game competitive Fortnite game. You definitely want to have a little bit more like Noah Riley here. Again, takes off Mr. Savage and now has the loot to show for it. The yacht coming in clutch with this loot. He's got this player down, though, with those tags. But the big shield going to be popped there. Now Noah has to be careful. He wants to go aggressive. His instinct is to push in with that crash pad and get the aggressive play. But that player back up to full HP. He's got to be careful. Shots go through the edit. Not going to connect on the shots there. Noah over the top. Shots come through. A 71 tag there for Noah. And now he's going in. Crash pad in. It doesn't matter, though. The crash pad is actually going to send him away. He's got to keep the pressure up to keep this player from popping any shields. And he's got the player back and forth, up and down, up and down. He's got the crash pad. And he's going in. Shots are going to come through. The player puts the stare over the top of his head. And another good tag there. But Noah's not able to find him. Noah's not able to finish him off. This player continuously layer changing, going up and down in between the builds. And Hydro is just trying to run for their life.
Hydro trying to put as much distance as possible, and unfortunately going to go down there. Good job for Noah Riley on the chase. We talk about how important it is to resolve fights, particularly because you don't want that opponent burning those resources, because when you do take them down, they'll drop them there, and you want to get as much as possible. You can see Noah picking up all of the minis there. He's back up to 6. Good job. Still has 4 crash pads. And one thing you'll note in particular when you're looking at these mid-game fights and what you should be keeping an eye on. Anytime a player has crash pads, that will enable them to push into boxes. You've seen it in 2 different ways, both from the top down, where they throw it against one of those cones because it lets them fall in. And then a perfect example, thank you, Ross George, for showing it right there, winning the fight against Hardfind very closely with 6 HP. That's the horizontal crash pad, where you line yourself up on the corner of the walls, you throw it against that corner, and it'll end up landing right behind you, and it pushes you forward into the box, but it won't affect the other player. So it allows you to line up your shot ahead of time, and most times it'll also put you behind them, so they're not able to play defensively, as Orange trying to play defensively here, but Bafo just comes in and says, hey, you didn't have enough time to reset and get your shields up. I will take all that loot. Thank you very much.
And that's the dangers of taking a mid-game fight, is that if you take any damage, you're going to get third-partied. Players are going to recognize that shield crack sound, and they're going to move in. But on the other hand, look at Letwick. He took that fight, got out, and now is on the move. But Carrot is setting up an ambush, and the shot's coming through. Letwick has been cracked. Look at the box separation that he just did there from Carrot. Get a time to pass him, and he's the stair with the top is not his. He does get a nice layer change coming out and above, but he doesn't have enough time to pop the big shield. He's just looking to try to pop another mini, and he does get it off. And now he's looking for a shot. He needs to put the pressure back on to Carrot, because if not, then he's just going to keep running around, and Carrot's finally going to be able to get a shot on him. And Carrot decides, you know what? Not worth my time, not worth my materials, not worth my HP. I'm going to disengage.
I'm 50-50 on that. It felt like if Carrot had kind of kept pressing, he might have been able to pick up Letwick, particularly because, look at Letwick there, only 20 total builds coming out, but that also means if you are able to take him down, you're not going to necessarily get that much back. You'd only get the 35 total, and it's really not going to be that beneficial unless you're able to rotate cleanly off of it. Both have the crash pads, but now you can see fight going on here between Diablo and NXS Z-Andy. Z-Andy on the back foot here, and Diablo trying to push forward. Somebody we've seen had the capability of playing aggressively. He is above that Storm Surge threshold, so just trying to hunt this player and doing a good job of keeping Z-Andy on the back foot. Does get the cone replaced, owns both, edits back under. Z-Andy able to replace that stay there, so Diablo just going to reset for a second, make sure he's still back up at near that 100-100 threshold, and then Z-Andy going to go down. So good job making sure he picked that one up. Z-Andy was below that Storm Surge threshold. Diablo will see that coming through. The Storm Surge will tick that over. So that's what we talk about right now. You can see on the right-hand side, Diablo is currently 130 damage above. Zandy was below, which means he takes that 25 damage every 10 seconds. And it also signals to Diablo, hey, I can just tag this guy up and then wait, because any damage he does for to that player, as long as they go down within a minute, he will still get credit for that elimination. He will still get the point. Then he can go over and safely pick up that loot.
That is another aspect of competitive Fortnite that everyone has to think about. That Storm Surge, it plays a factor into so many of these players' games. Sometimes they forget about it because they're pumping, they're rolling, they got their mats, they got their ammo, they got their builds, they're in zone, and then they're like, wait, I didn't tag anybody this game. I got to look for tags. Frenzy Fishy on the other side above and a good amount above. If you're about 100 to 150 above, you're looking at a good spot. As shots come through, he's going to take advantage and find swaps with one AR shot. That is what you needed. We saw Thomas H. do that in the first game. Just find any sort of elimination that you can, far away or up close. Don't even have to risk yourself getting tagged up for it. Beautiful elimination.
Yeah, but you notice how he's doing that behind a cone and editing a single wall. That's to avoid all of those hunting rifle headshots that we've seen come out time and time again. You don't want to get a game ender looking for some of those tags to make sure you're safe. But that being said, when we talk about tags and going through, that's generally meaning you're looking for long-range shots, not with the intention of actually trying to eliminate the opponent, but just doing some damage so you're not threatened by the Storm Surge, as Flois ends Froggy and puts a prime example of why you need a cone in a window and to limit the number of angles you have, because so many of these top-level players will be carrying those weapons, particularly in EU, that is known for their snipes and hitting their shots. Well done from the game #1 winner, who's continuing to roll with the momentum here. Boxed up next to Ardit, passive over the side, as we're transitioning now into that mid-game kind of territory as players are starting to get closer and looking for priority in terms of zone number 4.
What an elimination. He needed it too. He only had 2 hunting rifle shots. That first shot needed to hit. He didn't really have a chance to follow up if it didn't. Very heads-up play by Flois. First place, taking down second place. That is, hey, that's pretty good for your mentality. Even if he goes down here and be like, hey, I took out my competition, so I know I'm pretty secure there. But we're still pretty early on into the games, so you can't really do much with it.
And it's important to note when they stress during the top of show how every single interaction matters. Right there, Flois eliminating his direct competition right now, the player who is closest to him, who's able to pressure up. That means if he's able to build up a lead now, it's going to be that much more substantial, because effectively he's eliminated one of the players who can threaten him the most, as now we're on board here with ADN. We saw him have an amazing run yesterday, pushing in. Right there, you can see the Dorito edit being taken down, and that's such a good push. Fastroki was looking to set up a crash pad there with that edited cone in his box, but ADN dropped in and then occupied the space, stuck to the AR, and then just used the weapon to close it out. Well done getting a key pick there in a mid-circle.
And he desperately needed his mats were not looking good. Still are not looking good as well. So he's going to have to find another impact elimination along the way, as we're on board here with Ardit. Again, mats are not looking good. Now, there is a player's loot there in front of him that he more likely got the elim from. He's not actually prioritizing picking it up right now. It seems like he's just looking to build and then go for the loot. Mr. X is nearby. Benji's nearby as well. Hardest in an awkward spot. We've got Scram in this game here as well. Handy, passive, slick. A lot of players still alive. 61. When we talk about Storm Surges, this is a threshold where it's 50. 11 players need to go down. Darda makes a heads-up play to get a box, and Crash Pad's going to come through, but that's bad for him. Unless he hits the shots come through, and he does. Maestro going to go down the aggressive play, not going to be rewarded, and Ardit will be rewarded for his passiveness.
Yeah, and you can see the reason why so many players are fighting right now, both that Storm Surge and trying to get priority. We talk about 4th zone. Look in the bottom right-hand corner. Everyone is looking to box up and stake their claim on as much real estate as possible for when that half-in, half-out reveals. You don't want to be sharing a spot next to somebody as you go to rotate, and they're looking to clear out the players nearby as Ardit picks up Flois there. So 1 and 2 are down. That's going to open up the leaderboard. Tons of players will have an opportunity to charge up. Eyes are now on Hen and whether or not he can kind of extend his lead out there, as Ardit also picks up Lechi. Mongrel getting scout there in a brilliant job, because he's now cleared out all the players on this tarp in that next, the half-in, half-out, the one before moving is pulling directly over to this cluster of players. So Tayson, Benji, Keelix, Wyzip, Mr. X will all be over there, sharing the half in, half out with Ardit. They all have priority on everyone else who's rotating into the zone. So they're going to be fighting among themselves to make sure they're safe and not going to get ambushed, and then swap over to what Tayson's doing now and looking to catch the players, burning their rotation, burning launch pads and crash pads, trying to get into this zone.
And this is very lucky for Tayson because, again, we stressed the amount of builds in the inventory. He only had 54. That is not where you want to be for this endgame. So he has to find an elimination to get to these moving zones effectively. He does have the 6 crash pads, but when you start to use those crash pads, you start wasting those builds as you box up, and he needs to find somebody. As shots come through, he's not going to be able to beam people out of the air just yet, as we do see Nebby unfortunately falling, but he did get that top 50 placement threshold, which is what a lot of people are playing that consistency. Hey, at least I went down inside of that. Tayson, however, is looking to get aggressive, and I believe that's on, I think this is Benji. I'm 97% sure Benji is right nearby. If Benji makes the wrong edit, he goes into a box that's not his. Tayson is going to go aggressive. He's going to make sure there's going to be popped. Edit's going to come through. No crash pad in. Shots coming through. And Benji's going to go down. Tayson going to take him down.
You called it. He was looking for it, waiting for Benji. He heard him trying to set up and get some space, knew he was pressured around the side. The horizontal crash pad entrance puts him behind Benji, cleans it up with the tactical shotgun, and well done. And Hen, the third place player on the leaderboard before the last game, going on the high ground right now, has priority position with Enos and Mongrel just below him. Also Floki on the same ground, but we're going to hop on over to the Become Legends player. He's been playing so well recently, cleaning up the cash cup on his birthday. Had a phenomenal performance yesterday to also guarantee him spot here, and he has priority on this next zone. What that means is he's the closest to where the safe zone has to go past. So as it funnels and everyone else rotates, they have to go past Hen. You do not get to past Hen, and you notice he's built so much space around him so he can't be shot at in return. All of these shots are completely safe, so anything he's able to convert on will turn into points for him here, as another placement point does take over. Now he's not shooting through that wall. That is just one of the graphical issues with the replay. He's picking up tags, but now you can see setting up a crash pad, going to use it to go on the rotation late, and he picked up a key elimination onto Wyzip there, as we have our top 35.
And it's such a key elimination because he gets Jules' glider gun, and now he's got free rotation everywhere. He could win this game based off that elimination. It was such an impact elimination, but he's being a little bit too greedy on that zone. He did get tagged up, but he's still good. Rotation coming in. We do see Sapphic going down, and rotation X Squeeze went down as well. So a lot of the big names are out of this game, but Han looking to keep his stream alive and take down one player who landed right on top of him. That was a very, very heads-up elimination onto Pablo, but he's not that healthy. He has those minis in his inventory, about 126 effective HP. He needs to find another one.
He needs to find the outside. He can't be in this cluster. It's really weird to take the grapple gun and then immediately go into the middle because you don't really have the ability to utilize it, and that's what we're looking for, getting towards the outside of the zone so he has more options there. Anas, teammate up on the high ground there, but this is the solos competition, just playing for the same org. You have Gamers Origin, Deceptos there on the middle as we tick over top 25. Another point going through. Anas running through the high ground. Reason still in the match, and you can see Deceptos picks up Ardit there as top 20 ticks over. Another point going through, and right as I say his name, Reason ends up going down. This is looking like a Become Legends top 15 right now, as they have 3 or 4 players still up, but Deceptos trying to find the space, finding a good job, tarping his way through and making sure that he owns all of the builds on this level as we close in on top 15. Bad Sniper missing out on a key placement point, and Deceptos looking to try and find a pick on this Crash Pad player, doing a good job to deny the rotation, finds a tag, but not able to necessarily convert it. So many shots, but no elimination coming through, and he has to find that. That's such a key pickup. Inside the top 15 we go. Can he chase down this player? And he finally gets it. That snipe going down, but Hen is still up, picking up Orion as we get into our top 10.
Deceptos is going to have to make a play as it's going up a little bit of an incline. You see it. The old builds are there as well. Han is going to fall. Slick going to fall in tandem. Top 10 placement points being missed out by both of them. That's a huge boost as well. Deceptos able to hold on. There's a player on the other side. Shots are coming through. He's getting the tags, and he does. Frenzy Fishy is going to go down. Deceptos needs to get out of zone, though. He is sitting and ticking. He doesn't have any floppers. He's looking to get in, and he does, but a shot comes through. Floki going to be the one to take him down, and now 2 eliminations here for Floki. The player right on top of him. He's got to be careful. Shots go through. Back into zone goes Floki. Picking down very, very low. Now inside his zone, he's good to go, but this is looking really, really rough. He doesn't have floppers. Mr. X is going to go down. Stacy going to be the one to do it. He's still trying to be popped there. And look at Anas just Tyro whopping all the way up top. He's just walking over old builds. I don't know how many builds he's got left, but he may be able to win this just solely based on the fact that's going over old builds.
And the old builds giving him priority, that moving zone, we talked about it. It just randomly pulls a distance back away, which means you can continue your rotation. And on top of having the old builds, his saving grace has the mythic loadout as well. So this is so big for him as we move into the top 5. 4 players left, but Anas has complete control over this lobby. You can see Tayson as well in the middle. Scramguard and Snazy are going to round out your top 4. Who will finish it off? Will Anas continue the run of the caddy corner loot, proving it out, or can somebody from the low ground shut him down as Tayson picks up Scramguard? So each elimination, each placement here, an additional point as Tayson ends Snazy right there. But the shockwave launcher comes out right away and knocks him over to the zone. And Anas does get tagged, but he's able to pop the flop in the zone and then gets the follow-up tag with 6 HP to spare. Become Legends Anas from the high ground. 4 eliminations in the victory royale, taking game number 2.
The flop was what he needed to pop, and he did do just that. The victory royale going to be nice. I think may be able to move into first place after that game just on the number of points and the eliminations, but we're definitely going to need the analysts to break that one down, so we're going to send it right over to them here in a moment.
Thank you guys so much. Great cast here in game number 2 of Europe. Anas finding the victory royale there. Mad props to him. Now, here's the thing, though. Tayson, another big name we're used to seeing. We keep talking about the quality of players. This is someone who is coming in strong. Ends that game in 5 eliminations. Had he picked up that VR, that 4-point swing would have actually moved him higher up the leaderboard. And we'll see that as we take a look at the standings and look at who is currently holding down that number 1 spot.
Usually who ends up winning the game is always at first. That is the same story here right now. BL Anas all the way up top. Victory Royale, 7 elims, 28 points. But what happened that game was a bunch of eliminations from top players, changing the standings from 2nd all the way to 10th.
And there's BL Hen in 2nd there. Somebody definitely to keep an eye on because he placed 4th in the first game. Not necessarily the biggest boost in points this game. Other names too, Deciptos, who's the king of placing 5th place. The French legend who came out there in the Invitational starting to rise up. But then Tayson, Zeke, you mentioned him. Getting that 2nd place will boost him way up, but he could have done more. Reason still stays around the 9th place mark, but still improves at least in this game.
And there, we move on over Letwick, Scramguard, Bad Sniper, Kinzel, Mongrel, Carrot. I mean, look at all these names. Thomas HD, Floki, Frenzy Fishy. There's so much heat coming off of the grand finals right now. Every single person could walk away the victor, and especially when we're this tight, and we still have 4 games left to go, boys. Anything could still happen. There's all these guys at the top making these power moves right now.
You're saying look at the names. I'm looking at the points too. You're mentioning that it's tight. It's like a 2-point difference between everyone. They are neck and neck. Become Legend Slicks is here too. Twain's are deets. Like, all these guys are playing so well, but they're playing well while others are too, and no one can really break away. Benji, who we're used to seeing in the top 10, at 24th, and from what I'm seeing, he's having good games still. It's not enough though for that number 1 spot.
It's kind of another kind of slow start for Benji, which I think some people are maybe starting to get a little used to. He always rises at the top, but that might be a sign that it's back to, you know, the old Benji of Grand Finals, the one who does get good performances and is in the top 10, top 15, very solid out of 100 players, but not quite that win that he's looking for.
And together, guys, we got to talk about it. More of these powerful plays coming out of these impact players, making what they need to happen, really manifesting this win right here, right now.
Yeah, Grand Finals is all about power, and it comes in many different forms. We're starting off with how power struggles on early games off-spawn fights, and Noah Riley, Mr. Savage, they had a big battle down. Noah showed that he was more powerful.
And it's all because Benji scares Noah into going somewhere else, but into somebody who might end up struggling because of it. Benji, though, saw a sign of weakness, and because of that, he will pounce, try to grab more space. GBRJAMIE looking in the background, and Benji knows, and he will hunt. This is one of the best players at fighting in the early and mid game, and Benji is not scared whatsoever.
Yeah, power vacuum basically here over at Slurpy Swamp, and Benji gets in the box with style, breaks through, hits a big shot, and shows his power afterwards as well.
And is that show of power, is that show of confidence something that we're used to seeing out of Benji? I say yes, but it might be overconfidence as he pushes a fight against one of the best players in the world. Now we're switching over to Flois, and for him, it's a shift.
Yeah, for him, he was holding power in game number 1, continues to, dropping down Froggy, who was in second place on the leaderboards at the time, but holding power sometimes comes with a cost. He loses it over to Advise, and we see one of our new players who are in that second place slot.
Second place for Hen after a very good game number 1, and follows it up with a pretty decent game number 2, a 10th place for him, but a couple of elims to boot. And that will put him where he needs to be if he wants to grab that crown at the end of the day, the ultimate sign of power. He falls in 11th, but that's at least solid enough.
Yeah, and this is where power starts for a lot of players in this game. It was Anas who ends up winning, who had Caddy Corner and the mythic loot as well. The Shockwave Launcher, Kit's Charge Shotgun too, and he just made power become his tool in this endgame. He became legend incarnate, literally just personifying the organization he's on and using this entire endgame as a playground, bouncing people up, shooting them down afterwards. Look at that two-piece right there. Anas looks so dynamic, and yes, we saw Flois with the hunting rifle, we saw him with the charge shotgun last time, but for me, it was Anas's gameplay, his creativity that really separated him from the pack and showed us his use of power.
And Anas, that's kind of what we were talking about at Caddy Corner last time. We saw Thomas there for a brief moment, but this time it goes down. Kit spawns down at the gas station, and that's where Anas is lurking. He had a good game last time in 10th place, but if you want to become a legend at the end of the day, if you want to solidify yourselves among the great, immortalize yourself, you need to have games like that. And Anas and Hen, both at the top of the leaderboards, org mates, and they're standing strong.
Both of these guys are definitely looking to break away. I mean, Anas is ahead of the game, 28 points, but Shy, is that going to hold?
Didn't hold in game number 1 with Flois. I feel like when Anas gets that top slot, he holds it completely, especially at Caddy Corner. So I feel like, yes, that's my call.
I like it. Quick and concise. With that being said, guys, let's throw it into game number 3 here in EU of the FNCS Grand Finals. Casters, we're sending it back your way to get into the action.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Shio, and Bala. Insightful as always, and everyone is looking to become a legend, but right now the Become Legends players occupying first and second. And if you're just joining us, welcome. My name is Sundown, joined here by the fantastic, as always, Clay Stelling. This is match number 3, the halfway point of the EU FNCS Solos Grand Final. And if you're watching at Party Royale and you just dropped in, hit one of those telephone booths, the changing stations, make sure you get your favorite outfit on, then head on over to the main stage, catch the action out, and you can see where everyone's dropping right now.
And if you notice, the yacht only has 1 player on it, so I'm interested to see who that player is. Is it Savage? Is it Noah Riley, who came out on top? And of course, who's going to come out of Caddy Corner on top? That is always a question in all of these players' minds.
Right now you can see cutting over the top of the lake, but switching over to Anas, who's landing over towards the weather station side on Caddy. You can see looking to figure out if he's going to be able to go through, pick up any amount of that loot, drop down into this area, see what's going on. As of right now, doesn't look like he's actually going to have a contestant in, but you can see also a number of players off and over just to the southwest of him. So right now, first shot coming out, we talked about those early hunting rifle tags, but not quite going to find it again. Anas, game number 2 winner, current first place right now.
And he's in a very good spot to keep that first place, but Hen right behind him. We've got to keep our eye on that elimination feed for that come up as well. If Hen, only 3 points behind, is able to make a play, to start to make the ground up. Is Vidal going to get some nice shots there? The Chug Splashers, though, are going to get that player up. The nice edit is going to drop the player down. The edit around as well. He's got him boxed up, but the fish is going to escape as Vidal looking to crash pad on in, using the jump there. He's actually not going to go in. He's going to take the wall and the cone up top. And that was so smart to outplay Advise there.
Well done picking up Advise there. We talked about kind of the different types of crash pads and then the variations you're able to use. Him jumping up prevented him from falling in. So then when Advise went to exit, the situation got picked up, and now over to Slurpy Swamp. We watched this fight happen last time. Benji aggressively pushed Kiriachi, saying, no splitting going on here. This is my side. But Kiriachi now looking to be the predator instead of the prey and closing in on Benji as he's hitting these slurp barrels. So wants to kind of resolve this beforehand. And now box to box, how do two of the best players in the world close out this box fight? Do they look to take each other on, or are they just kind of trying to disengage the situation? Right now Benji's saying, hey, I need more mats if we're going to go toe to toe.
He disengaged perfectly, got up, and is out. I also want to point out 35 of the current players also competed in the FNCS Invitational Finals. So they've been here before. They've been in this grand finals. They know what to do, especially these two players on the screen right now. As Kiriachi is going to take some damage there from Benji, who is keeping that pressure up with that rare tactical shotgun, and now looking to find a creative way inside. Kiriachi actually went up and around the shots going through, exchanging high ground and exchanging shots. As Benji takes the nice tag there on the Kiriachi. He still has yet to take any damage himself. Kiriachi is still pushing. This is exactly what we expect from him. And Benji baiting him to drop down. Kiriachi was ready. The back and forth going in favor of Benji right now. Kiriachi keeping the pressure up. Benji going to get tagged up a lot there because he couldn't build the floor. He's trying to pickaxe for that code as the edits come through. Benji going through old builds. This is really good, but once you reset that metal, it is very, very weak and it's easy to hit. But he's put some distance in between him, Kiriachi, and Domenia Snipe.
I was about to say, Domenia Snipe, hearing the action going on, wants to take a peek inside, but he very well knows who's there, and I'm not sure you want to jump on into that pond. Don't want to get boxed like a fish between those two. It's more like getting boxed between two sharks. A rock at a hard place to pick which one and who's who, because Benji, right now, just again, looks like he's done enough to fend off Kiriachi to say, how long are we going to do this for? How long are we going to burn mats and just sit here and force each other back? Because both of these players are good enough to hold the other off, or at least make them pay for it if you don't get that initial ambush off of the start, which is why you now see Kiriachi kind of backing up a little bit, making sure he gets some mats before heading back in towards Benji again, looking to potentially respark this engagement.
And I'm not surprised from Kiriachi. He is very, very aggressive, but we'll have to see if that turns out in any of their favors. As Seventor now being aggressive onto Diablo. Diablo going to get the initial shots there, and now Seventor can disengage if they want to, but on the edge of zone, really hard to disengage because you're trying to run away, then you're just going to get shot in the back, and it's just unfortunate there. So box to box, diagonal to diagonal, Diablo and Seventor looking to do a little peanut butter edit, look to get that jump shot there. Seventor looking to get any sort of wall take back, and he does, but Diablo ready for it. The shot comes through, the quick reset there, going to get the tag in favor of Seventor, but still not as much HP there as Diablo. His shots are still coming through. He does pop a mini. Continued back and forth over these peanut butter edits. That's that triangle edit that you see as he goes in. He goes aggressive with that crash pad, but Diablo was ready for it. Did you see how many edits he had, how many space he had in between him and Seventor? He was predicting that perfectly, but Seventor's ready for the edit. He's ready for Diablo popping up, and he said, you know what? I'll bait the heal out, but I'm going to get that elimination.
Yeah, and a really good job from Seventor there, baiting Diablo into something that he had owned and then committed him to the fight, caught him with the builds out, and then following up with the tactical shotgun. And it's really fruitful to resolve that fight because there was a player boxed up right on the edge of zone who would have been able to rain shots down. And again, if you are just joining that, there's the format on the right-hand side. You can see first round of placement points coming through, top 75, next one at top 50. Then it's every 10 players to fall until we reach top 25. Then it's every 5 players until you're into the top 3. So definitely want to be making those end games, but also 1 point per each elimination, as Carrot will pick up Phoenix there. Will also get a point, and that's his second of the match.
And he may have taken coolest out of his name, but right now he's the coolest of the authority, picking that elimination up. He's been very, very good. He actually, I believe, one of the players that came through the open track of the FNCS Invitationals. That happened a couple months ago, but still maintaining prowess over the authority here. He was here back when it was the agency, so dominant performance from Carrot. He's also got the zone there as well. You see him already building up and refarming. In Misty Meadows, however, Ardent looking to set up an ambush like we've talked about, hiding in this little upgrade room. He can catch anybody waiting to upgrade their loot. He's got a great charge to do it with a legendary at that. And look, somebody is taking the bait. They are coming into the house. The question is, will they open it? He set a trap up perfectly. He set a trap up, but he put a wall, Griff. Put a wall there. The peppers, the shields, everything being popped there. Ardent, though, not going to be able to spring the trap as Griff was ready for it. And Griff turns the tide.
Sometimes you set the trap and the bait, but turns out you are the bait and you don't reel in what you want. That's what we talked about. He was looking for a slurp fish and instead pulled one of the loot sharks there. Griff turning it around after a rough game number 2, getting eliminated pretty much basically off drop. Ardent trying to spring a little bit of an ambush there, but instead going down. So good job on Griff. We saw also had a very, very, very impressive run in order to make the qualifier here, but now on board with E11's Tayson, a player who we saw be super successful in the heats yesterday. The problem is he hasn't necessarily really converted it today. We've consistently seen him towards the top, and he was actually 7th coming in, so not doing too bad today, but probably also a little bit outside in terms of the placement that he would be wanting, averaging a top 27 placement and 5 elims total across the 2 games.
And I think that may be due to the amount of loot that he's getting. He isn't steamy with 2 other players. It's really, really hard to find all that loot. And you see it in his inventory right now. He does have crash pads, but that common AR is not going to net you a lot of eliminations. He's going to have to find a way to upgrade that, whether that be through an impact elimination or finding one naturally. As it seems like this is the open side of zone, and that meaning there's not that many people all around him. He's got a little space to work with there. Someone who doesn't have that much space is there's a lot of players nearby. Bad Sniper. He does have 15 points, a decent first couple of games, but not where he wants to be. There is a player nearby. He's got to be careful with the snipe, and if you don't have it, he's going to turn the beams back onto him, but not going to hit it. He has only 22 above Storm Surge, and that is nowhere near safe, as you see it already ticking down to 19.
Yeah, and that Storm Surge threshold on the right side of your screen there. The number for zone number 3 is 70, so currently 17 players have to go down. Bad Sniper will be starting to look for tags here, but also doesn't necessarily want to overbuild himself too much because he doesn't have a ton of materials and he is out in the open. So if he has a lot of players who opt to end up spamming towards him, it can be difficult. And he's not in the safe zone yet, and now only 4 above. You talked about how kind of that threshold just keeps on ticking. So he's trying to trade some tags out, get himself above. We have Ovation Arion and Smudge closing in on him, as well as 2 players already in the zone and coming back, and this is going to be key. And he got it! Huge tags and the Elim coming on to Meta Shrimsy. Super unfortunate, using the crash pads desperately trying to get in zone, but even with those tags, only 62 above.
And you can tell he's not happy with it. He's already looking to move into zone and set up for another couple tags because he's going to need it. The 62 above just turned to 60 above, and then it's going to turn to 52 above. And you're going to start trickling down that leaderboard as everybody near you looks to get eliminations. But Bad Sniper maybe looking to set up an ambush here onto Kezix. Will be a snipe nearby Skype there as well. As a sniper shot is going to ring there. Not actually going to connect onto anybody, but Snipe looking to be aggressive on his tags. Again, is above Storm Surge, but not by much, as we see Lecce take down Supremacy's Clement there. Snipe, though, has a very good position in zone. He can rotate to his right or his northeast there to really make a play on that side of zone. His shots are going to come through. He heard that sniper strike come through, and that player got tagged up by everybody, and Ophacia's Arion is going to fall down.
To a single shot going through there, and we talk about it, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, and it's sometimes worth just throwing the AR bullets over, both for Storm Surge tags, but you might get a little bit of that RNG on your side and pick up the elimination. Somebody else did most of the work, the hunting rifle shot coming through, but he'll be the benefactor there as Kinzel now is going to put some pressure here onto Flopper Michael. Again, a number of players still under that Storm Surge tag, so you can expect the passive players to push through. Storm Surge will impact the players who have done the least amount of damage to opponents, but Flopper Michael punishing Kinzel there, who was under that pressure, as 4 more players will need to go down before it turns off. Controller 007 picks up Maestro. Gambit's Moaka also goes down, but you can see Flopper Michael also under pressure here. He was the player who had the brilliant crash pad play yesterday. Can he set up another one here and end up converting? As now we're going to swing on over to Anas, get a nice little replay, see what's going on here. Chaining the crash pads, landing directly on top of the player and catching him over on the side. Spen, what are you doing? Cover your back, man. You can't be doing that on the edge of the zone. But Anas pushing himself further out towards the lead. Don't forget, he was in first place with 28 points, now sitting on 30, courtesy of the elimination and the first placement threshold.
Very great play from Anas to realize that he was being ambushed here as well. Very quickly got out of the situation. Now Andy looking to be aggressive and looking to push. The shots are still coming through. Anas continues his dominant solo performance. He plays 16 in the solos FNCS Invitational and 9th in DreamHack. And he's recently been turning online, you know, in these last couple of months. It's been really great to see him come into someone who could become a legend, especially after being picked up by that organization. With this disengage, though, it nets him a lot. He's able to refarm some of this metal as well if he wanted to hit that fence there. Refarm a lot of this wood as well. Benji picking up an elimination is good for him. But Anas, while he was in a good spot, now he's getting pinched by these players.
And I believe he also had a pretty solid performance at DreamHack Anaheim, flying out to that land and making it to the grand final there, but now hopping on board. Another player who was there, Bad Sniper, though, under pressure from Atlantis' Lecce, trying to get in the box. Bad Sniper disengaging, does have plenty of shields and floppers if he can make the space. However, now in the zone, and that's a 2-tick zone that as soon as it passes over and it closes, it's going to go to a 5-tick zone. So Bad Sniper is going to have a lot of the pressure here in terms of having the chug splashes and having the floppers compared to Lecce. Don't know his loadout, but doubt he has as much heals as that, and going to be punished there. Yep, no additional white heals coming out, so the siphon really beneficial for Bad Sniper there, and he has a relatively clear path to the zone now. You can see on that bottom right-hand corner, only 1 or 2 players who are going to be in his way.
And that's always unfortunate, is getting eliminated in zone as you're just trying to rotate through. As Anas doing the same. He's got white heals, but it's only in bandages, and he is popping them this time, but he's got to be careful. This elimination will net him so much. It'll give them loot, and if that player has any white heals as well, it'll be so good. As Andy is staying more healthy than Anas, the zone, once it closes, like you said, 5-tick, and now it goes down. Shots are going through between each other, and Andy's got that flopper. He's going to be able just to outlive Anas here, unless Anas makes a play, but no, Anas going down, and that's number 1 out of the game.
Anas being taken out there, the pressure from the storm, the 5-tick zone. Andy eating all the cabbages, knows exactly where they went, directly into his stomach there. Also has the floppers and the bandages as well. So I'm actually going to argue that he should have used the bandages there and allowed the cabbages to tick himself over the top, but instead going to pop that flopper, going to limit some of his mid-game and later game options there, but opting for safety is now swing on board with reason. Relatively solid performance, was in 9th coming into this game, currently sitting on 18 points, and has a decent loadout for the end game. However, a long rotation he's going to have to make here, Clay.
And he has no crash pads and only 1 pepper. He's going to have to get creative with it, whether it be third-partying this fight. We did see Scram fall. Rezon just going to hop in, and that's going to be PCH, who is not expecting it. You have to reset those walls. You cannot afford to make those mistakes right now.
This is Grand Finals in Europe, the most played in region, arguably the most aggressive and most talented region as well. If you are able to convert on elimination, please do everything possible and make sure you're safe. It's all about covering yourself up afterward and allowing yourself to be in a position to continue on in the game, and Reason is so good at capitalizing on others' mistakes. Now notice, built up on the high ground, use those hard materials to make sure he's established and safe, but for Strokey, trying to encroach a little bit on this real estate, and that's the fights you're going to see. Reason opting to drop down and just return to his safety as everyone else is going to rotate into the zone. This is zone number 4, so priority positioning is going to be towards the outside. We're going to be keeping an eye on who ends up going towards high ground and then who is slaying out on that low ground.
Easy able to make it here. Another player able to make it into this end game is going to be Savage. And with that off-spawn elimination on the Noah Riley, I'm assuming with that elimination there, Noah Riley went down early. It's got to be Mr. Savage taking him down. But as you see, that is coming through. Nice and pick up there by Savage, but someone trying to capitalize on him. Shots coming through. He's going to pick up a double. Heatsy going to go down. Queasy going to go down. The pressure's not done yet. The crash pad's coming in, and the crash pad master, Mr. Savage, going to be able to pick some up there. And he's ready to fight. He's ready to go aggressive, but someone on top of him going to be bad sniper there, trying to box right and box the box. Seti there as well. Savage really needs to make a play to get out of this. Going up into an old build will get him out for now. And what a phenomenal heads-up play. That's what you do when you get elimination. You realize there's more players nearby you, and you take them out as well.
And Exqueezy picking up an elim there. I believe that was on the Helix, but we have our top 50. So Storm Surge turning back off, second placement point going over. And don't forget, this is game number 3. So we're about to be at the midway point. This is a fantastic opportunity with a nos down for somebody else to unseat him and become that front runner. And we talk so much about momentum and whether or not you can hang on and whether or not you can get running. And Froggy, a player who thrives on momentum, finding a key elim there on the backside of the zone, using the launch pad, then getting in on the priority. Half in, half out, now closing in. After this, it will be all moving zones. So it's all about making sure you're safe, finding rotations, figuring out whether or not you're able to get to that next zone, and then trying to punish players around you who aren't doing it as good as you.
Lewick looking to capitalize on someone not paying attention to their wall. You see inside the cone, just sitting there waiting. He could crash pad him. We've seen it before. We saw it go against Benji. There's Hidden. He's going to fall as well. Hidden goes down. What a big elimination there. Another player near the top of the leaderboard going down. Safik falling as well. Lewick is dropping down, though. He knows there's players riding below him, and he wants a piece of the action because he's only got 53 builds. He definitely needs to find something. His ammo lacking as well. 5 shots with that charged shotgun is going to go through in an instant in this end game, so he has to pick up an elimination. He also does not have priority on rotation as it's pulling away from him. Or crash pads in his inventory will allow him to rotate, but not as effectively as some of these other players, and he set this trap. He's waiting for this player to just make the wrong edit and go out, but I doubt that they're going to fall for it.
Well, he's waiting. He does have priority on the zone. There's a player right next to his box. I wasn't sure if that player was on the cone. He finds the 83 tag and then follows up right away. ADN going down in 41st, misses the placement point, so a huge pick going right there. Mr. Savage still in the lobby as well. We're into the moving circles. That's the late game. You're going to start seeing players burning utility, using all their builds, just trying to get to that next safe zone and avoid fire from their opponents. But you also have to watch out for those sharks and those aggressive players, the playmakers, and the ones who are going to be the ones driving the action as we're on board here with Dual Media Snipe currently below the threshold for the Storm Surge, but that should turn off shortly here. Only 7 players need to fall. Dual Media Snipe will add into it right now, pushing himself above by taking out Griff and potentially finding a nice little upgrade there in terms of his. Yep, he will. He will get the legendary shotgun in there as well. And we're closing in on top 30 as 7-Tor picks up Nate.
And with Snipe's inventory, he had 7 crash pads. This is what you want in this meta. You want to have as many crash pads as you can. As bad Sniper is going to be caught trying to take a shield. Mongo's in this game. Xweeze is in this game. Lewick is in this game as well. We have yet to see Savage go down. Flo is in this game here. Rifla as well. 2 eliminations. 79 builds. We'll see if he's going to be able to get any more.
Deceptos is also still up. We saw him there on the wide. That was the player who was in 3rd. He should be able to push up as every 5 players will be a placement point. Reason gets ticked over by Frenzy Fishy. Orange takes out Cartoon. 7-Tor gets Sebi, closing in on top 20. That's another point going over as now Rifla looking to add his name to that list of the Become Legends players pushing their way up the leaderboard. But Deceptos picks up Wanloss and Savage picks up Z Andy. So still a who's who of top players left, but that's everyone in the lobby as Thomas HC gets another one. Mongrel picks up an Elam and Rifla ends Mr. X's run. Skype also getting Orange. 2 more players will need to drop before we close in on that top 10 as 7-Tor also gets Mongo. But the question is, who's on the high ground and is there caddy loot? And right as I say that, Thomas HD with that mythic shockwave launcher. Can we make it? 3 out of 3. Rifla though, bottom right hand corner of your screen. Dual Media Snipe, top right hand. 5 Elams for Snipe, 3 for Rifla. Thomas on the high ground and the wide on your left.
And Thomas using it so well, but Rifla is doing just as well as he's being aggressive there on to players of leave. That's going to be a squeeze in the box as he is going to get the elimination there. Thomas may have the high ground right now, but Rifla is putting on a show. Snipe as well, 5 eliminations. Ludwig going to get taken down there by Vadil. I'm going to take down another one as they're going up the mountain. He's reloading that shotgun because he's going to need it as crash pads going through. 6 eliminations there for him, 4 for Rifla in the bottom right. Thomas still on the high ground. We're going up a mountain. Keen needs to get up. So does Skype, very low HP. Skype's out of builds as well. He's more likely going to tick over to the zone as well as Keen. Rifla, very, very healthy. Crash pad up for high ground. Thomas HD going to take it for now. Dual media snipe, though, being aggressive. He's going for it. He does not secure it. Thomas HD in zone, not as healthy as dual media snipe now. Rifla with the RPG, trying to throw it down. Shots coming on through. Chaos. Kane going to go down. Skype going to be the one to do it, so he stayed on through the mountain. The HP wasn't enough, but Snipe with 6 eliminations, player right on the edge of his box. He's going to take down Skype, and now Snipe versus Thomas versus Rifla. There's RPG's going to go through. You may have Kid Shockwave Launcher, but I've got a shotgun for you, says Rifla, as he takes him down. 5 eliminations. Rifla versus dual media snipe on the low ground. RPG, Kid Shockwave Launcher as well. He's got too many things to reload. Will it be enough? Will he be able to do it? Dual media snipe in a bad spot, though. Does he have floppers? Does he have anything to make it work? Does he have any builds? Shots go through. Does that build dropping down? Shockwave's not going to be a factor here. RPG going to be used. Rifle concerned on only using that. And I think this may be the key to picking up the victory royale. A lot of builds remaining here for him. This is the game. Snipe is running out. RPG going down. That should be the shot, and it is. He gets the tag, drops down, comes through, and shotgun for the victory royale.
And brilliant decision from Rifla, opting to use the actual rocket launcher instead of that mythic shockwave launcher because the zone pulled back over old builds. He needed to destroy them. If you're covered, you're not going to be able to get through. So rather than wasting the rocket ammo, uses the destructive potential, secures the victory royale, and he says to his org mates, it's not about you right now, it's about me. All sees this opportunity. 3 games down, 3 games left. Zeke, Bala, Shio, please let us know what's going on because this is so tense at the top. This is absurd.
It is absolutely tense at the top. I mean, EU is firing on all cylinders today, and it is an all-out battle at the top. We have to take a look at the standings. Now, we know coming into this game, Anas was holding that number 1 spot. But the question becomes, how many points has he racked up in that last game? And does he still hold that number 1 spot?
I think it's going to be a dead heat at the top. I mean, it's neck and neck for so many different people because we've seen this kind of bounce all around. Everybody wants to be involved in this race.
And Deceptos is the one who's all the way in the lead in first place, 32 points, 9 eliminations, and he's playing so well that he doesn't even need a victory royale.
No, he doesn't. Not at all. Flois is up there. He kind of had that first moment, that game 1 win. Anas will clap back. And then Rifla, it's kind of in order there, but all the players who won the games are literally tied up at 30 points. It's all about elims. There's even a further tie for Anas and Rifla.
Yeah, things are going so fast, even past that, from 6th to 10th. Rezon is still holding on to his spot. Froggy, who was 2nd, is now in 9th, but Thomas HD, Letwick, these legend status names are just doing everything they can. It is not enough to keep up with the top 5.
And Rifla is showing he belongs in that top 10, right? Coming off his first game, an 11th place with his 2 eliminations. Second game, 73rd place, and now the victory out with 6 eliminations. These are the swings we need to see if people want that number 1 spot.
And there are swings happening. There might not all be seen because you can see it. Vidil in 19th place. He just had a very significant game. Look at the elims for him. He's actually tied up with those players up at the top of the leaderboards in terms of elims. He just needs to convert on some of these other games to make it really count.
Yeah, everyone past the top 10 are still hungry, and if they can't make these end games, just look at the elims for everyone. Carrot, Squeeze, AR Baffo, they're past 5. They're fighting in that mid game, in the early game, doing whatever they can to get points and stay relevant after game 3 in this competition.
Guys, we are off to the races. We are halfway through this sprint, and we can see the finish line there. The question is, who will cross first?
The blocks are off. The starting blocks are completely off. These guys are off to the races, like you said. And we're kind of trying to see who's going to catch up when we get to the finish line. We're basically halfway there. And at this point, just trying to extend the lead until we get towards those final games and start dashing towards the win.
You got to pace yourself, though, right? We've seen it in end games. We've seen it on the leaderboards. These guys who are coming up on top to start with are now not being able to hold on to the first place slot. And it's about first place, Zeke.
Man, there's only 1 Axe of Champions to go around. I mean, there's a lot of stuff, as you mentioned, Ball, that we did miss out of this last game. You got to break it down for us, man.
That we do. There are so many things for these guys doing. It's kind of a freestyle on some attempts. Snipe for him. Long range charge shotgun shots on players like Bad Sniper, who started the day off so strong, but Snipe will start to rise. And there's another one. He's just looking through these small peak boxes, just the space in the end game to build up the box and get more of these. Every time you look out, there's so many people fighting to try to stay alive.
Yeah, you mentioned Vidil, who was very much alive in that last game, getting a record amount of 5 eliminations so far in his run in these grand finals. After that, still looking for more for everyone who was in this foot race. It was intense. They wanted to have a leg in the competition.
And we said it. Things that were missed. 7 Tor goes off on a spree, back-to-back-to-back elims, and he does it so well. There are so many people here in his lane, but for most of them, it's a false start in this endgame.
Yeah, he was sticking beside that storm so much, looking for shots from box to box, had the AR to clear out walls. After that, got into boxes himself. If he couldn't get things from range, he was right up in your face and got elims on players like Mr. Savage. Moved past that, though, and still played a phenomenal game, ending somewhere near top 15.
But there's no signs of anybody lapping anyone else, except for maybe the Become Legends guys. There's so many of these names starting to push up towards the top, and look at that back-to-back. 2 players looking to lobby focus on the same person, and it works out for one, but then the player who he actually had taken a little bit from ends up getting put down. That was Snazy too.
Yeah, it was a rough run for Riflicker. Just look at all the things he had to overcome. Box to box while getting third party, still got the elimination down, got to hold down the wall, and the coolest RPG shot after this awesome elimination on the Thomas HD I've ever seen. Clay was saying it was hard to actually get to this reloads down, get these power weapons situated, but he shoots an RPG, catches himself with a waterfall, and then connects with a drop down charge pump. What a play.
What a shot at the end. That is ridiculous. We've seen that a number of times from the Caddy launcher players. Kit Shockwave launcher is so good, but in that case, he doesn't opt to use it at all, just relies on his pure instincts.
Dude, that's all it takes sometimes. Sundown likes to say it best. Some days you just have to make sure you can hit your shots better than someone else. And for Rifle, that's what we're seeing. He's like, hey, big time to make the moves. It's happening now. Now, guys, as the competition does heat up, we need to cool down. We have 3 games left before we make an FNCS champion. But with that being said, we're going to step away. When we return, we'll have the conclusion from Europe. See you guys in 5. Hello and welcome back to continued coverage of the FNCS Grand Finals. I'm your host Zeke, joining us here on the desk as analysts. We got Shy Waiter and we got Ball at TW. Gentlemen, we are halfway through the leg of this race, and these last 3 games are going to dictate who walks away as an FNCS champion. We're just going to get back into it because we have games on deck, so we're sending it back over to our casters, Sundown and Clay Sailing, to get us into the action. Take it away, boys.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Shio, and Bala, and welcome back, everyone. This is game number 4 of the EU FNCS Finals. 3 games have been down, and we're also jumping a little bit into this one so we can stay up to date. Clay, what do you think of the action so far?
It has been tense, and it is going to be a nail-biter coming into this game. As we saw, the top is only separated by a few points, and there was a 3-way tie there. The third, of course, it all breaks down based on tiebreakers, but our Victory Royale winners are in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. As Deceptos is in 1st with no Victory Royales. We're hopping on board here first, though, with Thomas HD. He was able to get Shockwave Launcher and that Mythic Charge Shotgun in the inventory. Will he go aggressive in the mid-game, though, however, is the question.
And that's what he's looking for right now. We talked about just how valuable that mythic loot is coming out of Caddy. He also has all of the excess shields and the guaranteed launch pad that comes from the vault, but you still have to execute on the rotation because while it is super valuable, everyone and their mother and their grandmother and probably their 3rd and 2nd cousins and that one person you talked to in 3rd grade the one time as you were at the water fountain, they all want this mythic loot. It is so strong, particularly in solos when it comes to maintaining high ground control in the end game, which allows you to convert at a much higher percentage at actually closing out the game.
And Thomas is no stranger to doing that. We've seen him do it before many times, but today, winless on the day. There's still 3 more games for him to get this win, but getting tagged up in this early portion of the game is hard for you and for your loot because you have to invest time, you have to invest mats and those shields to use it there. As we see Kiriachi going to fall there in the feed. Thomas has to be careful about going for shots like that. Standing still is never okay in Fortnite because it will always get you tagged up. He was luckily able to avoid it.
And Thomas HD knows all about that, known for being one of the best and most accurate players in Europe, particularly with those hunting rifles and sniper rifles, and able to punish the players looking to throw those shots in there and to rack up damage for Storm Surge. That's what we talk about when it's all about the tags going through there. But now we're going to take a look at a quick little replay here there as Flois will be able to pick up an elim as he's going through here, but then I believe he fell right after that.
And landing in a different spot than he was normally, as he does end up falling to SD. He, in the gas station, has been changing up loot spots every single game today, and it doesn't seem to be working out after his great performance in that first game.
And Wolfie is actually also going down to himself there, which to me indicates he probably might have tried to RPG too close there. Wasn't a storm signal going off, so he will be taken out, and we saw him go down early last game as well. Rifle actually going to yoink that elimination away there. As you can see, Thomas trying to close in, get as much pressure here. Rifle did close out that last game, so getting another elimination there. Really good job on Thomas, using that shockwave horizontally, closing the distance onto passive and give him a little donkey laughing and take the L. If you're in Party Royale Island right now, you got that combo? Can you hit that combo real quick? Give him the donkey laugh into the L with a quick little dab and then back into the L. Show him what you got. Show Thomas HD some love because that was a well-executed play there. He's going to look to continue to roll with that loot into the finals.
And while Thomas is dancing, Mongrel falls on the other side of the map as well. So they're definitely needing to change it around. And this is something that's unique to see is that the players near the top are not stopping. They are not stopping their aggression because they are near the top. They want to keep pushing the pedal. They realize how close it is. They say, you know what? If you're going to catch me, you need to go just as aggressive as I am, if not better. Deceptos is looking for a snipe, almost hits it, and he barely even saw that player. Would have been one to definitely put in the montage and the highlight reel He's got to be careful. There's a player nearby, and he needed those tags because he is below Storm Surge.
24 below, 27 below, so it's going to continue to drop. You can see 77 players left. Once the storm does close in, that Storm Surge will come into play. Don't forget that is 25 damage every 10 seconds, and with only the 3 minis, that's very rapidly going to pick through, but he should have an opportunity here. There's multiple players rotating in front of him. Still 5 below after that 32 tag, so not quite enough, but might have a nice little ambush opportunity, especially with those 3 crash pads here. However, he needs to be careful as there's 2 players here, and I think one of the players has to be below Storm Surge because they're in the zone and still pressing really aggressively.
And a nice heads-up tag there by Deceptos to get another tag for that Storm Surge. He's hopping the box. He's done with it. He says, you know what? I don't want to wait anymore. I want that tag. And with that elimination, he secures himself a placement point as well as the elim point going into that top 75 placement threshold.
Yeah, and a good job. So huge impact elimination there. We talk about tags, which is when you're just trying to land shots for some damage, not necessarily looking to convert, but a massive conversion, which ends up being 2 points because the placement swing puts him well above the Storm Surge threshold. So their number 1 place, not going to be threatened by that, going to get a relatively easy transition into the mid game after getting the resources from that elimination. But now on board with Bafo here, slightly off of the top 15 pace in terms of 20 points, but more than capable of picking himself back up, and he is well above that Storm Surge threshold now. And oh my lord, the legendary pistol going to work. Ovations Arion going down there, and we've talked about just how strong that weapon can be and why these competitive and top players are opting to pick it up. It's because in the most recent season, all of those assault rifles have had their headshot multipliers change to be 1.5. The pistols, on the other hand, still have a 2.0 headshot multiplier, which means due to the higher rate of fire, if you're able to be accurate and find 1 or 2 headshots like you saw in that situation, you can convert into eliminations on a really consistent basis, and sometimes even better with the AR. But now back on board here with Thomas, and the reason we're watching him is we're checking that loadout. He's the one with Kit's mythic loot, has the launch pad, and we've seen just how destructive it can be in all of these late game scenarios.
And Thomas has been mastering it so far, but he does get tagged up again. This is not good for Thomas. He's got the shockwave launcher. He's got a lot of builds, but he's running out of heals as he's going to get a nice beam, and we'll see him shockwave here momentarily. No, decides not to. As Carrot seems like he ran out of mats or was just in a bad situation, and Thomas capitalized yet again. And we've seen this in the first game. We saw him get mid-game elims. But this is the first time he's been able to actually get an elim and get the loot that comes with it. So that's going to be really good and really scary for these competitors. Because if he's able to pick up any minis or floppers there, he's in a good spot. Someone, however, not in a good spot is Ardent, as Hin takes him down very, very low. Ardent's going to have to make a play, but there's no play to be made there from him.
And the storm was on his back, forcing him to rotate through. Hen also good job dropping down, picking up whatever he could get there, because you notice not a ton of materials coming over just below the elimination counter to the right of his name. You can see the total number of builds he has available as it does start ticking down. So only about a third of the maximum available, because when you're in the competitive mode, there is a mat cap. It's not 999 metal, 999 wood, 999 brick. No, you can only carry 500 of each, which ends up equating to 150 total builds. Is now we're going to switch on over to an initial replay here of Hen putting pressure down towards the fight and getting kind of this first damage onto Ardent, and it's just like a really good job making sure he's closing this out. And you can see, because the storm is pressing up on the back and Ardent doesn't have the supplies or anything to really get past Hen, he's just forced to go, and Hen faking that he had rotated and then turning around, a really good job picking up that elimination. As now we're going to hop back on board with our current leader, Gamers Origin Deceptos.
And where the Holly hedges, that's really good for players like Rezon, who have not had to move this entire game as it's coming to a close here. He's got a good position in zone as well, as we see a lot of players go down. Storm Surge will be a factor in this next zone as it starts to close. We only need 10 players, however. A little bit less of the players alive, as this was a harder rotate for some players to make. Deceptos, however, is in first, is not slowing down at any moment in time. Constantly looking for tags, constantly looking for picks, constantly looking for anything he can to continue to spread his lead even more, because he was only in the lead before this by 2 points. now will definitely be in the lead by at least 3 with that elimination, but that's not going to be enough for him. He wants to be 10, 15 points, however many more he can increase. That's what he wants to be, and he's actually following the path of Rezon right now.
And trying to do his best to play Fortnite as a platformer, just hitting all those crash pads, but unfortunately missing the second one, and he could end up paying for it as the spray comes through, and now he's going to be forced to burn some of the shields there, make sure he gets himself back up. You do see Rifla moving past him there. That was the match number 3 winner, trying to continue his momentum and rolling forward as now back on board here with Deceptos. Burned 2 of his minis and one of the big pots, also down to just 62 builds and 2 crash pads from a player right next to him, not owning the wall, and he follows up 1, 2, 3 shots, but then he needs to back off right away because he picked up racks, but then another player was squeezing in towards the end, and this is that 4th circle kind of crunch we talk about where everyone's piling in, establishing their box on the edge of the zone, trying to pull the half in, half out, but not get eliminated and not end up being the focus of other players. That's why you see kind of these different apartment buildings kind of being segmented off towards the side, as now we swing on over to Tayson, who also has Snazy right by him, but Tayson currently throwing some great shots and in an awesome gatekeeping position.
And in a very good spot because there's no one really looking at him in that area. Now, if Zone does not pull where he wants it to, he will be in an awkward spot, but you see a shark coming through the background, hitting some players, somebody else down below just trying to stave off the pressure, the lobby spray coming through, and that's what happens when you be a little bit of a loot goblin. Is Milan gonna go down, but Tayson looking to get another elimination there. So someone else trying to rotate out as well. A lot of shots going down, everybody firing. He finds the man's literal foot there as he's getting the shot down to him, but I think that elimination is going to go over to Vidil. So Tayson not able to capitalize on the second elimination, but at least able to pick up 1.
And you can see the thought process behind Vidil right there, trying to get around, or Vidil picking up Pinky there, trying to get around and rotate the side using kind of the water and the path that was there. But both the Sharks and the lobby focus and the fact that the players had already established themselves in the zone meant the late rotate wasn't going to pay off. As now, look at the players who are all stacked on top of each other here. We're going to hop on board with Letwick, who's going to pick up Floppa Michael. We are inside the top 50, so second placement point has gone over. Now back on board with Letwick again, trying to push through and find a second Elam. It's Rifla who's going to get down. That was the match number 3 winner, so still plenty of the top players left in this one.
But they could go down if Letwick's continuing to push this advantage, but he doesn't have HP in his inventory. He's got the floppers, but no extra minis. This is not what he wanted from that loot. He was hoping for big shield, chug splashes, any more minis there, but not able to get it. Maybe wonder if Rifle was able to steal some of those away as he decides to disengage and actually ends up landing near Slick there. The Strokey down there as well. Slender, Vidil, Queasy, Tayson down there as you see them panning through. Rifle, though, in a very good spot to look at anybody crash padding into zone of shots. Continuing to hit here for him is just tracking beautifully through the air. Milan will fall. They're running out of AR ammo, though, so this is concerning. He's not able to pick up any of these eliminations. It's not really worth it.
Yeah, he's desperately looking for the siphon because he doesn't have a big pot to take himself over. This is the half in, half out zone, so he's just trying to keep the players from rotating in. But as you see in the bottom right-hand corner, pretty much everyone has already made it right to the edge of the circle. So once we move into zone number 6, aka the moving zones and the late game, it's all going to be about the rotation priority. This is the late game, match number 4. All of the top players are still in it, so keep an eye on that top left corner and who's taking down who, as all of them are capable of winning this game and closing out the victory route. 40 players remaining. The zone's going to close here, and we'll have the first reveal of the moving zones. You can see Rifla, Deceptos, Seventor, Steelix, Bion God, all the players directly on top of each other. Floki, Thomas HD, Vato, so many players stacked right towards this edge, and nobody has priority on the zone. Everybody is going to be forced to rotate. Look in the bottom right-hand corner. Pretty much the entire lobby is on the south side, and you have to go northwest. This is going to signal a ton of early crash pads, early launch pads, and then players who don't have that utility either looking to recycle it from opponents or just branch out right away. And here it goes. The crash pads and the launch pads are out.
Rifle choosing to just launch instead of recycle because he doesn't want to rely on that volatility that is the Fortnite lobby. You see, looking around and scouting everything that he can. He wants as much information as he can. SMG is out. We haven't seen any SMG plays here in competitive Fortnite because not a lot of players are prioritizing it. As an RPG is going to come through. Rifle going to take a lot of damage, and I don't know he's going to be able to get out of this one. 29 HP. He does have mini shields in his inventory, and you see he did get out, and he is going on the aggression. He has to go forward, and he needs to realize that he's got to be careful. But he also needs this. He desperately needs to get elimination, challenging high ground there, and now dropping down.
And MCS X Squeezy has just picked up a huge elimination. Deceptives going down. Anas also going down. X Squeezy got picked up right before that, but the two top players are now out. This is Rifle's opportunity to stamp it. Hen is out as well. That's another player who is top 6 going into it. All of the legends are dropping, and Rifle is saying, it's my opportunity to shine. He won match number 3. Kenny turned it around. He picks up Slicks as well, saying, I'm the best of us right now. I will prove it. 39 points. Top 25 going through another placement threshold, but can he execute from the low ground, now hopping up into the mid ground as we get a look at the wide and everyone else rotating through, but back on board with Rifle. Already 4 eliminations and pushing for that next placement threshold at top 20 as Janice picks up Thomas. Shrimsy also going down, another point ticking over, and that's around 40 for Rifle.
This is really good to see, but he's got to keep going. He can't get stuck in the zone like this. That's exactly what's happening. He's being held out. Shots come through. Not able to connect on him, and he's going to take over the zone. 41 points is what he's finished on for this game. So anybody over 41 or close is going to look to challenge. Janus on the high ground. Look in the mid ground. Tace on there as well. Smudge and Snazy, Vadil, PCH, and Scrib there. That's your top, 11, 10 players there. As Janus is looking just to spray everybody. PCH rotating through that second high position, looking to get anything going there as Interact is hiding behind Letwick there. We get a lot of wides coming through as Janice is trying to pressure down there. I believe with that pistol there, or maybe an AR, doesn't really have much to work with. It seems like because his HP has not increased. His Tayson going to get tagged on up. Smudge and PCH added. Scrib trying to make their rotation through. Slender on the low ground as well as Stacey. PCH is unfortunately going to fall. Interact going to be there as well. Vadil right now on your screen. 3 eliminations looking to make it more. 9 total players remaining. Got Crashman, got Floppers. Scrib is going to fall there. Vadil trying to rotate with the last little bits of mats that he's got, and he's got enough hard mats to make one more box, and then he's going to have to make a play. As everybody making plays down below, he's just trying to hold out. He doesn't want to drop down right away. Stacey going down. Nice shot there on the Tayson. It's a mythic loot there, but he's not going to be able to pick it on up. Everybody falling. Punch going down as well. Floppers being popped here. Does he have enough HP to pop and make it in his zone? The Floppers are going to help him. Letwick going to go down. He was up there near the points as well. Janice maybe able to take this. The FNCS solo invitational winner doing very well, but look at Vadil. Just floppering in zone, trying to mini up, trying to get prepared. As Slender is going to go into the zone. The shockwave launcher is here. Janice going to lose high ground there to Vadil. Does he have enough HP to keep it? Does he have enough mats to keep it as well? Vadil dropping down, shockwave being used. Everyone being flown. Janice is still there. Shots coming through. Vadil going to miss, and unfortunately Slender going to take him down. Now in a 1v1 scenario. Janice launches himself into zone. Oh no! This is not what he wanted. He didn't want that, but shots go through. He hits a lot of damage, and now the HP is back in his favor. Slender has to make a play. Shockwaves being used, and I don't know if there's enough shockwaves left in the game to give Janice the win, but he's got the HP. He's got the shotgun shot. He's got the pressure, but can he find it? Can he find the angle that he needs? He's going to have to drop down sooner or later. The zone. We've got one more, but Slender notices that and gets the jump up dub.
Slender with the 4 eliminations in the victory royale, 25 points coming out and executing from the low ground. Janice unfortunately not able to close it out with the shockwave launcher, but a good defense coming out from Slender there. And 4 matches are down with just 2 games remaining. Who will walk away with that #1 spot in Europe? Zeke, Bala, Shio, break it down for us. Let us know what we're looking for.
There's a lot of things that we are looking for, and right now there's actually some we have yet to see, and the leaderboard is going to help uncover what it is we're missing, because there's a shark hiding in the shadows as we are running through this race toward this finish line. Boys, first off, big congratulations there to Slender. I like the victory royale, and I like the defensive route he needed to take there to keep Janice away from getting that win.
Absolutely, and now we're going to be looking at the ramifications of that game and what it's going to look like going into the final slots over here for Europe. For the standings, in first place, is it someone new? What's it going to be? No, Rifla is still holding on to that top spot. 41 points in total, now almost leading the pack, right behind Vidil in eliminations, has that win in case of the tiebreaker, but he is dominating game after game, so consistent.
The two players I want to highlight, because what we're talking about consistency, these guys are converting the most. Rifle has actually had a second or third zone fall, which actually pushes his average placement way out. And if that happens again, that is dangerous. Whereas Desitos and Letwick, they've only had one game where they've fallen out of the 4 in around the top 40 area, which is actually converting on a little bit of elims, but otherwise, too, they're pushing deep into the top 10 on every game that they make it into that end game. So that is very, very crucial looking forward. I think it's going to be a duel between Desitos and Letwick.
I mean, they are pulling away from the pack. Look at the top 3 down to top 10. You're looking at an 11-point differential. And don't forget, Flois was the first winner on the day. He got the first victory royale. But we see this a lot, right? Whoever starts strong, they tend to fizzle.
Still, though, like, everyone always has this expectation that it's possible for these players in 20th place, in 30th place to bounce back up. I would usually agree, but after watching EU today, it is the same players we're seeing alive in endgame. When we say these guys just need 7 or 11 points, that means getting to the top 10. And for a lot of these guys like Steelix, Snazy, yes, they're playing well, but are they there consistently? That is the big question.
Yeah, that it will be. Bad Sniper, 21st right now. Mongrel also middling around 22nd. That's not where these guys want to be going into the final 2 games, but there's still a chance. We all know when it comes to 6-game grand finals that the final 2 games mean so much.
No matter what, these guys want to get better than anyone else around them, want to place higher. So all the way till the final game, the competition will stay hot.
We got to think, man. 2 games left. It's wild to think we've been doing this for like 3 weeks now, and now we get to look at the conclusion, see who will hold the Axe of Champions high, and after 2 games, we'll have a new FNCS champion. Now, guys, we were kind of talking about players, this shark in the water, and it's none other than Deceptos, who is finding himself in that 2nd place. We haven't seen him much on broadcast, so what has this guy been doing?
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was going to be a group effort here, but 100% we'll break it down in just a sec. Deceptos has basically been going, as you said, Zeke, through those shadows, right? He's been playing around other players and how, kind of pop-offy they've been. They're kind of showing overall exactly what they can do and break down in front of everyone else. And while they're taking the spotlight, that's the word I was looking for, Deceptos is operating in that background. He's getting everything these players are not looking at or seeing.
Yeah, there's so much to actually consider when getting into Deceptos' game plan because, like I said, he's converting on these end games. I want to find out how. I want to find out where this man is dropping and how he's actually transitioning into the end game because, like I said, it's so important, but these are some of the things we miss. Him in top 10 right here, 2 eliminations, and he still makes a couple counts. While some at the top, like Rifle, might be having a little bit more impact in terms of elimination, he's making it count for placements.
And this is exactly how he gets his game started. Let's actually break down what he does every single game, specifically that last one too. Landing somewhere near Lazy Lake, actually taking a back alley loop path all the way across the map, picking up so many houses that people will get to later on faster than them, and then getting into these positions, these boxes fast, where he has control and can drop down these shotgun shots in really crazy angles.
And this game right here was actually Deceptos' first game where he ended up falling after that top 50 mark, so he got the 2 placement points. But what he did do is actually fight a little earlier, grab that elim on Bad Sniper, and then has the awareness to recognize that Rax is in the box next to him. He'll convert, but after those 2 fights, that's when it gets to be a little risky for Letwick. It was last game that was an issue for him. This time, he's still going in, and he'll take down so many important ones. That was a Nas, and you know how high he was on the leaderboard.
And these guys are in the game every single time. They're taking out these big names. We alluded to these 20th place players possibly rising to the top. They have to overcome these 2 monstrous barriers.
I mean, You know, and it's just going to come down to the final 2 games here. Rifle holding strong at the top, but Deceptos, they're lurking in the waters. You've got Letwick, who's on the side. Anas, who picked up the Victory Royale, is here as well to play. The Deal, who made it through, which, by the way, sat in the storm forever. Was eating floppers, and then is like, oh, I have to get to the storm? I got crash pads, baby, it's good. So many names are in this race right now.
Yeah, but for me, I'm going to pick Deceptos to make it through in these last 2 games. He has been playing out of his mind, and before that game where he fell after 50th place, for him it was an average placement of 9.67. So I'm going with the Frenchman. Allez les bleus, let's go.
Okay, I'm going to pick a Rifle to stay up top. I feel like being in first is a big deal, and he can hold on and stop these 2 men, no matter where they're from taking that top spot.
All right, I'm going to the Deal because he has style points and I like style. Guys, with that being said, we're getting ready to head into the next game. Game number 5 here in EU. Sundown, Clay, let's throw it your way.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And with just 2 games left to go, it is tightly contested at the top of the leaderboard. You see Rifle currently holding a 4-point lead just over Deceptos and Letwick, but plenty of people within striking distance still. We've seen time and time again those victory royales worth right around 19 and 20 points, so anybody can make a play. But Clay, if you're going to make that play, it has to be right now.
You cannot wait any longer. This is it. These are the final moments. There is one more game, but there's not enough points on the lobby for you to make that play if you wait till the final moment. So you need at least 2 games to write the miracle run, the miracle story that we've seen a lot of players do. Will Rifle be able to make that happen? Noah Riley trying to make his run up the top of the leaderboard as well. Rifle, though, is relatively uncontested other than he's got 2 people there, but with the way Frenzy's built, you can be contested and never see your opponent.
Yeah, there's so many opportunities for you to break sight lines, get through. You can also see Llama tagged up. Llama 210 over there. Chat calling it out. Everyone, there's plenty of opportunities to get through. And Rifle is going to be super thankful for that. The Llama coming through is such a big influx of not only materials, but key end game items that really enable you to go through, especially getting that launch pad. But now you can see engagement going on over here with Supremacy's Floki and Flecken. Who will be the better F as they fight it out here? The question will be resolved quickly as the crash pad ends up coming through. Floki putting the pressure down on the Flecken, but nobody necessarily able to connect shots. And as I say that, Floki hits 2 back-to-back. He says, thanks for the loot. I'll take that epic tactical shotgun and everything else that comes with it. The crash pads, the shields, all the metal over here on the side, and he's going to be very happy about that.
And the guaranteed launch pad that comes out of the rig's vault area. That is a very, very big pickup for Floki. And again, in that range where they could make something happen. Now we do have a replay here of what happened at Caddy Corner with Thomas HD. Running away is going to get tagged up out. I actually had 1 build left, but you can't build right there. And unfortunately falling early.
Vestakira taking down what was the 7th ranked player there. So what you care about right now as a viewer, we're keeping an eye on that top left-hand corner. Who in the top 10 is falling and who can remain and keep picking up points, because that's going to set up the story for what the final game is and who's going to have an opportunity. But right now, Bad Sniper needs to be careful. First AR shots come out right away from the Bush Wookiee, trying to set up an ambush, and Bad Sniper going to cover himself up and immediately start burning through that utility because he doesn't want to get pressured down.
He's got to be careful. There's players nearby as well. He's got to get out. And this is Kiriachi. This is kind of what we expect from him at this point, just going aggressive and going into boxes where he definitely doesn't have the advantage, but his aim is going to be the advantage there for him. He does hit the floor there, but not able to keep tracking Bad Sniper there. The third party comes in, but he's not phased. Shot comes through, and he does end up hitting it. The crash pad going to be used. That player going to get in the box. They're going aggressive. Bad Sniper, though, is actually going to pick it up, but what a turnaround!
Great job from Bad Sniper executing and finishing that one out under pressure. He needed that to stay in the running and to stay in contention just outside the top 15 right before that, but hopefully going to be able to potentially make a push. But still a tough day for Kiriachi, somebody who is either really hot or really cold, and right now sitting at only 7 points after 5 matches. Well, he's looking ice cold.
In contrast, however, someone who's ice hot rather, not ice hot. That doesn't really work there. But Decepto's on fire right now. 37 points. Is in second place, however. His lead did get snatched away from him there, but he does have the tools to do it. He's got a shotgun AR, he's got rotation, and he's got the heals. Question is, this zone, how is he going to play it? Already choosing to base up in a really good spot as well. Does not have a lot of metal, but can extend out to that bridge if he wants to. And this is what happens in these last couple games. If you're near the top, you base up very, very early because you don't want your game being affected by any little thing.
That's the goal, is just to make it into that mid-game, transition yourself, avoid those early games. And if you are just joining us, whether it's on Twitch, Twitter, watch.fortnite.com, YouTube, or in Party Royale, welcome. This is game number 4 of the EU FNCS Solos Finals after 2 weeks of competition and then heats. This is the top 100 players battling it out, and they have 2 matches left to stake their claim as the best player in Europe, walk away with that top prize pool and also the Axe of Champions. And right now, Gamers Origin Deceptos is in second place, just behind Rifla, who we saw take away match number 3 and have a solid performance in match number 4. But right now, he needs to be careful because we've seen what Flois is capable of, and he's right nearby him.
And Deceptos is looking for that elimination and the tags, because he hasn't, it seems like, hasn't gotten any tags yet based on where he is in the zone. And definitely will need them with Storm Surge. We won't see it as much in these later games, as you saw Kiriachi getting more aggressive, turning more to that Kiriachi from old that we've seen time and time and again. And other players are going to start to do that as well. They need that pop-off game. They need that game to really set them apart. That's what they're doing. But we've got another replay here from Ledwig's perspective, as he's on the back foot running away from a henchman, as well as another player there is going to look to try to take down Jules. And unfortunately, you can't take down Jules when there's a carrot lurking nearby.
The coordinated spray there between the henchman and carrot will take down Letwick. He was third place going into this, so still plenty of room for others to move up the leaderboard. But hopping on over with Hen, who was 6th coming into this match, trying to keep an eye on who's on the top of the leaderboard. What are they doing to set themselves up? Because again, this is the second to last match, so if you're going to get going, you have to move now. And with top 75 ticking over, that's 1 point for everyone left in the lobby. You get a placement point for outlasting the first 25 players, then you get a placement point for outlasting the next 25 players, so that's top 50, and then after every top 10 until you get to the top 25, and then it's every 5 players until you're into the top 3. So right now, Hen just trying to settle himself up, make sure he has plenty of materials. He's in a good spot to rotate after this, but he is very far south on the zone. So if zone number 2 does pull northward, it can be a little difficult. However, he's looking to just potentially find tags on rotating players, and he's going to find one there.
And he needs this because he came into the game down, I believe my math's correct, 7 points there. That's a lot of points, especially with the low amount of eliminations that we've seen Hen get. Not really one to be up there in the average elimination category, but he's got it. We got number 3 went down, number 7 went down. And in 6th place coming into this game, has got an opportunity to really solidify himself. I know a lot of people who saw that performance in the qualifier where he ended up getting 2nd place and were like, oh, that's not the Hen that I know, but an ambush being set up shows that Hen has got the ability to do it, and you can't build a wall there. He's got to be careful. Snipe, unfortunately, forgot about that, and Hen took advantage. The quick reaction time for Hen going to set him apart. Another elimination, closing the gap. But the point I was trying to make is that Hen is here. He is turning online. This is where he can make his name become a legend.
And that's what he's looking to do in a really good job. We talk about how the best players in the world, not just in the region, but at the absolute highest level, not only are they capable of winning those early game fights and rotating in the late game, but they're so good at manufacturing elimination, setting up these ambushes, and finding spots to take advantage of their opponent. Notice how Hen was crouched beside the side of the wall. In Cartoon, we talk about taking advantage of rotations there, using the epic sniper rifle, catching Benji out in the open on top of the authority, and sometimes that's all it takes. No warning, nothing whatsoever, except the whizzing of a bullet, and then all your loot dropping down to the ground. Waves Cartoon taking out Energy's Benji Fishy, the fan favorite, the World Cup qualifier arguably one of the most consistent players in EU, but he's struggled time and time again when it comes to these grand finals FNCS situations. We saw it back in Season X with MMB, where they kept getting ambushed over and over again, and it's proving true today. But right now, our #1 player, Rifla, under all the pressure in the world and only those 2 minutes to get himself back up, and Scram is not letting him heal up at all, not relenting, trying to pressure down and give everyone else a chance to catch up.
Rifla's got to make a play here. Scram is 200 HP as Rifla can crash pad it in. The box goes through. He's not going to be able to crash pad out, and #1 is out of the game. That's really good for Deceptos, who currently in 2nd place right now.
Not only is it good for Deceptos, it's good for every single player in the lobby. Letwick is down in 3rd. Rifla is down in 1st. What does that mean? It doesn't matter how low on the leaderboard you are. If you can convert a victory royale, that's 14 points without the eliminations. Traditionally, we've seen at least 4, if not 5. That's a 19-point game. Any player who walks away with a victory here could rocket themselves up the leaderboard, and Tayson's trying to do it, and he does it to Janice himself over in the Steamy Stack side. The duo and trio partners, they played together time and time again, but there is no love lost in solos. It doesn't matter who you're fighting against. At the end of the day, with 2 matches left, when your back is against the wall and that Axe of Champions is on the line, when you've seen the #1 player go down, you're taking every fight at 100%, and Tayson cleans up the FNCS Invitational winner. No problem there.
A beautiful display of skill there from Tayson. Says, you know what? All is fair in love is war. I'm taking you down. I'm getting it. Just a reminder, there's $800,000 on the line here today. One elimination could separate you from a certain placement threshold on that overall leaderboard, and that could be the difference between some big amounts of money. And so no one wants to go out just sitting there not taking engagement or having to think about, oh, that one elimination would have put me there. Deceptos, however, in 2nd place right now, but 1st place, 3rd place, 7th place, we're all out of the game. Anas still in the game from what we know, Vadil still in the game from what we know, and Hen still in the game from what we know. There's still a chance for him to be challenged, but this is great for Deceptos, because if he can just make it to a top 5, he's already going to eclipse the points that Rifla had. So any eliminations and any placement past that will be so good for him.
And you can see what Deceptos is doing right now is he's hanging out inside of his box, and then he's editing the cone in the top. What that allows you to do, as opposed to other structures, you can see out the top of that cone. You can kind of scout out the information around you. He's trying to figure out where the priority is, and once the zone does reveal, he's going to move a little bit more inland from that outside. He knows he doesn't want to be right on the edge, but he also doesn't want to move too far center, as he wants to set himself up for that 4th and 5th zone positioning. As now we're going to swing on over the farm. And a number of players here, Lecce, Ardit, Mongrel, and Noah Riley, all posted up right on top of this barn, and also right on the edge of that next safe zone.
He's got a shockwave launcher that has been doing very well. I think 3 out of the 4 games the player has won with actually using it. That last game we saw it actually get defeated there. The question is, will Noah be able to reign supreme with it? With only 27 builds, I don't think he's going to be able to do it. He's got to get this elimination down below. Dropping through the rafters, though, will give him an opportunity to get a shot, but it misses. That's a 3rd party coming through. Noah Riley suddenly finds himself in a situation he does not want to be in, and the quick edits out will return him to the high ground, but there's not much to work with here. He's already farmed it all out.
Yeah, and he's going to now start breaking those builds. You saw they were already damaged, just trying to get as much wood without actually converting over, but he is quite literally right on the white line of the zone with so many sharks in the water right around him. You saw Mongrel saying, nope, I'm getting out of there. And if Mongrel's rotating away from the situation, you probably don't want to get stuck in it either. But Noah Riley, if anybody has the loadout to make it work, it's him with the mythic weaponry, particularly in close quarters. You have so many options available to you. And that mythic shark shotgun hits so hard, and it's Lecce who he hits so hard. 12 HP being the difference, and then immediately boxes, edits himself up, and he's going to pop those shields, get the med kit off, and try and defend. But no, only 1 mini he's able to get off. Again, going to break away and just going to opt to use the shockwave launcher to create some space, use some natural cover there, and the ramp that was pre-built to hopefully now pop that med kit. But Clement is nearby, just cone camping.
That was too close for comfort there for Noah Riley. Got that Elam, but not as many matches he was hoping for it, and hopefully able to continue his streak going through. But now we're on board here with Rezon. Same kind of situation. A lot to work with in the inventory, but not a lot of match. And look, he's looking to set up. Oh, crash pad into the top. Will he get in? No, the cone's going to prevent it, but he's all the way in. He doesn't care. This player being a little bit too careful with their builds, and they wanted that drop, and they're not going to be able to get it. Is Rezon going to get the drop on them as they're continuing the crash pad? Crash pad in, trying to get the player out, and shots go through, and PCH going to go down yet again.
Really good job from Reason there to hound that fight out. Saw all of the excess loot that was coming in there. Knew if he was able to close that out, he'd be able to just kind of advance himself into the game. And notice too, he pulled that fourth zone. He's right on the edge of that. So he should be looking to see how many extra materials he was able to pick up from PCH there and just build himself a nice little base, expand out, get deeper into that zone, and then own all of that territory possible. Make it harder for people to rotate back over. Because now we're going to swing on board here with Hen, who was 6 coming into this match. Another big opportunity for him to rocket up the leaderboard with his teammate Rifla going down.
He's got to make a very, very good slate of decisions in front of him. When does he rotate? Does he rotate now? If you look, he's got a good white line there. Only one player standing between him and that. And he's actually going to choose to go around to the top. But he assumes that there's not that many players coming this way because it came from Simi. But look how many arrows assume that as well. And so, unfortunately, he's got a lot of players this area. He's trying to set up an ambush, but nobody is going to fall for it. Kane is going to be the one nearest there as he does get some shots, but this is not where Hen wants to be. He's going to have to get creative on this next piece of the rotation because Kane's going to sit in the cone. He's got to realize that, and he does. He puts the ramp. He knows immediately that that cone in the middle of all these builds is a little bit fishy.
It's a little bit fishy. You can also tell as soon as it enters that edit state, it's no longer that fully built. If you see a non-fully built cone, you have to be wary of it. But that player trying to catch an advantage of Hen, and Hen says, "Joke's on you. Welcome to the chicken coop. I'm the boss here." Takes him down. No problem closing in on that second placement threshold. But Hen trying to catch up and take over that #1 spot, being the top legend. But now on board, one of the favorites is Rezon, who has had a relatively decent performance today, just on the outside of the top 15 coming into this game, but it's not been the consistency we've seen out of him in the heat stage, finding it a little bit harder to cement himself in those consistent top 15s and top 10s that he was so well known for during the qualifiers.
And every day you play Fortnite, somebody gets better, somebody improves, and somebody comes out of nowhere, and you've got to be on top of that. And for some of these players, sometimes, you know, it doesn't end up working out that way because of the RNG factor. It's unfortunate to see him go down there as we see a fight happening between Wolfies and Serenity Swaps as Rezon going to look to get some third parties there, is actually shooting through an open edit there, not shooting through a wall, as he does get some tags onto Swaps, as Swaps is dropping down onto Wolfies, and Wolfies is actually going to fall.
And we've seen this time and time again. We've kind of talked about it. Wolfies is really good when he's the aggressor, but he can kind of be taken advantage of when you go back on him. And that's what we've seen time and time again. And that's kind of what European solos is about. Like, yes, you can be good when you have all the tempo, but pretty much every other one of these players is good at playing high tempo. As Reason identifying the fact that that fight had been resolved, immediately crash pads over, and he's able to pick that one up. Now he has 3 players worth of loot over on the side with priority on zone. He's going to be somebody to keep an eye on to potentially take advantage of the fact that 3 of the players in the top 7 have already fallen. Tayson, another player we want to keep an eye on. He was top 10 before coming right into this. He's able to pick up Steelix with just 1 HP to spare before that siphon ends up coming through, and that's a 2-point swing as we hit top 50.
And he finds the extra minis as well. This is so good. He gets the flopper off. He's going to have minis to refill the ones that he's trying to take. And he finds a good path to zone as well. This was very, very clutch in getting into this end game, because had he not found that, he would have been very, very, very much in shambles. As Rezon nearby, Mawaka there as well, as we get Nebby, Arion Carton there on your screen. Mr. X as well advises there. A Savage now in this end game as well, 17 points. So he needs 2 back-to-back perfect games to get to that top.
Yeah, and it's somebody who's very good at executing in the mid and the late game. We've seen time and time again 100 Thieves, Mr. Savage, and we've also haven't seen as much as we did before. The peppers in play. When you eat those peppers, you get a huge move speed boost, and it lasts for a minute. So when you get in these late game circles, it gives you a lot more options and a little bit more versatility when you're in these fights. And right now, Savage doesn't have one activated, but using that crash test dummy, hoping to avoid an explosion right here and potentially be the one to cause a little bit of demolition derby. Gonna drop in the box, finds the first shot, finds the second, can't quite convert right now. 5 HP and he gets taken down. Mr. Savage, 17 points, going to be on the outside looking in when it comes to contesting for the top spot. Both him and Benji, two of the fan favorites, effectively eliminated from that Axe of Champions competition. But want to know who's not? E11 Tayson up on the high ground right now, just raining shots down in that full built metal base, and then using the ramps around the side to cut off any angles on players who might punish him. And a great hip fire shot onto Smudge, then converting afterward, then right away popping the crash pads and trying to head over towards that player to potentially scoop up whatever he can get as we close in on top 40. That's placement points going over in the next rotation, moving out.
And what a stark contrast where we saw him on the low ground, had high ground all of a sudden, and now fragging out is getting elimination after elimination on 3 now, looking to pick up number for that player. No shields remaining, no builds remaining as well. That's going to be Young Bob going down. Tayson now looking for elimination number 5, not going to be able to get it. He's got a good amount of mats as well. 2 crash pads remaining in the inventory, so he can make it into zone number 7 and 8 as it pulls away from him. He's going to look for any eliminations that he can, but he decides, you know what, I'm going to get ahead of zones, then look back, because that is the best way to find these eliminations, as players are not paying attention to the head of zone.
And you can see top 25 taking over. Hen does go down there as well. There's a player who's contending towards the top. But Tayson, the winner of Heat 2, trying to push forward and cement his spot. He has now tied Rifla, who is the leader coming into this. This is his opportunity to take over the front spot. And notice what he's doing so well is he's tarping out and he's using the full builds and he's staying towards the front part of the zone. And then he doubles back right here looking for picks. This is something when you have execution, you have space, no one else is on your level, you turn eliminations in by doing this, because he knows he's safe and he can continue moving on a horizontal level while also harassing his opponents. Top 20 ticks over now. Tayson going to continue contributing there. 43 points for the E11 player.
And he goes into zone to crash play because he wanted to be safe doing it, did not want to risk it. He's got the flopper. So that damage he took is effectively null. He's back up to 200 effective HP, but 18 players remaining. He's going to have to make a play, and he's already looking for high ground. He's second high right now, but the drop down going to ensue. A squeeze going to fall there to Milan. The shot's going through. Tayson getting challenged, but he's going to get an elimination there. Again, now on 6th elimination. Bayon going to go down. Flopper Michael going to fall as well.
And you can see Mongrel up on the high ground, Snazy on the low ground, everyone else in between. Scram still up in this lobby. Nate, Milan, Cartoon up as well. Frenzy Fishy dipping back into the storm. That's the flopper play. Going for a late high ground take right now, and he's trying to push forward. Frenzy Fishy up on the high ground, but now dropping back in. This is the box-to-box fight. He's able to pick it up. That is a huge elimination reason right over the side, but it's all Tayson all the time. 9 eliminations, pushing forward for top 5, and he's saying right now, I can cement this #1 spot. I can take away the game. I can make you chase me in game number 6 as he closes in for top 3, and he's still hunting. He has that mythic charge shotgun. He says, I'm not just a shockwave player. 11 eliminations. 2 of the players go down, and it's Reason, arguably the strongest solo player, wire to wire, against what is the strongest solo player on the day right now in E11's Tayson. Tayson up on the high ground, Reason on the low ground, and that little bit of Old Man Mountain, he doesn't have to be too large, but it's going to burn Reason through the last of his resources. He's standing out there spraying, no builds left, and Tayson converts, and he does so in a monstrous way. 12 eliminations, add the 14 points for the victory royale. That's 26 points in match number 5. What?
What an insane performance from Tayson. The lead has been blown out of the water, and now it's just going to be about who can play catch-up. Can Rifla do it? Can Deceptos do it? Or will Tayson take game number 6 as well?
My goodness. Tayson, While we're all sitting here running this marathon, this short baby sprint, he's sitting there letting everyone just take off, get that lead. He's like, oh my gosh, no way, everyone's here. They're all running ahead of me. Saves enough in the tank to get the victory royale and the biggest comeback he needed. Ball, what is going on?
It was clinical, man. It was absolutely clinical. It felt like every shot was connecting, and he was making all these quick decisions. There wasn't a time in there where he paused, where he took a second to breathe. He didn't stop at all. Foot on the gas, and he takes it all the way up to the top. What a performance from Tayson.
I feel like there was one person on his keyboard and a separate person on his mouse because he was playing movement and aim perfectly, Tayson. And that's why I'm going to say he's 100% first place right now, holding stuff off from everyone else. The question is completely right, though. Who can catch up to him? Because he's a pack leader by so many points. Oh, my goodness.
And there was definitely some instances where this opportunity arose. We always think on EU, the winners ending up coming out in the last two games. But something else also interesting is that Tayson won Heat 2. And if you think back to FNCS duos and FNCS squads, both of the winners of Heat 2 in squads, it was Red Rush, Drobbin, Snappy, and Wakey. In duos, it was Andalex and Nate who ended up taking that X of Champions. Now, all of a sudden, it looks like it might happen again.
It's his destiny. It's Tayson's destiny to win this entire tournament, this entire region, and it's been decreed. The question is, can anyone flip the story, flip the switch? Rifle, Deciptos, Hen, Reason, it's their last game to have a stand, have a say in it. X-Squeeze Thomas, I mean, if Tayson can do it, if he can be at this spot, 20th place, 30th place, and shoot all the way up, any of these guys could too.
And they all have the capability. Again, we talk about this quality factor. These guys have made it here. They have fought through the gauntlet. They have what it takes to cement that win. They just have to make it happen. One game left. We thought it's all, Rifle is at the top, and there's no way. And suddenly Tayson said, no, everyone stand aside. My time is right here, right now. And that's what these guys need to do.
And don't forget, in the Invitational, it was Janice, Tayson's duo partner, but all of a sudden it seems like the skills have transferred because Tayson has not stopped this weekend. He stands above and beyond the rest of 16 points. But if you looked at that top leaderboard, there was a big question, right? Because we were saying, oh, it's Deciptos, oh, it's Rifle, oh, these guys, Latwick has an opportunity. But I talked about conversion last time you guys saw me, and all of a sudden those guys fell. They dropped like flies. Absolutely every single one of them ended up dropping and gave Tayson and so many others the opportunity. But it feels like Tayson took and strangled all the opportunity from everybody else.
That is how it goes sometimes, man. We keep talking about it. Those guys at the top, they have to hold on. If they can't, this will happen.
Yeah, I'm going to give you my natural reactions to what I thought this game would look like. Wow, Anas, I'm so hyped and ready for you to be playing this out to get all the way back up to first. And here we go. He gets taken out. Past that, it's fine. We have more predictions in the top 5, right? Letwick, he's there to hang. He's at authority. He has the power and control. He's waiting for shots and making sure everything's looking good for himself. But he gets beamed out too.
It's Carrot, who lurks in the authority again since the Invitational, and he stops Letwick's reign up there, but Rifle had nothing in the tank there against Scram. There was a big shift in player behavior in this game and how they were playing so aggressive. The only guy out of that top 5 who made it towards the end was the Deciptos, but a huge shot from Laka out of a peak box to make it count.
And if these jumbo jets of players are not there to rule the skies towards this endgame, it's Tayson that takes that flight plan, takes Sword all the way, and takes flight actually into this game and holds down things. Starting off a little bit slow, gets 1 or 2 elims from mid to end game, but then you saw what happened when the zone started to close down. You saw how proficient he was with every decision that he made.
And when you talk about proficiency, how he didn't stop at all in this game, it's because of this new season, because the crash pads actually activate people in mobility to get this far in the game and then do things like this. Tayson finding the moments where players are going to drop in to old bases for where he could find elims, and then again, it's decisive, dropping down, gets another one, and he does not stop.
Every shot he took was still from cover looking out towards the open, so it was literally perfect. There was nothing wrong with what he was doing at all.
Not at all, and even when players start to get aggressive on him, he will respond in kind. He only has a charged shotgun and a burst AR, but he makes it work even close range. And then it's just follow up. Down below, another peek box. He finds another. This is it. Look at this shot. The flick jump onto the player on height, the biggest threat, and Tayson takes him out so fast. Another quick build, and boom.
He actually lands the shot, lands the landing, and then gets height with another back-to-back past that. The left peek, followed by the right one as well. Reason had no idea what he was up against, and Tayson was on fire with so much hot momentum. What a performance.
If you blinked, you missed it, because I don't know where the shockwave launcher went, but he still had gets charged, and that's apparently all you need if you're Tayson. I'm getting scared for everybody. 16 points, but also if he does what we saw in Heat 2, which is back-to-back wins, all of a sudden this might be over and done with.
I'm reading my notes here. I think I'm seeing there's a new mythic player on the map, and if he's in the end game, if he's near height, this man is winning. So watch out for Tayson in Game 6.
The tone has shifted. Can Tayson hold down that #1 spot, or will someone step up and try to dethrone him? Let's get ready to get into the last game here in EU. Sundown, Clay, take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, and it all comes down to this. After 40 possible matches in each weekend, 80 possible during the course of the qualifiers, then the 6 in the heats, then 5 in the grand finals, we have 1 match remaining, and the tail of the tape is E11's Tayson taking out his former duo partner in Steamy Stacks for the first of 12 eliminations to secure the victory royale in a 16-point lead coming into the final match. Clay, can anybody catch him, or is it a wrap?
The only way somebody can catch him is if somebody here in Steamy decides that they want to push and get this elimination. There's somebody nearby as well. It's either Kinsel or Janice. We know they land here. They have an opportunity. It's going to be Kinsel there to shut him down if they want to and go on a run of themselves, but it would need to be quick and decisive. As we saw last game, Tayson took down Janice. He did not care if they were doing mates. He did not care if they were landing in the same spot. He said, you know what? Nah, this game, I'm going to go on my own little spree. I'm going to write my own destiny.
And that's what it's all about. We talked about it. There's no love lost. It's the solo competition. There is 1 Axe of Champions up for grabs, and everyone is currently chasing Tayson for it. You can see Benji picking up an Elim in the feed there. So who besides E11's Tayson is currently in the running? Rifla sitting in second place at 42 points, needs 16 to close it. He is the closest. Then you have Deceptos at 41, Hen at 40, Reason at 40, Vadil at 38, Snazy at 38, and then we'll keep Letwick in the conversation as well at 37, that's 21 points back. So that's 7 eliminations plus the victory royale.
And it sounds like a lot because it is, but these players can do it. These players can make the play. We just saw Tayson do just that. But of course, it's all contingent on if Tayson goes down. If he's able to make it into that top 25, into the top 15, top 10 placement points, then your chances are very, very, very slim of toppling him.
Yeah, the longer he stays in the game, the more that delta closes. And now we're going to swing back on board here. Anas potentially looking to set up a nice little door ambush. We've seen this a number of times before. The reason players will hang out by doors is because a lot of players will either interact with doors right away or have auto interact set. What that means is when they walk up and they open the door, they're unable to take any other action because you're locked out while you're performing that animation. If a player walks in right on the other side of the door, this is a Nos looking to manufacture an elimination, and Bitfox might be the one on the other side of it.
He is setting the trap, and the cheese, you got to wonder how tasty it'll be here for Bitfox as he's falling for it. He's walking right into Nos, is going to get the shot. The trap has been sprung. Bitfox down to 23 HP, and Nos really needs this elimination if he wants to contest it. Bitfox trying to stay out and run away, but Anas going to pick that one up.
And that's so good. We talked about it last game. We talked about doing everything possible in your power to set it up to be successful, to manufacture these points when you need to climb that grind and get up and catch somebody like Tayson, where every single point matters. We can see some early shots coming out here. Can he potentially find the tags, convert it into elimination? And looking on the bottom right-hand corner, nobody's really threatening even remotely close to him right now.
Indeed, and this is what you want if you want to get that first place. He says he's just going to get gifted an elimination on the handy.
And that's so huge. Every single point pushing him that much farther up. And it reminds me so much of Bugha during the Solo World Cup when he threw a couple of rifle shots there in the final game, was able to pick up an elim, and he just laughed to himself. Tayson got to be laughing to himself right now. If you're in Party Royale, hit him with that hee-haw emote. Let him hear the donkey laugh, because that's what Tayson has to say after throwing one singular AR bullet, but you saw him looking at it. You knew there was a third-party opportunity, and that's what makes the best player in Europe just the best. You've got to throw those shots over there.
And we also need to point out, yes, this is for first place as well. That is the goal everyone is playing. But everybody's going to get money for just coming here and making it here today. These are some of the best, if not the 100 best solo players in the European region. Sundown has said it. This is the most played in, most competitive region of the world, and it's not going to be easy to just even make it here. So Slender and Keswick, while they are fighting it out, and while one of them may fall here, they have done so much just to get here, to get their moment right here on the screen. As Keswick is turning to fight in his favor, the pistol being used, it's breaking through the build, and Slender unfortunately gonna fall there.
Slender being taken down, and that's just a reminder again, this is the top 0.001% of players. This is the best of the absolute best, and they're competing against her after a grueling qualifying and heat process. Is now on board with Wolfies, the second place in the Duo World Cup, but having a tough run of it today on the opposite side of AR Bafa, who we've seen a number of times more than capable of taking these fights. So it should be a good little battle right here. But Wolfies continuing trying to play the aggressor. We talk about his rough day, only 8 points after 5 games, and doesn't want to be sent out here, wants to have at least some form of a stamp on this game, even if it is just as a spoiler. But with 5 HP, the young lord from the UK will bow out of the competition at just a measly 8 points coming over.
And AR Bafo is someone that has kind of come into that W key role and kind of taken it over for a lot of these players. And right there, someone who was really good at pushing that left stick forward back a couple of months ago. Right now, falling just a little short again. He was coming off an injury, so not in his full form there, but still, what a performance by Wolfies to just make it here today and put those 8 points up. Rezon, however, one of those players that could contend for the top. Again, you would need Tayson to go down before placement points started being divvied out. If he goes down in top 76, that is good for Rifle, good for Rezon, but the likelihood of that happening are very, very slim.
Especially because we saw Tayson early on grab whatever loot and mats he can and then just sprint towards the center zone. That first round of placements will be falling over in with just 4 more players going down, so a little bit quicker of a pace here. As you can tell, everyone trying to push it a little bit, get a couple of eliminations, get a couple placement points, try and move your way past that next player, maybe get a pay upgrade. And if you're hanging out for the first time watching us in Party Royale and you're not necessarily used to competitive Fortnite, first of all, welcome. Thank you for joining us. You might be wondering, hey, how do I get involved with this? How do I play in these matches? How did these players get here? Well, the first step is to go in and play in the arena. That is where you'll be able to earn hype, which is where you're gauged and then placed into different levels of play. You can end up getting into contender, and then you're up into champion, which will allow you access to different tournaments depending on where you're ended up placing. All of these players have grinded to the highest level, which is that champion level, which then grants access to certain cash cups as well as the FNCS. Then you can compete in those open tournaments to try and make the final rounds, which guarantee qualifications into the heats. And then after these heats, which were played on Friday and Saturday, you get the grand final. So again, when we talk about that 0.001%, these players have done it all, and they're very much so at the top of the game. 74 left, so 1 point going down to everyone, and that includes Tayson.
It also includes Rifla as well as Reese on there. Thomas HD picking it up. Janice nearby as well. Thomas has got to be very careful here. If he is being a little bit too greedy, farming up a little bit too much too soon, he could start to go down as Janice is going to look to take him down. The builds are just not building there for him as he does take a lot of damage. 62 HP. He does have the RPG in his inventory, so he could turn that around if he gets the opportunity to, but he's got to be careful. Janice being aggressive. RPG out. It's going to hit the tree, but it doesn't do any damage. 27 HP. He's trying to side jump, but the ramp going to cut him off there as Janice continuing to pressure up. Thomas HD is getting WD'd, and Janice is going to be the one to take him out.
Thomas's attempt at a run will go down there. He was 12th trying to enter in here. We talked about it. We'd hyped him up. We'd shown just how good and accurate he could be, but ran into Janice there, the FNCS Invitational Champion, in a tough 1v1. Again, it would have been an outside chance looking in, but now there is no chance as his FNCS is over. He's just hoping he can hold on to whatever spot in the top 20 as he's going to drop down from where he is right now after only picking up a singular point there. But now back on board with Flowis, who has that hunting rifle out. He's looking to catch a cheeky headshot here right around the corner.
Oh, he's setting it up. He's getting so close. He's waiting for the opportunity to get it, taking his time, and he does hit it, but it's a body shot, not a headshot. Unfortunately, that will give him the pressure, though, that he needs to do. He's got the crash pad, set it up into the box. He goes with that player new, and the diagonal box out gonna come through, and Flowis not able to capitalize on that elimination. He was so sneaky when it mattered the most, but unfortunately, only the body shot coming through from him, but he gets tagged up by a third party, and now the player he headshot, or the body shot rather, is gonna push him. It's going to be Kylix going aggressive, and Kylix needs elimination as well. Move into the upper echelon of prizing, and Flowis is just looking to try to make a run here. Flowis 23 HP, ticking down. Cashback comes through, and Kylix is gonna come out on top.
Tries to enter the bounce house, but unfortunately a little too much for that one. Got a little rowdy. They're going to kick you out. And it was Kylix who was the bouncer, pulling him out, ending his FNCS run. No attempt for heroics here from Flowis, but peeking back on over. Again, Tayson, match number 5 winner, 26 points in that game overall. Currently had a 16-point game there. You can see Tayson now holds the largest lead between first and second all weekend so far, so it's just an act of holding on. And even then, if he goes down here, it's going to take a heroic effort from somebody in the top 10 to not only convert on a victory royale, but pick up a number of eliminations to even come close to matching that 12 elim victory royale we just saw. And currently sitting on 60 points, it looks like this might be a victory lap for him.
It looks that way indeed, but he's set up in a very awkward spot. He's got a player held out of zone. He's also got 2 players on the mountain behind him as Janice picking up another elimination there onto Sapphic. Tayson, though, is the story of the day. Can he hold the lead? The largest lead we've seen in between first and second, and he's looking to make it even larger here with this elimination, but someone else being a nuisance and shooting some shots over towards Kylix. Tayson not peeking, is waiting for the right time to make his move and to make that striking distance and close it. We'll have to wait and see if he's going to be able to stay alive or get that elimination. There's Snazy now sitting in this box looking for the same amount of eliminations as he's going for shots all around players. He need a miracle run. He need, I believe, 21 total points, and so he could do it. We saw Tayson do it, but it would need to be an impressive game.
But again, don't forget, we've talked about it time and time again. It's not just the number 1 spot. Yes, the Axe of Champions and all that clout is great, but because Tayson is occupying so many of those points, everyone else who is in 2nd to 10th right now, each one of their interactions against each other is going to matter in terms of the placement, in terms of the money you end up walking away with. And also, man, 2nd sounds so much better than 8th or 7th or 6th, right? Like that battle for 2nd place and who can capitalize on this opportunity is still a huge moment. Going back and looking at the Solo World Cup, TSM's crew was able to go from 66 to 6 with a singular 7-game victory royale in the final moment. Will we see some similar heroics for somebody to charge up the leaderboard and push themselves in the top 5 while Tayson is just doing his best to avoid all conflict because he knows the longer he holds on, the more likely he is to raise that axe at the end.
And just a reminder, every place past 6th place is an increase of $10,000. So if you are a Slicks, if you are Rifla, if you are Deceptos, that's what you're looking for. Kylix is trying to get up in there as well, up until that gap in between 1st and 2nd, where it's about a $25,000 increase. There's still a lot of money on the line looking for these players to grab, and I'm very concerned right now. Kylix, with this hunting rifle, is shooting shots over to Tayson. This is not looking good. If Tayson does not get out of the situation, Kylix should get the snipe onto him, and the pressure is coming through. But will Kylix hit it? Will he hit the shot that will end Tayson's run? His shots are coming through. 129 effective HP in a very bad spot. Everybody knows he just got tagged up as well. Will he be W-keyed by Kylix here? The pressure come through, and Kylix is going in. The crash pad's going to be used, but Kylix is very low HP, 66 HP there. Tayson may be too aggressive here. He's got the hunting rifle. He could go for a little snipe there. If he does, it would need to be perfect. He's going to look for it. He's going to look for it. He takes him down. Tayson is down at 60 points.
Tayson smelt blood in the water with Kylix pinned against the outside of the zone, but Kylix says, let's open up the floodgates. Let's give the opportunity for somebody to have that heroic moment. Number 1 is down. I repeat, number 1 is down. E11's Tayson has been taken out at 60 points. That's the line we're looking at. Can anybody possibly catch him? Who's in the conversation? It's going to take the victory royale and much, much more. But all of a sudden, this game has so much more tension on it as the victory lap has been canceled early. He pulled up, and now can anybody else close that gap? Anas doing his best right there, picking up an elimination, but he has a long rotation to go before he gets into the zone.
And Cardin and Kazakhs are not going to let him get there easy. They're not going to let an easy rotate come out. So he does have crash pads and launch pads there. What's concerning for Anas is the amount of AR in his inventory. Now, if he knows that Tayson just went down, if their feed showed it, and he doesn't have that anonymous mode on, Anas is going to be very, very, very hungry for placement. He's just going to look to try to set up in a good spot, but right on the edge of zone, there's going to be players looking for you. And you see the quick edit. That's there. Gonna protect him for a little bit, but he's running out of hard mats, and you see the wood being built there. He's got to be careful. Carton setting up nearby as well. Question is Rifla still in a good spot to contend as well? There's so many players that are on the cusp of taking this game away from Tayson. It is going to be so, so close.
But don't forget, the line is 60 points. So while they're close, they need a lot. Tayson had a monumental performance in last game, and Anas is trying to double it up right now. We talk about it. It's going to take all the skill, a little bit of luck, and a bunch of execution. And right there, some good shots coming through, but not going to be able to find the loot afterwards. So who are we looking at who can potentially close it if they win the game? Rifle is in the conversation. Deceptos, Hen, Reason, Vadil, Snazy, Letwick, Frenzy, Fishy, and Anas. Any of those players, if they're still up, gaining eliminations and gaining points, are slowly going to be shrinking that gap. So keep an eye on the yellow numbers to the left of their name in their HP pool, as well as the top left for any of those guys going down or picking up points. Circle 4 is revealed, and pretty much everyone has already established themselves. So we're going to wait, and we're going to roll the dice and see where circle number 5, that half in, half out zone that triggers the initial use of utility, where does it pull, and which one of these key players can capitalize on the position and the opportunity they're given. This is the final game. There is 4 storm zones left after this. 52 players up. Number 1 is down. Can anybody catch him, or will Tayson's lead be enough to just barely edge him over the top? There's the zone on the far west side, Clay.
And Rifle has no mobility. He's got to make a play. Reminder, AR Baffo is right nearby Rifle. If he gets too aggressive and shoots a little bit too early, Baffo will strike. We've seen him pop out of cones into players' boxes to look for it. That is not good for Rifle. He needs to rotate soon. He's got to go up. Exactly. He's got to follow that path that was just built for him. Because if he doesn't, he's going to get capitalized. But there's Baffo's moving. Baffo's moving behind. Shots come through. Down to 131 HP. Rifle needs to get out of this one. Sniper is out. Baffo is rotating there as well. He realizes that crash pad going to be used. Or chug splash, rather. He doesn't have any crash pads in his inventory. He's got to be careful he doesn't overpeak this. If a shot comes through that tags the shield, He's got nothing left there. 170 is going to find a launch pad. Is it enough? Is he going to get shot of the air? 114 shields are broken. Everybody knows. Taz go through and rifles down. Number 2 is out of the game.
Twain's picking that one up, saying, no run for you, sir. You must be this tall to ride the ride, and you will go down. Frenzy Fishy picking up one, so he's going to start moving his way up the leaderboard. We're inside the top 50, so that's another placement point down. Everyone who's contending for Tayson getting those points, he did not. He went down outside of that threshold. Again, the line is 60. Can anybody cross it towards the end? It's up for grabs. If somebody in the top 10 can seize the moment and be the one to lift it up and deny the E11 player, the Slovenian Lord, that Axe of Champions. And right now, Air Bafo trying to find some space. The 5th zone is closing, which means we have the late game, the full moving coming right after that, and we're over sweaty sand, so tons of natural building in play, excess materials that can come out, but also weird rotational paths as Bafo pushes in, continuing with the aggressive playstyle and takes out Floppa Michael.
60 points is what everybody needs to be thinking about right now. That is the number that you need to break. You also need to pick up a victory royale if you're just going for 60. The 61 points is where you really need to be shooting. That is a very tall order to ask.
I mean, 61 realistically, too, because even with the Victory Royale, Tayson has the highest eliminations out of anybody in this tournament right now, so he owns that tiebreaker solidly. Now we're going to hop on board here with Deceptos, who's currently below Storm Surge, and we're actually going to need 14 players to drop, so that could end up coming into play with how fast this zone closes. If everybody prioritizes rotation, and with nobody wanting to drop, you could see that happen, but right now, Deceptos trying to find a pick. This is the final game of the EU FNCS, the final circles, 3 left. Number 1 player is down, and who can catch him? 61 points is what it will take to lift that axe and be the one who walks away with $80,000 in the end, and it's all about if you can catch Tayson.
And Deceptos 10 looking to do it, 42, 43 points each. They are very, very close. Him now going up. He doesn't have a lot of HP. He's going to need to find something. Crash pads being used, trying to build to keep a little bit of a mid-ground chart, but not going to be able to do it. Benji making a run to just try to separate his game and try to get as many placement points and move himself up the leaderboard as he can, because he's out of contention for the Action Champions. AR Bafo there as well. Mongrel in this game. Scram going down. Hen trying to make something happen. Janice going to go down. Mongrel going to fall, as well as Orange. Hen picks up another elimination. This could be his run as well, but it's going to be very, very close.
Storm Surge will turn off there as we have the top 30. Janice picking up an elim there. But Hen, if he wants the win, he needs to put his foot on the gas, right? The placement points aren't just enough. The Victory Royale isn't enough. We saw Tayson, he had 12 elims. Every one of those elims was a point that pushed him farther up. And while being still in the game gives you opportunities, if you want to seize the moment and you want to say you're best of the best, you have to go now. You have to be pushing people. You have to be converting on the points, because there's only 19 elimination points available right now. You have to start finding them. Top 20, so the placement points are ticking down right now. And Hen, completely out of builds, needs the elimination just for the refresher. He's doing his best, making this a platform game. Diving around, looping on the corner, finds the first shot, can't find the second, and he gets taken down. Top 15 taking over and looking at the names of the lobby. I think only Frenzy Fishy has a chance, and I don't think he has enough elims this game going through. Tayson is going to be your FNCS solo champion, but it's about who can get that second place right now. If they're able to push forwards here, Deceptos theoretically could eliminate every single player in the lobby and go for it, but we talked about it. You have to be pushing the pace. Instead, he's saying, okay, I understand Tayson has that W. I know he's probably going to take the first spot, but if I can stay in this lobby, I'm going to pass other players. Everyone else has gone down, and now he's dropping in 112 on the first one, but he gets walled off. 35 HP, uses the crash pad, but he goes up vertically and not into the box. Top 10, and another point ticks over. Deceptos goes down with 49. Now it's all about pride. The final Victory Royale in beating the person next to you, getting a little bit more of a payday in the final game here.
And Bafo could get that. He's at 40 points. We saw Deceptos go down with 49. This could be a second place run for Bafo. The Strokey trying to make something happen there as well. 4 eliminations here for AR Bafo. Eliminations coming through all around for Shoki on that high ground. Looking to break his way on down. Shots coming through for Shoki down very, very low. Has to box on up. Twain's doing that. Nade dropping down. Bafo trying to just make something happen. 100 effective HP. 5 builds there for them. For Shoki getting tagged up there by Twain. Shots coming through. He's trying to hit him, but he's not going to make it. No, he does. Elimination comes through. Bafo trying to make something happen as well. Dropping down to the outside. Going around the boxes. Is going to find some loot. Is he going to fall there to zone? Bafo with 4 eliminations. Looking again to get number 5, number 6, and number 7 as more people are falling. And Bafo clutches up the last elimination for the Victory Royale. But I don't think he's going to get second. I think he's going to take third.
What a huge push from Bafo at the end. We talked about it, how every interaction will matter. And while E11's Tayson is the best player in Europe for this season, walking away with the Axe of Champions, the 80 grand, and all of the clout, Bafo takes game number 6. He'll rocket himself up the leaderboard. He'll earn a nice little payday in the clutch moments, and you can see there just how good Tayson was today. 22 eliminations, averaging a placement of 27th, but the big one, Clay, was that 12 elimination Victory Royale in game number 5.
What an insane way to secure yourself that number 1 spot. It was dicey towards the end, but I think we all knew that Tayson just had to stay alive just a little bit, and he did that, and he walks away with the victory.
We talked about it specifically. It would need a heroic effort from somebody in the top 10, but instead a heroic effort from Bafo, who was 26 before that. But where will he end up on the final leaderboards? We're going to throw it back on over to Zeke, Bala, and Shayo to close this one up. Thank you guys so much for watching.
Sundown Clay, absolutely incredible casting on the day. You guys were so on point with these calls. I mean, it did come down to the wire. And for sure, Tayson is the FNCS champion. And now will walk away with the Axe of Champions. Now, of course, big props. But now we take a little bit of a turn here and look at everyone else. Second between fifth, because placing up there is a pretty considerable amount of money.
Yeah, and to get there, how things were, all the way till the final second, the final shot, the top 10 switched up. So, looking at what it is now, after Game 6, after this grueling process for Europe is over, it's Tayson at the top spot, 60 points, $80,000. At 10th is Anas still holding on, 7,000 for him, 41 points. But look at the names in between.
There's so much to break down on this page. First off, of course, Tayson winning, and Janice had won the last invitation. That is his former duo partner, so they've got to be feeling good after back-to-back, basically, championships from them. Tayson at 60 points, but Deceptos held on. That final moment, it looked like he was going to go for it, but unfortunately, he fell just a little short, but enough to propel himself and hold on to that second place. And then in third, this was the man who rose up in the final game, 19 points. He was way below Sundown said 26th place. He went from $2,000 earned that you can see basically on this page all the way up to $45,000.
That is such a huge boost. And also, to boot, AR Bafo, Deceptos, Twains, people in the top 10, 2 of them, second and third place. This is their first Grand Finals appearance, and what a big appearance and a performance it was. Like, man, no practice in these types of lobbies, no real experience on the big stage, and they pull that out? Unprecedented.
Yeah, absolutely, but it was a battle all the way through. Vadil, Nate, Letwick. Letwick did so well in those early moments, but unfortunately falls out of the top 10. Still, solid performance from all these guys. Qualifying for the grand finals and then getting up to this top 20 is definitely something to be proud of. And there were so many moments that we remember from these guys, from Mongrel throughout the season, from Snipe today in the grand finals, from Flois in that very first game. He owns that 21st spot. $2,500 earned from him.
Yeah, these guys had such amazing memories made in the heats. One person here today as well who had a win, Slender. I feel like he's one of my favorite players coming out of Europe that I really haven't been able to watch before. He showed us his prowess in every single stage of the tournament, especially in grand finals with that win that he had. $2,500, 24th place, and a few points to boot. Very good performance from him.
And just generally, great performances across the board. You know, we cannot stress this enough. This is the top 100 players in the region. They have the bragging rights. They are allowed to say, I made it to the grand finals of the FNCS. After a grueling gauntlet, I stood at the top. Now, of course, Tayson will hold the Axe of Champions for now, but for everyone else here, they can truly say they are the cream of the crop.
And I think one thing that these guys are going to look forward to now is the solo season wraps for EU. Obviously, they're going to, watch the rest of this too, because we got NA East coming up next with some very interesting storylines too. But for now, they get to take a breather, relax a little bit as we head up into the next FNCS season or whatever comes after that, because I know people are excited.
Yep, and now we're looking at how things look after the heats in a top 100 stack lobby in a region that's what people say is the best to watch, the best to see. So definitely going to see the changes over in NA East, and definitely going to take a slight breather to see and catch up on those games too.
Well, Shy put it best. Guys, that's it for Europe, but don't forget we are back later to wrap up NA East and crown an FNCS champion there. Till then, Fortnite fam, we'll see you guys on the Battle Bus.
Why do millions of us play World of Tanks? Well, I like crashing.
What's up, Fortnite fam? Welcome back to the Fortnite Champion Series Grand Finals. It's your boy, Zeke. And joining us here on the analyst desk, we've got Sundown, we've got Shy Wager, and in a moment, we will have some games. If you missed out and you're watching from Party Royale, first of all, hello! Happy to be here with you. Don't forget to use your favorite emotes. Throw the grenades around, the tomatoes, the likes. Have a great time. Now, if you missed EU, though, we'll recap you very quickly. Tayson did find himself the Axe of Champions, walking away with the $80,000 and being crowned the FNCS champion over on the PC track. And Flame did the same over on the console track. So again, congrats to both players. But now, Sundown, we gear up as we prepare for NA East.
And NA East is what it's all about. The top 100 players battling to get to this point. They advanced yesterday by being top 25 in their heat, and now they're going to try and claim the Axe of Champions for what I would argue is one of the most competitive regions in Fortnite, just right behind EU.
Yeah, if you were thinking that there were hot personalities ready to just take everyone down on the map, NA East is even that much more competitive, in my opinion, when it comes to people battling for drop spots, battling for the, having that ego to be able to hold off their zone, basically, both early, middle, and end game. I'm just excited to see how this will break down and what happens in game number 1.
Well, we'll get to that in just a second. Very quickly, let's talk about the tournament itself, starting off with the tournament format. Now, yesterday we did come out of heats 1 through 4, and today we find ourselves in the grand finals. After 6 matches, one FNCS champion will be crowned, and as you guys have kind of stated, this is the very cream of the crop. Like, NA East is absolutely going to bring the fire. We do traditionally see a little bit of a slower start, but I think it'll pick up. What do you think, Sundown?
Generally, particularly in the first couple games, NA East versus Europe, NA East is a little bit more passive. You'll see the initial fights off of the drops where each one of those eliminations is worth 1 point, is capped at 20, but have yet to see that cap come into play. However, most people in NA East are going to be looking to buckle in and hit that first round of placement points at top 75 before anything, and really try and make sure they get at least to the half-in, half-out zone in the late game, because that's where they're going to prioritize.
Yeah, late game is where NA East is slightly different from every other region, because what I end up seeing every time is clutch plays. The guy who's supposed to win gets overturned in almost every single game, and the format is alluded to that every single time. People are going for eliminations. They're hiding out all the way till the top 10. That's when the points start to get serious, as Sundown mentioned, and it's all about that format. It's all about trying to win.
And the question is, what do they win for taking home that #1 spot? $50,000, the clout that comes along with it, the title of FNCS champion, and the Axe of Champions that they will be able to hold for the remainder of the season until the next FNCS. A lot of prize money, though, still on the line for every single person who does and has made it this far. Now, of course, placing top 5 is where you'd like to aim, right, Sundown?
I mean, why not aim for top 1, Zeke? $50,000 in the Axe of Champions sounds great for me. But as you talked about, kind of, as you look in the bumps of the pay grades, top 5 definitely helping out there. Top 25, top 50, and top 100 will also have different ones we would end up going through. But noticing how every placement in the top 10 is a change in payment, which means those late game moments in every single interaction is so incredibly close, as we've seen across the board.
Yeah, speaking across the board, here's a look at your finals prize pool across the board. We did see that $800,000 available up for EU earlier on in the day, or wherever your time zone might be, but now we are here in NA East. Every other region does, of course, have something to walk away with, but yeah, we're getting ready to hop into games. Very quickly, though, guys, I want to take a moment to talk about my favorite thing in the world, Batman. Genius comes in many forms. Whether you're dangerously funny, creating havoc with wild plans, or flooding the island with your best intentions, it often comes along with a companion, madness. Become everyone's nemesis with the Last Laugh bundle, featuring the Joker, Poison Ivy, Midas Rex, matching cosmetics, and 1,000 V-Bucks. You can pre-order the bundle through your favorite retailers, and it will be available on November 17th, so definitely check out the blog for all the details. And if you can't wait for more DC characters, Harley Quinn, Catwoman, and my personal favorite Batman will be back in the item shop for a limited time, and get their cosmetic sets before they disappear into the night. And of course, as always, Joyride has hit the game, but we will not be seeing vehicles in competitive play, so don't expect to see anybody doing anything crazy with those. Now guys, we have to shift gears here and start talking about NA East. What have we seen? We've seen 4 heats, we've seen 4 winners, and now we're going to be taking a look and diving into the 100 players that will be joining us here. There's a lot of big names here. People like World Cup champion Booga, for example, just to name one of the 100.
I mean, that's an easy one to name right off of the bat. We've talked about him so much, but let's talk about the person who's in first place there, Energy Clicks, one of the few remaining players, and I believe the only one out of NA East who has qualified for literally everything since the Solo World Cup. Every FNCS final, every single World Cup, both solo and duos, he's made it there, and he's able to contest towards the top. But you also have some of that Latin American invasion with P-God and Jelty pushing their way up top, and they've been playing phenomenal recently.
Yeah, you're talking about old versus new people coming right through. Everyone still has that history, but now those histories are starting to clash, right? Looking at Nanolite as well, who's such a good solo player, but fell off a little bit after one of those DreamHack performances, is now starting to rise straight back up. Liquid Gabe is also a cool name to pick up from the get-go. NRG Ronaldo, another NRG player who's usually watching all the people play it out, is in the fray this time, looking for his own chances to win.
Yeah, you know, he'll still be screaming in that microphone regardless if he's playing or doing a viewing party, but you also have Calc, who took the #1 spot yesterday in his heat, coming out there, as well as Stretch pushing through here. Vanish, Bully, and Sid, some players who have also capitalized. Have the veteran Lunez picking up in there as well, somebody who's returned recently, been able to have a good performance. But you mentioned the new guard, and Pure Skittles has been among it with some amazing mid and late game runs and conversions that he's then turned over into just huge point performances.
Yeah, Skittles ended up winning out his qualifier day. After that, went straight through those heats. Past that, though, we have Crims, Frat, 2 guys who are really keen on playing and practicing with each other, now have to face off from opposite sides of the map. Glace, the Uzi Wins, Degen are some fan favorites who have these smaller communities but have such a push behind them to come and win. And if you're talking about communities, you cannot forget Colazo, you can't forget Kaz, Kanata, these guys who are so keen on showing that they still have solo prowess. Their drops are good, their end game is good, and honestly, with all these names, I'm just not sure who really has the advantage here to win today.
Yeah, you can see the veteran reverse 2K on that board as well. And we flip over to the last page. Booga, Blake, Hypnos, Lem, who had a great performance that we saw yesterday. Zentil also picking up a dub in heat #3 there. Rox ended up with a phenomenal performance towards the back half, so should be running in on confidence. And also one quick little underlying storyline, just a little personal rivalry between teammates and to keep an eye on here. Calc and Macwood are contending back and forth to have the #1 amount of earnings between them when it comes to NA East online play. And they've kind of put it up. He's like, hey, by the way, today I'm taking back that spot because Zexrow, who is also in that top 3 and plays with them, is falling out. He's not here. He's not contending in the final. Didn't have a bandage to save him this time. Didn't get that clutch run that he really needed. And these two are going to be competing back and forth to try and dethrone each other. So when we mean every little interaction matters, that's what we talk about. Sometimes it's not about first. It's just about beating that person next to you.
Yeah, there's an overall format that we saw and broke down before, but then there are all these personal stories that we will be highlighting, the casters will be pointing out between so many players. There's 100, as you said, Zeke, and it's so much to kind of take in and take account for.
Yeah, for sure. And perhaps if you're new, watching for the first time, we've got 4 winners for you that have come out of the heats in the past. It could just be some very quick eyes to keep, you know, watching as we move through the games here. So Sundown, why don't I toss this over to you?
Yeah, so we're going to hop on board here. This is some of the recap of actions that has gone through, and we're going to talk about some of the fan favorites and the one we've gone on. And let's go to 2 different sides of. So first, P-God, a.k.a. Peruvian God, who has probably the strongest presence when it comes to people in the chat. Can I get a Bible thump in the chat right now? Your favorite emo if you're watching in Party Royale for Mr. P-God, because we've seen his fans all over the place. And the thing is, he's been one of the few players in NA East who is able to enact consistent aggression. That means he's looking to take fights, and he's not afraid to trade out with players at all stages of the game. And you see a great late game run there, and that's something he does very well. He's not content to just get that 1 elimination and then box up. He's looking to chain them into more, and when he's able to do that successfully, it ends up on going on some of these crazy runs where you don't think that really shouldn't be possible, right? There's no way he should win this game, right, in this situation, and yet all of a sudden, vamos P-God.
Yeah, he literally gets his name into so many other people's sightlines and stories. Always say he's the man that plays with 20 item slots because he has so many eliminations per game. But on the other side of things, a man looking for control, stretch, is always one who has a game plan that he sticks to that works out. He's always dominating lobbies completely. And if P-God is looking for trades, Stretch is looking to end fights fast and make sure that every trade is absolutely silent. He always has an advantage when he's rolling into boxes, whether that's position or anything else. And he barely even takes any damage when he's going for these fights. If he's on the back end in late games too, he has a contingency plan. He has these hidden positions that he activates, that he just uses every time, and ace up his sleeve. And he gets these eliminations. He gets power weapons that he doesn't have to loot, just pick up, and then he ends up winning out games from that slot.
And one thing I want to note about in particular that we're starting to see from the very, very top players when it comes to closing out these games or being in these final situations is it's kind of a term, it's not really something we refer to a lot, but it's a no build skill. It's when you're out of builds, you don't have all that utility, and you're just stuck to your raw gun skill, movement, and what's on the map around you. And there's very few players who are able to kind of separate themselves and put themselves in a category where it's like, hey, you play really well in this circumstance. Stretch is 110% one of them. I would say Mongrel is another one who you can put in anytime he's out of builds. You don't really ever count him out of it.
There's a guy named Not Builds who's playing today, so maybe he is the mastermind behind this entire game strategy and plan. I hope that he brings that to fray. If he's an end game, maybe that's what's happening, but who knows?
Guys, as we get ready to hop into these games, I mean, what do you think we can expect? Now, out of EU, it was a long time. We thought it was all set. And then Tayson shows up, drops this massive game, and game 5, and then holds on. Do you guys think we could see that in NA East just based on the way they played? Do you think we're going to see a little bit of a change-up? Maybe someone comes out and then just, leaves everyone in the dust? What do you guys think? Sun, I'll start with you.
So we've kind of talked about how the pacing of a 6-game tournament plays out. After the first game, who's able to really separate themselves, or is it a couple players who got 5 and 6 eliminations and then someone was able to convert? Then you really can kind of tell the shape of the game, or the shape of the tournament itself after games number 2 and 3. And in Europe in particular, while we saw that there was a little bit of a lead, it was never more than 4 eliminations until Tayson capitalized. So what that means, in my opinion, is we're waiting for somebody to put a stamp on this tournament and then seeing how everyone else reacts. And I think NA East is ripe for that, particularly because it doesn't feel like there's been a definitive favorite to really step up to the plate and say, like, this is my region and I can drop that 10, 11, 12-point victory royale when it matters.
There is no definitive favorite. I agree with that, but I feel like there still is a pattern in NA East. You guys notice on the map at the bottom side, there's these mountains. In the middle, it's natural low ground, and near the top, there's a lot of water. For NA East, I think it's the zones, and what zones we see repeated throughout these 6 games. There are certain players that are very good at winning out natural low ground consistently, like Calculator, right? BBG Calc. But there's other players too when the zone starts to get high, Liquid Stretch. He's very good at taking games back to back to back, depending on where the map is going. If it's on their drop spot. If the Shockwave launcher is a little bit better when it comes to mountains versus natural low ground. So for NA East, I think it'll depend on where these end games actually end up ending.
Okay, all right, we'll have to see how things go. Let's take a look at some of the winners from the past. Now, kind of add to this and, kind of tie all of these things together. We've also seen those mythic weapons play a very big role in some of this. And over in OCE, we had the winner, Jinxie Fishy, holding down this title. 75 points, boys. I mean, Sundown, this is massive.
I think the bigger thing is the average placement going through for him, and then we flip on over there to see Fram number 1, 47 points. And the story in Asia was the 3-way tie at the top that got broken, not by victory royales, but the average eliminations, with Fram just barely edging over the top, just showing how close that region really was. Then over to Middle East, you have Cash Cup Warrior, aka ASMR Spire Frog, picking that one up there. 62 points, the victory royale, 15 eliminations, and an average placement just outside the top 20.
Yeah, I'm going to say that he needs to change his name to FNCS Winner or Warrior if he wants to, but really good run for him over there on the Middle East. For these 3 regions that we just saw the winners of, it was really, really close on all ends the whole time through, but we've been talking about it for Tayson. He was behind the pack the whole time. Winning out Europe was no easy feat. Comes through all the way from Game 5 and holds things up near the top. I think it was a 12 elimination finish that he had overall, and it was absolutely insane what he pulled off.
Man, guys, guess what time it is? Time to start things off here in NA East. So for now, let's send it over to our flight captains, Monster D-Face and Aussie Antics, as they prep us for our descent onto the island.
Thank you so very much, Zeke, and here we have it. It's all come down to this. It's the FNCS Grand Finals. Game number 1's just about to be on their way. Monster D-Face here, Aussie Antics. I am so excited for the games that are going to unfold. The roster is ridiculous.
It is absolutely stacked, and we're not going to hold it back any longer. We're going to jump straight into Game 1 of the NA East FNCS Solo Grand Finals. Monster, just how excited are you for this one?
Absolutely. I'm at peak. I'm at the pinnacle here, and it's the battle bus that is underway. And take a look. Here's the nice spread across the map, how your players are spreading across. Now, let's keep in mind, guys, after all is said and done, one player is going to take home that Axe of Champion. Only one player in the region will be able to wield it. And I'm already noticing that P-God over in Holly Hedges has someone contest, and I love that the camera shot was panning this way because this is going to be one of the most exciting players, one of the most exciting early gauge engagements that we are going to want to follow right now. How is P-God going to be able to perform today? Are we going to get the P-God that is going to go crazy every single game and carry it through? Or are we going to get the P-God that has to clutch up towards the tail ends to pick up the big points? That's going to be the name of the game for P-God today. But today, he is contested here by Chimp.
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday. He did so well in the qualifiers when he was contested, and yesterday when he wasn't, he did well but didn't do as well. So I'm not too worried for him here. When we're talking about Storm Surge, talking about these insanely stacked lobbies, sometimes being contested isn't so bad if you're someone as good as P-God at closing it out, which he starts off with a really nice 46 tag, waiting behind that bush. He knows this drop spot so well. He's had it on lockdown for weeks upon weeks. Gets the crash pad in. This is someone who has won a qualifying week from home. If you are just tuning in, you haven't been following NA East, so this is a very big engagement off the bat. If P-God goes down here, it would be a large upset to kick off NA East, and that's why we love NA East so much, Monster. It is always, every single fight is so important.
And you're noticing those chug splashes go off here, so P-God knows the player is already healed back up from the distance that he started, and he's going to land a big charge pump shot to kick this off. It's going to go in his favor. Now looking for the control of the walls, and you have to think the enemy he's fighting is probably running out of builds here. This has been a bit drawn out for early game engagement, and yes, another big follow-up. Can he get one more? Oof, that was way closer than what it needed to be, but P-God with a single point to kick off the competition.
Yeah, it just shows the confidence. You love to see this out of P-God coming out game 1, not scared to take the fight. He set up for it. He wasn't over aggressive. He was smart with how he engaged, but you knew he backed himself to win that one. And P-God putting himself on the board very early, and maybe that drop play might even change. They might not go Holly Hedges next game. We'll have to see as Avery gets into a fight here as well. Just down near the rig, down on the south side near Slurpy Swamps, gets the tax shots in and takes him down. Heater falling here to Avery, 1 point on the board as well. So we've already seen 2 of the 4 players going down here. So still staying pretty stacked, but we're getting the action.
Let's not forget, Avery has just been outside the top 10 on the week-to-week qualifiers, his best being 11th throughout the course of the competition and lead-up. So someone to keep your eye out on that maybe hasn't been at the top, but could be knocking on that door. We'll see. Spike, on the other hand, has a lot to prove here as well, as an up-and-comer on the scene, just rotating outside of retail row. Looking for the big snipe shot, going down range, not going to find it that time, but he's telling everyone he's well and aware and ready to do the do here. I'm looking at the map there. It looks like there's another player nearby. His loot's not looking too great. Yes, he's going to have to farm up and get situated here.
Yeah, I think he's going to have to maybe even try and find a pack of Marauders. Maybe very high chance of them spawning around here, being center map. Or can he land that sniper shot? He can. Zentil falls. I was just about to say Spike either has to land a hunting rifle shot or find some Marauders, because 2 chug splashes going into this part of the game where there's not much loot to offer, but there's a lot of loot to offer there from Zentil now.
Just like that, that's going to be 1 down. Another point swinging in the favor. Here's Cody from Team Timbers. We talk about these this Latin community, Hispanics stepping up to the plate, and Cody's got, oh my gosh, he's got the mythic loot. He's got the Caddy's Corner on lock here. All of Kit's mythic weapons and arsenal in his loadout, and the Vault key card to play with it. Whoever was defending this place off, you can see though, according to the mini map there, they've rotated out. So Cody is off to a very, very dominant start. This is looking super favorable for him right now, as he's going to be able to gain access to the loot. Let's see what goodies are going to lie inside. You have to only assume that he's going to be completely capped off, and this might be a game that is going to go in his favor. Hold up now, though.
Yeah, last time we saw Cody coming out of caddy corners with all the loot, he did end up winning the game. And this is someone who's been dropping caddy corners every single game of every qualifier of everything he's played. And you see some people kind of testing the waters, knowing how strong that mythic loot is, but then wanting the consistency so they don't go back there. Cody has been dropping there the whole time. No one has more experience at this drop than Cody. And if you are tuning in from home and you tuned into the heats, there was a bit of drama around this drop spot, as Zayt did not qualify for grand finals because this drop was too heavily contested. So I think it would have been a big shakeup for Cody if Zayt was in contention today, but Cody having it between him and one other player, he's got a very good chance to walk away with that loot consistently. So someone to 100% look out for.
Do agree, and here's a little info bit right there for you. Booga, Kaz, Stretch, Crims, Kanata, Clicks, Calc have all competed in every single FNCS.
Wow.
And let's not forget, Booga's on fire yesterday, coming in 6th for his heat, coming out of NA East Heat number 4. So things were cooking for the champ here himself, and he's looking to continue his stride through solos, as is Cody. I mean, Cody came 3rd in his heats. I know we're just talking about him, but it just shows you we're looking at some of the hottest players on the market right now, hottest players on the scene here, and they're continuing to carry the torch. Let's see, though, Booga looking for some early tags. We know this is the thing about NA East. It is going to be packed, right? From the top to the bottom, every zone, we're going to expect loads and loads of players to stay alive. There are still 95 players in the game, Ozzy, and the first zone is only halfway through closing. That means of all the fights so far, we've literally captured about 3 of them on broadcast. We are literally seeing all of the action right now because of how intense it is on the NA East region.
Yeah, NA East, they know how to play their games. They know how to play stack lobbies, and we're going to see who can manage their Storm Surge. And that's why I was so excited to see P-God come out swinging, because a lot of people start off their first game a little bit scared, just maybe the nerves getting to them. They kind of want to play slow, play safe, just kind of play it easy. So P-God coming out swinging was big for him, and he's got his Storm Surge tags on the map, as Jaith kind of making a really nice little metal base for himself, has the Mythic Grappler Gun as well. A lot of the conversation always kind of falling around Kit's Mythic Charge Shotgun and Shockwave Launcher, but you really can't count the Grappler Gun out. See someone who's been performing really well with it. Unfortunately, I don't believe making finals here today, so Jaith got his hands on that one out of the 3 people that looks like they're dropping here, and he's going to have to find his tags, though. If they haven't fought down below, he also has no shotgun, so I'm not really sure how that's going to play out for him.
And I mean, he's pulling a cease here, nice and early, high in the sky here at the Authority, looking for those early tags to play into his favor. What I do like about Jaith in recent times, that he's just been on the up and up, consistently entering himself into tournament after tournament, Cash Cup after Cash Cup, even now qualifying for the grand finals here in the heats, and slowly but surely stepping his way up, stepping up his placements. So how is he going to perform on the largest setting, on the biggest stage here, on the biggest screen here, in front of all the community figures in the Fortnite scene here now, though? I'm speechless by Stretch, who got me thrown off right now. He's in the center map, making a rotate for center zone, and
he's looking
he's around
good.
So many players.
He's got the loadout, though, as well. 4 floppers. Something I'm not used to seeing Stretch have too much of. Dropping out a Misty Meadow, so maybe he had the time with his zone being a little bit closer to kind of fish up. He didn't have a really strong performance yesterday in his heat, but we talked about it a lot on that broadcast. He got really, really unfortunate zones. All first 4 zones pulled north, and so that kind of caused a bit of issues for Stretch. The last 2 zones pulling south, I think he averaged almost a top 10 in those 2 games where he finally got good zones. So Stretch looking in a great position with that extra time that he will have. He's going to try and set up probably on the edge of this mountain. Needs to get a nice high position to go for some Storm Surge tags as well if he hasn't been fighting anyone already, as Booga holding him down, someone who's also been dropping Misty Meadows with him, hitting the rotate a little bit earlier. And we're talking about interactions, we're talking about those who's who of names here, and Booga and Stretch going head to head is going to be one of them. 2 players who have a lot of pressure on them to perform in their own right, but also to outperform each other. They were duo mates and they both performed insanely well, but there's always those whispers of who carried who's better. We saw Booga and Stretch going head to head in one of the qualifying weeks where Stretch ended up just coming out on top in the final game, winning it over Booga. But this is a rivalry that I'm super excited to see play out.
That's right. And I mean, it's been about 4 months or so since they've entered as a duo into competition.
Yeah.
But the stigma carries with them as they do still play trios and other team-based game modes. So we'll be interesting to see the clash between those two titans. I mean, we saw Janice and Tayson fight one another over in the Steamy Stacks in EU today. And that was probably the biggest clash of Tayson's career because he took that to the Axe of Champions all the way down the line. And P-God, oh my gosh, with the big follow-up onto Vibes. And that's going to be huge for him. His second elimination right now. 93 players left in the game.
Second elimination when there's 93 players left. So P-God has taken down 2 of the 7 players that are falling in this lobby. So you can't overstate how big that is. If you're more of a casual Fortnite fan, you're tuning in, this might seem a little bit ridiculous. The 2 eliminations is huge at this point. But as you can see in the top left, there's only 7 people that have gone down. These players are the best of the best, and they're avoiding fights. They're playing safe, trying to get into that top area for those placement points. And P-God just feeling comfortable. He's feeling confident, running around as we see Prickly Boy was a fan favorite of yesterday, rocking the cactus skin. I feel like the casters definitely instantly resonated with this player and wanted to cheer him on as well. As Prickly Boy trying to find his way out of this one if he can. He was throwing that big pot ahead of him, but this player was waiting for it, kind of choreographed exactly where he was going to go into this push. So Prickly Boy trying to close it out. Players on top of him. Nice builds, but he drops inside the box. 2 tack shots is not enough, and Justice takes him down. Don't think Justice even needed the shotgun there, and look at that loadout. Justice is looking great.
That's right. Justice read the law and laid it down just like that, showing that he was going to be the one to action the scene right now. And that was well played. He just walks through pure confidence through Prickly Boy, who couldn't seem to find the defense, seem to find the shots that he needed. Here's Sentinel's Aspect on the other side. One of the veterans of the Fortnite community scene for the NA East. Been a part of the earliest days of Fortnite competition. Now back on his stride, back on the high horse here as a solo competitor. It almost seems like he came out of nowhere in the recent times, just coming back, showing players that, hey, this vet here still has what it takes to compete on the grand final stage. Ladies and gentlemen at home, this is game number 1. If you are tuning in, we do appreciate it. That's going to be a big down there, though. Aussie, that was Cody.
That was Cody. I have to know who gets that loot because this elimination, while being important at one point, I need to know who gets that mythic loot because that is going to change the game massively. If you're not dropping caddy corners, but you end up with the caddy corner loot, like we saw with Calc yesterday, Calc dropped, I think it was an 8 elimination win or close to it because he got his hands on that caddy loot because he found it in the mid to end game. So whoever has now found that, as I say, Calc goes down to Calazo. So players dropping now as Storm Surge, I believe, is going active and we have 12 people to fall. But if we can get a sight on who exactly has that shockwave launcher, it could play massively into this end game if it's a big name who's been performing and not used to having the added advantage of 2 mythic items.
Take a look at this, though. It's P-God back in another skirmish here. I see 4 different players, 4 individuals stacked up on top of one another off of this rotate here from west to east, trying to get to the safety of the new zone. P-God yesterday did this as well. He was playing off of these non-dead side rotates. I mean, he's just walking directly to the zone and taking battles along the way. We saw that halfway through the competition. It worked against them. We'll see, though, but no, not this time. It doesn't matter. P-God's going to react with the quickness there onto Uzi. Uzi is an up-and-comer as of late. He has been on fire, but P-God shuts that out. He puts the fire out.
Shuts it out quick. That was such a good quick flick with the charged shotgun too. That's a hard shot. If you just watched and you missed what happened there, the other player crash padded straight into the back of the box. P-God didn't see the player coming through because the builds were breaking, and then just split second reaction flicks with the beautiful charged shotgun shot. And P-God's now got 3 eliminations on the board coming into endgame with the peppers as well. So he's got that extra mobility to maybe make that next rotate. And you touched on it just then, Monster. He doesn't really exactly go for the safe rotates. He'll go up against players and back himself in fights just like that. And now he's getting his Storm Surge tags. He's getting his damage on the board as we still have Storm Surge active right now. There is still 1 player getting hit by Storm Surge in this lobby as 71 players are still alive.
I just want to say that is probably the 2nd or 3rd time we've seen a ridiculous shot like that come out of P-God. But here's Skittles finding himself a nice little ridiculous elim onto Avery, who was so lit up on the run from an opponent. And although Skittles may not be able to grab the rewards of Avery's loot there, it's going to be Rubified who's going to scoop that up. It's okay. He's got a nice free point to work with here. Let's not forget, ladies and gentlemen, 75 players or less than 75 players in the lobby now is going to reward the first points. Placement points are divvied out as players go down. And just like that, now Skittle has 2. So this is a Nice step in the right direction here. If the EU FNCS Grand Finals was any indicator, though, to how you want to play, how many points you want to average to take home a victory, you're going to need anywhere from 8 to about 10 around on average to be the FNCS champion of the region.
That is such a tall ask. 8 to 10 points every game for 6 games when you're battling out with 99 of the other best players in your region. Just showing these players are a whole nother level. 31 tag, nothing too heavy. That's clicks. NRG clicks falls. Someone who has a lot of pressure on them here today. A lot of expectations going down with 1 placement point on the board. Don't know if he got an elimination. We didn't see him in the feed, but just the unfortunate misplay there of going up against that wall that Justice does own, and he just has to hit that window edit and go straight through. Justice now knowing there's another player behind his other wall, so Justice in a really congested spot, as you're seeing in the bottom right of that mini map, about 6 or 7 players all on top of each other, and Bucky being one of them. So pretty scary spot to be in.
Bucky, one of the scariest players, one of the hottest profiles across all game modes. Doesn't matter where you place him, team-based, squad-based, solo-based, he performs, he shows up. Smack, though, is going to be lighting up the feed right now, find himself his own point. Here's D-Roller. D-Roller, one of those few key individuals that once he gets going, he can definitely start to play off of that momentum. We know him to be a fragger. I want to say during the FNCS Invitationals, he was breaking records on his streak on up to those grand finals as well. So this is a player that lately has been somewhat dormant, but it shows that, hey, when he turns on big, and he doesn't look back. Right now, though, Ozzy, what I'm paying attention to is this zone and how many players are starting to migrate nice and early. This is only becoming more and more stacked. So we bring our focus down to that mini-map. Just look at how many players have to cross in.
Yeah, and I was just going to say with D-Roller as well, it's just showing that he can kind of like, he can change the game style as well, though. Obviously, last in the solo invitational, there was a lot of high eliminations being dropped. At this point, we're seeing much more placement split. And it's showing his diversity to be able to play to that and play to the placement points, and understanding that most of the players are usually kind of winning this one out with a higher average placement than elimination points overall. We saw some of the regions like Asia have a lot lower point split with a 3-way tie for 47, but then you're looking like regions like my hometown region, OCE, with 70+ points for first. It's just, you don't know. You need to play to your region. You need to play to your scoring format. You need to play to what is going to give you consistency.
Yeah, it's been very volatile across all the regions. Someone who's on fire, though, it's P-God. My gosh, 3 eliminations already. We're not even halfway through the lobby. He's owning up to his name right now. Honestly, he has just been on top of everything. This new zone's going to be popping soon, though. We're going to see that half in, half out reveal itself, and he's already being so active. I wonder if he can just make an end game this time around. That is going to be momentous for him.
Would be momentous. He gets an opposite half though. One of them, the zones you want to get the most. This is the full pull zone right now. So as you can see, that half zone going half in. He takes Renan's though, but like you said, Monster, he likes to be around the action. He doesn't need to go on the safe side of zone. So this next rotate could be easy for him. He could pick up even more eliminations on the way, as Class is going to get that loot, but P-God is one who gets the elimination. He needs to make a tough rotate now. He has the launch pad, he has 2 crash pads, but with these trees in the way, and with the way this zone's going, he's going to have to find a clearing to try and get that launch pad off, I imagine, because crash pads, he's probably going to get stuck in the trees, as Blake just sitting out in the cone looking really nice up here on the top side. He's going to have to start making his rotate as well. It's not as far as P-God, but it's still a pretty difficult zone, as we still haven't even gained our 2nd placement point of today. Top 50 is where these players will get 1 more point on the board. Blake having 1 for top 75. Needs to look back and try and hold some of these players that are using the rotation behind him, and then he's going to have to keep making his way through. Blake has been a dominant player for such a long time now, but hasn't had a big showing in a solos event, so really high expectations, or looking forward to seeing how he can pull this off today. But no medium ammo left in the AR, shotgun only, and a harpoon. He needs to find something pretty quickly.
I'm just looking at the feed right there. I saw Dubs pick up reverse 2K. Kanata's going to fall to hand here as Bucky falls to Blake. And that's 3 major names, major players, absolutely skilled individuals all falling in concession on this rotate here to the half in, half out. This is where things get interesting. This is where Fortnite really starts to shine as a competitive esport. Here it is. It's when things start to get intense and the zone starts to move. Here it is, though. Blake still being so active. The control throws the cone down, and I can't help but imagine that he's going to go ahead and conclude this one as well. The 2nd elimination for him now onto Haji here, and zone's going to pull his way.
Haji, a player who hasn't been so prominent in these games, but did manage to win a game in his heat to jump himself up there and qualify. Unfortunately, falling here at the hands of Blake, who had a great rotate. He was back against the wall. He had no AR ammo, and now he's got 2 huge refreshes in the half-half zone, so he's looking really, really good. Needs to try and kind of find some way to get back in this one a little bit more, as he's on the bottom side, but rotating zone is going to go back through the woods, through all that tree cover, so not sure if he's going to be able to find his way back down on the low ground, as Illest looking much better with 5 crash pads and 1 launch pad.
Here it is, though. The wide shot giving you guys who's in the game. I see Bully. I see Aspect still alive. Illis still alive as well. And Illis is going to be running right through Pose here, who's on the other side of the wall. He's going to go in and crash pad his way in. That's going to be a major impact frag. Impact elimination for Illis. That's going to recap, refresh his material count as well, as the entire lobby now is looking to scramble across here. But Illis is still firing up. He's going to catch Fatch on the movement now as well. Great layer change, though. He's going to move himself up, setting up the teak pad to try and get out here. He's got the crash pad ready to go. He's thinking about it, though, still waiting his time. He doesn't have to do it too early. Not this time around, not until the zone actually pops itself. On high ground, though, Dubs is going to go ahead and lose it to someone launch padding up above. And Ozzy, things are getting super interesting here. P-God is down to 20 HP. He cannot afford to play with the zone, but he's gathering placement points as this Cox keeps ticking.
He's got to make something happen. He knows the player's above him. He's trying to bait him to drop down and go for the shotgun shot. But no, that could be too long. But he waits. It is. He can't break through the full metal in time. Too much damage. He takes 2 10 ticks from zone, and he falls just outside top 30. A good game from P-God, those 7 points on the board, as we now have some of those players who are going to play for more consistency. I see NRG Ronaldo kind of making his way up a little bit here, making his way very high. Ronaldo trying to take the high ground, or at least get above this elevation, which is a good spot to be in. Asia's stuck down there on the low ground, though. He's going to have to keep playing for it. I want to see who has that shockwave launcher and who can actually really contest height, as Blake making a good push for it too. 23 points on the board. He's now inside that top 25. Those 2 refreshes were everything he needed to get him to this point, but he's gonna need another one soon, as he's down to 5 builds inside the full metal base. So he's in a good spot to try and find a refresh from, but he's gonna have to go soon. If this zone keeps going up, takes down Nanolite. Does take down Nanolite. A very consistent play here in this one. AJ falling in the feed as well, going down to the storm as it pushes everyone up this big mountain.
That harpoon was so clutch to grab him all the materials he needed as well. Here it is. Polarized, though, has that shockwave launch. You wanted to know who had it, and it's him on height. And now he's looking to fight it out for his life, though. On the other side, Illa's still up there as well. And now we have Coop down on the low ground, really tearing it up. 4 eliminations for Coop. Someone's got him backed out against the storm, though. He's got to take the fight. He's going to step in, and yes, he catches another one. That's going to be the 5th elimination now. He's still very much in the game. I'm seeing Ronaldo. I'm seeing Dubs still here. Blake's still alive. Jake's fighting his way up the high ground as well.
Is coming down to this. 6 players alive right now. Big names. Who's who of this one? Blake trying to have a big performance here. 4 eliminations already on the board. Going up again. I have to think he has one of the better mat advantages right now. Only 23 builds, but this late in the game, when the zone is about to close out, that is very good, as Ronaldo having to skirt the storm. Coop takes down Jaith. Ronaldo must have flop, as he does. Can he come back in? Can he make a play? Illest, Dubs. Blake putting the pressure down onto Dubs. He gets the elimination. 4 players left. Blake has the high ground. This could be his game. This could be everything to start off the tournament for Blake. He has all the advantages. It's a 1v1. It's Blake versus Illis. Can Blake close it out? Can he jump up and have the huge game 1 performance? Illis can't get up the hill. He can't get a footing. Blake has all the advantage. Blake has to win this one. Illis down in zone. All Blake has to do is wait this one out and just hold, and he is going to be the game 1 winner of the NA East FNCS Grand Finals. Blake takes it away with 6 eliminations and 20 points on the board.
He did that so textbook as well, just holding that height. He knew he had it once Illa slipped down the mountain. Hats off to Ronaldo, though, who got top 3 as well. What a big, big game for our competitors there coming into game number 1. But don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be sending it over to the boys at the analyst table to break it all down for us. That was a great game 1 and a great showing for the opening here at the FNCS Grand Finals, NA East.
Aussie Monster D-Face, you guys are the best flight captains in the world. What's going on, guys? It's me, Zeke. We're here with Sundown. We're going to be breaking down some of the action. I gotta say, Sundown, the old guard and NA East have all been falling, and it's very interesting specifically that we do see Blake picking up the victory royale, because we saw this literally exact thing play out in Europe. You have 2 players walking into that final 1v1 with 5 eliminations. The one person that wins gets that 4-point swing to start the day.
And that ends up pushing him up to a 20-point first game, which if he's able to capitalize on, could be huge. But you talked about some of the old guard falling. However, towards the end there, you still had some of the old guard up as well. Blake's been around for a while. Ronaldo pushing towards the top, and Dubs also making it towards the end with Illis finally falling to Old Man Mountain. So you can see the scoreboard reflecting a little bit of that there. Blake in first right now, Illis in second, Coop in third, Colazzo, Han rounding out fourth and fifth. Hoofishy, Cozies, Skittles, and then Dubs and Ronaldo will be the top 10. But notice everyone 5th through 10th, even on 11 points, but the difference being the eliminations currently rocking out on the tiebreaker.
Absolutely. Now we're going to flip on over to the next page. And again, it's just more of these names. We're so used to seeing Jade, Polarized, Agers, Jack, Aspect, right? Jelty, P-God. I think ultimately, like, this first game, and we saw sort of happen in EU, it's like a general feeler, right? Like, you have 6 games to play. You know you're competing with the 100 best in your region. Now, what happens? Is my drop spot contested? What does my pathing look like? You know, there's so many, all these variables we have to keep in mind, especially as we move throughout these games. I feel like this first one's fine, right? Like, we have some points on the board. That's okay. Now what we have to look forward to is, like, where do these people land? How do they adjust to this new meta that's kind of self-contained in the grand finals? And what they need to do to ensure themselves making it into the top placement as, I guess, as high up along the placement as possible.
Yeah, and the goal is to be able to convert off of this first game. So we kind of talked about in the intro to the show, what is the pacing of a 6-game tournament? And over the course of it, you really kind of want to get yourself established early, because whoever gets out to that lead is going to start running it. And if you fall before getting that first round of placement points, or even that second round of placement points, it can get really hard to establish yourself into a rhythm and get the game moving.
Absolutely, my man. Here we go. We're going to take a look at some of them. I mean, Calc, you know, he put on a show for us yesterday. He said, look, guys, I'm going to make some stuff happen, but couldn't get the footing you're talking about here in the first game.
Yeah, and the same thing happening to Boogie here is getting caught. And notice a common theme for all of these players. They're all on the edge of zone. They're rotating right around the timer with everyone else, and they're not establishing control over their space. But all of a sudden, all of these other names go down, and you get an opportunity to step up. And notice here how Blake had 0 mats. He had next to nothing there, next to nothing here again, and he's chaining together these impact eliminations. Those 3rd and 4th elims, if he doesn't get those, he doesn't turn this into a more. He doesn't create a victory royale. He doesn't have 20 points in the lead. But because he's able to get those elims and then had the harpoon to be able to get the loot and turned it into another one, he maintains the high ground control. And as the circle moves back over the course of the mountain, he gets the elimination onto Illist as well. And again, we go back to his first 2 eliminations. We talked about the 3rd and 4th ones being so key. He had nothing in those early ones as well. You saw his loadout and you saw his mats. He had to push forward and he had to find them. So all of a sudden we talk about how every one of those little interactions matter. He shows 6 different key ones, but particularly the first 4 changed the course of his game. And it wasn't a traditional route that we've seen in solos to a victory royale, but a very well executed one.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. These are the old guard we're talking about, right? They know how to play the game. They have the time. They have all of the hours dedicated to playing and having and kind of owning that mechanical prowess. And now it's just kind of falling back on that, right? And that's what led Blake to the win here. And I gotta know, like, I think the biggest question for me is, like, look back at EU game 1, right? We see Flois comes out strong, same way, 20 points, then fizzles. Do we think that could happen here for Blake?
So that's been the story of a lot of what we've seen on broadcasts going through. It's really difficult for players to kind of convert right away. One, you immediately draw attention to you. Everyone else in the lobby is looking to see that name when you go down. They're going to try and probably hawk your drop spot in your route just a little bit extra, maybe see if they can't throw some shots over there, as we saw Kylix do to Tayson in match number 6 in Europe. If you're able to shut somebody down, then all of a sudden it's anybody's race. However, which we haven't seen in a while, is somebody be able to rack off those back-to-back games we saw in Europe just last week, and you're able to build out a substantial lead. However, today, I don't think just a lead is going to be enough. It's consistent, and then it's going to take one huge effort from somebody to separate them. And 6 elims of the Victory Royale, that's about average. Like we've said, it's around 18 to 20 points for a winner is what you can basically pencil in every time.
I mean, that's all it takes, right? Just a handful. And you said it best at the beginning of the show. It's like just being able to stamp your name there and say, look, it doesn't matter what's happening here. You guys are going to play the game I want to play because I know how to do this. I've been in situations like this in the past. That's why I'm here in the first place. And that's why we're all here in the first place. So I need to be able to make a statement and say, look, I'm going to be the winner. You're going to play my game. You're going to step away from me, and I'm going to just pull ahead. We have to see if that's what happens here for Blake. Very strong showing. Now, we do have 5 games left to go till we crown an FNCS champion. Now, with all that being said, Fortnite fan, we're ready to hop back into game, so let's send it over to our casters, Aussie and Monster D-Face, to get us into game number 2 on the day.
Thank you, Zeke. Thank you, Sundown, for the great breakdowns and, of course, keeping us dialed in with the competition and the action here. It's game number 2 here at the NA East Grand Finals table. We're here to eat. We're here to see a lot go down right now. Aussie, take a look at this battle map. What's standing out to you right now? Because I'm looking at Sweaty Sands, and I see 4 players contesting it already.
Yeah, 4 players, Sweaty Sands. I'm seeing 3 players at Yacht as well as looking a bit hefty. So trying to look for those places that are a little bit congested. Obviously, coming into Grand Finals, these players knew where everyone was dropping. They quite often know. A lot of these big names have their drop spots that everyone knows they go to, but it's looking still pretty spread out. We got 3 at Authority, not too many at Caddy. That 2 at Caddy is looking so good to me. Both those players in such a good position. And I was going to comment last game, I was talking about who ends up with the Caddy launcher. Is it someone who's not used to having it? And it was Polarized. Polarized has been going Caddy, so I have to think that Polarized managed to hunt down Cody and take him out with the Caddy loot and get it back into his own hands. We didn't get to see it, so I'm not 100% sure, but we see Blake over here at Pleasant, which means he's also near Clicks, so I'm happy to imagine that other player here is the big Clicks. So Clicks has been playing a lot smarter recently, but if you're going anywhere right now and you're going to have to try and take an early fight, it's not going to want to be with Clicks.
Yeah, just to answer the question, it was just a weird cross of fate between Aspect finding Cody on the storm line and then Polarized picking it up at that exact moment when he went down.
Yeah.
We'll see how Caddy's launcher plays its factor into this game here. On the other hand, though, we have a battle breaking out, and there's a big group of Marauders on the bridge looking to play spoiler here, part of this fight. You can hear the shots going off. They're just ringing. I think they have the focus on the player on the run right now.
Oh,
and yes, Prickly Boy's looking for the big shot. No, he's not going to find it. But my gosh, those are some great AR follow-ups.
Those are some really good AR follows with a great burst rifle. That's a hard weapon to do that much damage with. 20 damage a bullet, but it shoots 2 at a time. It's very hard to connect 2 shots back to back with it as well. Doesn't have that extra scope on it like the epic and legendary variants do, as Prickly Boy is really pushing this one. He is going aggressive. He has 0 points on the board. We saw him go down last game. He wants to try and prove us wrong, show that he can win these fights as he drops in here, and no, never mind. Oh. He's going to show us that he's going to lose again, unfortunately. Prickly Boy, fan favorite. I'm cheering him on, but he goes down to Nobu Tragics, who is on 8 points, having a much better day today.
Absolutely. Great defense. Plays that quick reverse card. He says, not me. It's going to be you who gets taken out this time around. And that was against all odds. Let's not forget, he was hit for white damage. No shield in that battle. On Frenzy Farms, though, outside of Risky Reels, it looks like we have a little bit of an engagement going down. It's Bucky. We saw Bucky go down before, and oh my gosh, he's going to make quick work of Simple with a better angle there on the battle. You can see 31 of the current players also competed in the FNCS Invitational Finals. That was the most recent major solo competition hosted by Epic, the official Fortnite competition that has most recently occurred. So 31 players cross over into the grand finals this time around. That is ridiculous. That is so consistent.
Yeah, in what is one of the hardest formats to be consistent. We've seen it already today. One hunting rifle shot, just one mistake can end everything. Trios, at least if your teammates can back you up, maybe they can get the revive off. You kind of have a chance to go ahead with it. But solos, it's very hard to be that consistent. But some of these players make it look easy. You've got Kanata in here, you've got Stretch, you've got Booger, you've got Dubs, you've got players who have been at the top of their solo game since even before World Cup. We talked about how Aspect's even back here today. So there's definitely players who can kind of find their groove and find their rhythm. As Illest, one of them takes the hunting rifle rifle shot onto tabs. Illis has a really good loadout to go aggressive if he wants to. Doesn't see the crash pads above him, but he has the pepper going, has the legendary compact SMG, something we haven't seen too much, but this loadout's one that, I mean, I kind of leaned for in a non-stack lobby, trying to just, you know, go super aggressive. You have the hunting rifle to get a long-range shot. You've got the SMG for close-range damage, but I feel like Illis probably going to have to try and get his hands on some kind of an assault rifle just to get those Storm Surge tags.
I mean, we've seen it all. I saw earlier today Tomas HD running a tactical shotgun and just the sniper with movement and double heals. So it's up to the player's preference, I guess. In this case, he's going to run that compact. I can only assume that he's going to be putting that controller to use and probably looking to box dive into some players. And just talking about that, I mean, players like Furious did not qual through. So Lazy Lakes now being... or not having the FNCS Invitationals champ in the game right now is pretty big for him. On your side, though, you do see the format and how it's going to play out, guys. Just that placement, 14 points for the Victory Royale, and placement starts being divvied out at 75th place. But you don't get your second until top 50. We can see how much of a struggle it is to even make it that far.
Yeah, and that's what you're talking about. That's what you normally look at when you're looking at kind of a point, you're looking at a placement format. It's because 14 eliminations is what you need to equal a win. That is ridiculous. You've got to think how hard it is to drop 14 eliminations on the best of the best players in your region when there's so many eyes on you. There's 94 people alive. There's only 5 that have gone down so far this game. So really looking for those big placement points. If you can be like P-God and pick up some early eliminations, that's great, but he didn't get the placement as Illist. Doesn't see this player who's lurking coming into Lazy Lake. I don't think Qua has dropped here. I think he's rotated through, but Illist having none of it, like you said, trying to put that legendary compact SMG to use as Qua's now stuck in an awkward spot. You can't build here because of the half walls. They're skirting them. Illist jumping up and getting shots. Qua just looks like he's reeling, just can't kind of recover from that positioning, and that's all it takes. I talked about it in solos. He just mispositions, takes a fight up against the half wall where he can't build, and that's enough for him to lose it. He can't do anything, and he's just stuck.
That's it. Illis crowning himself the new king of Lazy Lakes. On the other hand, though, Booga is going to get into the box on Reverse 2K. We've already seen Reverse 2K go down once this time, and he's going to go down again. And it's not looking good. Game 1, Game 2 out of the window now for Reverse. And Booga finally secures himself some points. That's going to be one that he's going to desperately need because his Game 1 was nothing impressive either.
And Reverse, someone who has been performing really, really well recently. Obviously, had his kind of rise to prominence around World Cup, qualified for solos, had that legendary duo run with Ninja, almost managing to qualify. And since then, kind of, I feel like had a bit of a slump in between, didn't hear too much, but recently was a player that I had high expectations for, performing so well in solos and trios. And he goes down again, unfortunately. Not sure what's going on there. He reacted well, though. Booga had the crash pad, fell in through the roof. We've seen so much. Reverse managed to turn around and put the stare on his head to block it. So reacted well, but just Kanata falls to Ronaldo. No, you know Ronaldo's screaming about that one. You know how good that must have felt for Ronaldo. Whether it feels good or bad taking down a friend, but Kanata goes down in game 2, and I don't think Kanata has many points on the board. We saw him go down early in game 1 as well. Ronaldo is definitely shouting about that one right now.
That's right. We'll be seeing you on the battle bus, buddy. But Ronaldo, man, one of the more exciting players I'm happy to see performing right now. It's his dream, basically, to continue to put up. And all he wants to do this time around is place. He wants to place high as well. And he is on track to do just that. Someone else is on track to do big things here. Smack. Smack's been finding his fair share of early game eliminations. And we talk early because NA East in specific is just not the region to really ramp up, right? They're known to have that slower, more passive play.
Yeah.
This second game, though, it looks like players are finding their confidence. Players are not trying to fall behind. They're not trying to leave it for the later half. They're really getting into the action right now. Here's A1 Sid going as far as taking the zone fights right now. And I don't think this player knows that he's in the bush.
Yeah, I think Sid would have taken the shots there, but maybe waiting for a better opportunity. Could have taken it, but he's got a very loud audio cue. That Pepper does make a loud audio cue, and so does that Bush. I feel like he's not going to get a better opportunity in the shots he just had, so playing a little bit passive here, not wanting to take the shots. Frat knows he's nearby, and he's too scared to move. Maybe Sid waiting for him to go in front so he can come in from behind, because he does have that Pepper for the increased movement, but no! Sid... he jumps down, Frat jumps into the bush, knows Sid's there, and Sid picks up the elimination. He gets the minis back as well, but I'm looking at the materials monster, I'm looking at the zone, I'm looking at everything. I don't know if that fight was worth it.
And that's the thing, right? These storm fights, they hold a lot of ramifications if you do not have those heals. We'll see. We'll be paying a close attention to the zone now, to that feed, that elimination feed, to see how it all plays out. On the other side, though, Polarized this time actually secures Caddy's loot. Remember, Cody got it last game. He got away with it, but he got shut down by Aspect early on. Now Polarized has it. With 10 points already, he's confident coming into this game. And I think this is setting him up for success right now.
He needs a few more rockets, maybe 5 rockets. Not bad, but not fantastic. But that's why when you have the caddy launcher, refreshes are even more important. Getting eliminations where you can go and get the loot, and quite often players carrying those rockets is huge. But he still does have crash pads too, so he can maybe save those rockets just for the rotates and can maybe use the crash pads to get in if he has to go aggressive. But it's Kit's mythic charge shotgun as well. I feel like the shockwave launcher gets so much attention because it is an item that is just so devastating and is so visually exciting when it kind of just creates these big moments. But Polarized, obviously showing the strength of the shotgun. He's backing himself. He's going straight up on this player's box. He doesn't technically need this fight, showing how confident he is to take it though. This player's pushing away, and maybe Polarized, sensing that he's a little bit scared, a little bit nervous, might be someone he might want to fight because he's trying to disengage. He really doesn't want to have a bar of this, but never mind. Polarized going to disengage past it, choosing the fact that he needs to farm up some materials. Only has 39 builds so far.
And this is what I was talking about. Game 1 had the fewest eliminations before the 3rd zone this weekend. EU notably ramps up. They go crazy with it. But NA East has that history. They're always playing a lot slower. I think this game 2, though, might be looking to set up the stage a little differently. We're seeing a lot of action for players like Polarized with the confidence coming in hot with it. Here comes the classic crash pad. He goes on in. He follows up. He finds the big crack. It's onto Rocks. And they exchange back and forth. And no! Polarized falls, and Rocks is going to be the king of Kit's mythic loot.
And that is so unfortunate for Polarized. He picked the target that he could jump in on. And I was going to say, Rocks must have a heavy tac shotgun because he hit him for, I think, close to max damage. So with the change to shotguns now, tactical shotgun is impossible to be able to do 200 damage no matter how good your shot. But he did close to it twice in a row and he falls. You can't. If you get Caddy's loot, if you are the one who's in the driver's seat, you are in the king's seat, you need to be able to continue that dominance forward, and takes one fight that he does not win. And that's it. Now Rocks has such a good position to have a big game here. Don't know if he was carrying extra rockets. I think he was. So really, really good position for Rocks. Really, really poor fight for Polarized. Oh no.
Things are going to catch up here, though. King looks like he found a big opportunity to slip in a couple shots here. And now he's going to be looking to engage onto this battle. It's Macwood, though. They're going to take this one into the storm. This is going to be an important one to commit to. You got to get it over with here and now. He's only got 2 chug splashes. Yes, he goes on in, and oh my gosh, Macwood nearly bails himself out of that sticky situation. The tactical shotgun versus the charge. It's so interesting to see them go down in the boxes because it's a matter of who catches the bigger opening shot. If you miss that charge, it's over. The tactical wins every single time.
Every single time. And Sundown was talking about it in the pre-show. There's a lot of pressure on Macwood today. He said it out there. He stated he is going for the highest earnings in NA East in online tournaments, with Zexro, one of the players he's trying to overtake, not being here in the finals. But Zexro, watching from home, I guarantee is going to be smiling at that one. They are teammates, they are friends, but still he put a little bit of beef on the line, and there it is. Vibifiers takes down Binky, who we saw Vibe go down last game, and Clicks picks up an elimination in the feed as well.
That's right. He took out COD Genesis there. And here's E11 Daxter sitting on the storm line right now, just hiding out, looking up, trying to make sure that everything's A-okay. He's got Starving Boxer right up above him, hanging, sitting low. On the other side of things, though, P-God coming straight and direct out of Holly Hedges. P-God with some of the most active elims for NA East early on in that last game. He fell on that rotating zone coming into that mid game. He only picked up 7 points. This game drastically different than the last. No elims, and finally placement point gets divvied out there. 75 players down. Storm Surge is also active. He's finally gonna find some. Makes me eat my words there. Okay, put one on the board for P-God. Can he get 2 now?
His AR aim is clinical. I was going to say as well, Stretch going down in the feed before top 75, not even getting the first placement point. So there's some big names going out here, and P-God really wants to push this loot. He's using all his crash pads to get to it. Maybe identified the player had crash pads. He did, so he's going to jump on those, grab the material, and refresh the crash pads up. So really nice play from P-God. And his AR aim today, his long-range aim, has been clinical. As we saw in that wide shot as well, that Blake, our first place contender right now, who won the first game on top of Clicks, both dropping out of Pleasant. So their they're nearby. They have eyes on this, so they're going to be taking some shots pretty soon if they see this fight break out. P-God getting broken out, dropping down a little bit lower, but he still has 4 crash pads and the launch pad to make this next rotate, and there's not that many people on this edge, but as he gets closer to the next zone, there's a lot of people in the way, and this is Calc that's ahead of him, so a very aggressive, very strong mechanical player who could hold him out. But never mind, Calc lets him go, and I imagine Calc goes out and recycles that launch pad. He does, and now they both make it to zone safely.
I just wanted to break that down just a little bit further. That was a great fight to take. I know ideally you don't want to rotate out to the outer edges, but he had the short zone rotate already in his favor. That means that he was going to get to that next safety zone a lot sooner than a whole bunch of the other players. So much less pressure. I think it was worth going for all that loot at the expense of the launch pad because he completely capped off on his material now as well. This is going to be the second game, though, Ozzy, back-to-back, where it's slowly but surely closing around this weeping section of the map. That means all the trees, all the line of sights that are going to block out, it's not going to be as important right now to hold a launch pad, right? They're harder to use here.
Yeah, it's very hard, especially the crash pads as well. Crash pads will break the immediate buildings around you, but they will not break the tree if you fly up into it, which can cause a lot of issues. So yeah, blocks a lot of sightlines, like you said, though. So you can make smart rotates, kind of use those trees to hide, or you can kind of use a lot of your wood and use a lot of your resources to build walls and then refarm it back up. But we're getting 2 very similar zones, so you got to think about which areas this kind of favors. Those players that are dropping, maybe Fortilla like Dubs, as Nobu Tragics falls to Jark, his first elimination of the game, and Jark having a really nice loadout. We haven't seen the floppers be too prominent in this current season, in this current meta, but Ronaldo last game, I saw him in Storm popping a few, so they can definitely be used to pick up a few more placement points, and Jark has a good loadout right next to Tabs as well, set up on a really good side of Storm, and Illust and Berserk also over here. Zentildo going down game 1 to the headshot sniper, now has no shield, so he needs to do something to pick up his games quick.
That's right. And this is going to be it now. We talk about those trees blocking all the line of sights. It's hard for him now to actually evaluate, right? It's hard for him to read this.
Players.
He's got to cross through all the players here. And there it is. Some crash pads are going to go out. So this might be a free opportunity for him to get a free rotate. But no, the opponent was actually looking to hop in on him. And oh my gosh, he's going to get hit with a hunting rifle shot from the eastern portion. And no, he gets hit again. It's Nanolite. Man, Nanolite with the downrange tags here, just looking into the action. Berserker's going to hop on top of all of that loot, and that means that's going to be his crash pads, his shields. That's going to be massive for him right now to at least keep him in the game here. On the other side, though, we're hopping over. Jack still in the low ground. I see Ronaldo still in this game as well. Jeltzy still in this game, too.
Some big names. I believe I just saw Calc take down Lunez for the second time in 2 games. I swear he took him down game 1 as well. So obviously those 2 players finding each other quite often, maybe similar rotates, as I'm seeing a lot of players who are dropping the same area ending up together. Clicks and Blake have been rotating very close together as well. We saw Stretched and Booger game 1. So a lot of these big names are dropping similar drops, and they're running into each other a lot, and they're having those big key interactions as Nexi trying to put that burst AR to use, as he's got more than enough ammo to take some shots, and he has that rotation. There it is. Finds Keox and the Harpoon, which with all the items we've seen at the moment, with the crash pads, with the peppers, with extra meds, not a lot of players carrying the Harpoons anymore, as he's just struggling to grab that extra loot, and there it is. Finds that benefit of the massive material boost. 109 builds left now, and the 4 floppers, so he can swap out the Harpoon for those floppers. That was a really, really good investment there to carry that.
And here's the thing, if you guys watched Tayson's FNCS Invitational victory from the EU region, he banked on having a Harpoon and taking that through to the victory royale in the solo setting specifically. Solos, Harpoon is so good when you're in solos because you are allowed to refresh yourself. We're seeing that now 2 games back to back, even in Spike's loadout here. So I feel like we're seeing a nice classic shift in the loadouts and how things are going to work out. But Spike's in a world of trouble right now. He pulls half in, half out, but he also pulls his Lobby's focus. And oh my gosh, the bailout, the get out of jail free card right there. He's going to land the big charge shot, and he's still in the game now.
Still in the game. You see those Harpoons ringing out, so I think he lost a lot of the loot that he would have gained from that one, but he is still alive. He does still have those crash pads, so fully expect Spike, when he finds someone here on a wall, to maybe go aggressive and try and get in and get that refresh. And now, on the complete other side of things, looks like a completely different game. We have Skittles just set up in a nice breezy area, pretty far to rotate. There's quite a few people in front of them and around them, as Ronaldo and Rox also over here. And remember, Rox does have his hands on that mythic charge shotgun and the mythic shockwave launch, so someone I'm expecting to shape up this lobby, as as Crip gets shaped out of the lobby and Skittles gets the elimination. Still 4 people to go down, Monster, until we even get our second placement point. NA East is playing out so slow and so steady, just going for that consistency with the placement. As Jark, I don't think he does. He spots the launch pad and he's going to go up and try and recycle it as everyone making their way to this half-half, which is already so congested. They're building a mini city here. Everyone trying to just find their spot, find their places. People are taking walls, taking fights, crash padding in. AJ finding this player on the back foot. SF on the back foot with 2 players on both of his walls. It is absolute pandemonium here, Monster.
It's looking like we're going to be shaping out to create a new top 10 right now. One of the few players I saw up there, though, Ronaldo was still in this game. Keep an eye on players like Coop, who was 3rd on the leaderboard, on the standings when we came into this. Blake's still in this game as well. So our top 3 still holding strong, gathering points, accumulating points right now, trying to hold on to the lead. They're not making it easy for the new competitors trying to step up and take this away. But it's Sid, though, with 4 points right now, who's getting active in the mid-game. He needs it, too. 8 builds his name. That means 80 material, guys. He can't get too far with that, even with the crash pads to rotate across. Okay, he's looking to set it up, though. He's trying to find anything he can. There's a little edit there, though, so he knows there was a player nearby. What is he going to do? He waits. Someone's in front of him. Okay, though.
Might have to pull out the crash pad. Oh, he hits it. He goes up into the sky, though. Unfortunately, the harpoon, though, he goes to harpoon the wall, and the player edits it. So he lands the harpoon stow, opening up the wall at the absolute worst timing. Sid gets the harpoon shot, and that's the mat refresh. That's what you have to watch for. Those players that have not much left, they need to have that aggressive play. They need to get something, and they claw their way back into it as Dubs hits the sky in top 10. Bully, I'm seeing Jark, so many big names still in this, but you talked about earlier, Monster, the trees. They're trying to land, but the trees are blocking them as Clicks is now making his way up onto high ground in a beautiful position. Ronaldo making his way through. P-God, Bucky, this is going to be our who's who endgame, and it's going to break down fast.
And because of those trees, and now a vertical city has been created right beyond that landscape there. We'll see how that's going to handle this lobby here, how it's going to create the layer congestion. But moving forwards, though, Coop still looking for some action in the low ground. He's facing his way back to the storm. I love what he's doing right now. He still has to cross, though. So he's got a lot of seconds before the clock's going to continue to push here. Those crash pads are going to be put to use by other players. They're going to recycle them. Coop sitting a little too long back here, though. Now comes the pressure of the storm. He jumps in for the loot. Yes, he needs it desperately. And no, he gets caught on the back line. With the floppers, though, he's going to be able to sit in zone for a couple more seconds. Will he have enough to get out, though? Now it's going to be the key opportunity for him to hopefully find a frag here when he needs it most. Rotating his way in. Barely any materials. Just 40 left now. This is it. Things are getting cooking here, and yes, he's going to find one. It's on to Skittles now, and that's going to be just enough. He's going to have to edit his way out. We're going to be catching up soon, though. There's 25 players in the lobby right now. That's another placement that's going to get out. It's going to be on to King there, Ozzy. It's still going. No. These are a lot of points. Oh, my gosh, the flick.
Coop fights his way back into it. I was going to say the Siphon came in a millisecond on time. He went down to 50 health in Storm, which means he just got the Siphon before the next tick went through. So Coop going down, but a phenomenal performance back against the wall to pick up, I think, 3 or 4 eliminations as D-Roller already having 3 on the board as well. Pushing forward, he's got the cabbages, got 11 builds, so a bit more than we saw what he does. He jumps down, finds the elimination, and then we see Aegis take down Booger as well. D-Roller just making his way through this one, trying to roll through the lobby like Monster alluded to earlier as Dubs goes down. So I've seen a lot of players go down who are in this top 10 scenario. D-Roller just set up in his box. He's got the cabbages. He has 2 crash pads. I don't know if he's going to go for Hype Monster or if he's going to go into a box.
That is true, and you saw P-God there as well, still getting points, but yes, the Shockwave goes out. Hold up, though. Clicks is battling up for height right now against Kaz, and I think Clicks has got it, but no, now it's going to be a battle of who can hold it. You see the builds there. Someone's trying to hold on to height. It's D-Roller. He's managed to make his way all the way up to the top, and he's got the biggest refresher you could ask for. 900 medium ammunition, heals to go with it, and some materials as well. This could be his game, and this could be a monster game. There's less than 10 people left in the lobby, though, and he already has 4 eliminations. Can he make it 5 here, Ozzy? He's looking for anything. He is desperate to take home this victory, to prove to the rest of the community here at the NA East region that he is someone to be feared. On the low ground, though, Clicks has got a lot to prove as well. The bailout, the second point there, the follow-up elimination, and he still has the refresher too. So he has just enough mats, though. He's going to keep it going. Great layer change here.
farms down the tree to get those extra builds, and D-Roller has to make something here. If you have this loadout, if you have high ground, you've been given everything, you need to prove that you are here for a reason, that you can close out games like this. As there's 3 players alive, Clicks falls to class, D-Roller making his way down, 5 builds left, the 1v1, Nobu Divine. We've seen it so many times before. D-Roller jumping his way down. We get the wide to see what we missed as Class takes down Clicks, and there it is, D-Roller taking down Nobu Divine. He falls there. The shockwave launcher does come out on top. We're gonna have the analyst to break down what we missed just there, because that was a ridiculous endgame.
That's right. He did it well. He did it textbook. He held that high ground and walked it through to the end of the game. Although he didn't catch a lot of eliminations, he still did a fair job finding some of the points that he needed there. We're going to be shooting it on over to the boys at the desk to break down the action. So do me the favor, Zeke, take it away.
Hey, thanks, Monster, for that. Game number 2 here in NA East. A little bit different, a little bit picking up the pace. We're slowly getting there. We're warming up. You know, it's all good, all good. They're waiting. They're like, hey, Zeke, just hold on. This isn't it yet. Just be patient, buddy. I'm like, all right, I got you. Don't worry. Great game there, though, coming out of DeRoller, finding himself that victory royale. Now, the question is, what do these standings look like? Coming out of this last game, we do know that Blake did get the victory royale last game. The question of the day is, does he hold on, though? Let's take a look together. Sundown, break this down for us.
So I think the biggest thing to note here is, what does the pace look like right now with 2 games played? First place is averaging 13 points, and that's because Blake, falling at 46 there, is going to really limit his potential to push up. He was only able to secure himself 3 points coming through. Now, the thing to note is who is able to really rocket themselves up because of that performance. DeRoller, obviously, with that victory royale going through, but also Kaz and Jelty pushing themselves up into 5th and 6th and taking advantage of the fact that Blake went down so early. Some other familiar names on there. Illis, who did really well during the qualifiers, except who had a strong heat performance yesterday. And then the veterans, FaZe Dubs and Class, rounding it out in 9th and 10th, and doing it on the back of a placement style, with both only holding 2 eliminations.
The other thing I want to point out on the top of this page right here is Coop in 2nd place. You saw how he clutched up in that game. You saw how he had pretty much no chance of staying alive, and he still did it and got 1 more elim before he went down to push himself even further up. That will matter as time goes on. There in 12th place is Divine, the 2nd place performer in that game, and he got 5 elims in that one too, tied with what DeRoller did. But I wanted to note in that game how many people got eliminations. It was pretty much the entire lobby taking each other out, elimination after elimination, not giving the chance for DeRoller at the top to really take advantage of that opportunity that you mentioned, Sundown.
Now we roll on over to the next page here. You can see A1 Sid 21st, Crunchy, Vanish Bully, Runons, Cozy's, Clicks in 26 with only 2 eliminations, but that signal means he has 10 placement points. He's making it into those top 25 thresholds. If he's able to convert on any one of those, he has the potential to really rocket himself up the leaderboard. And honestly, I think your point, Bala, when talking about how so many different players are getting eliminations, is what kind of feeds into Zeke's point, where it feels like it's not necessarily as exciting. That's because all that excitement is being spread across 5 or 6 different players who are picking up either 4 to 6 eliminations, rather than them all funneling into that 1, 9, 10, maybe 11 or 12 elimination performance that we saw out of Tayson earlier. But the effect it has on the leaderboard is, all of a sudden, if somebody doesn't have that huge game, it's whoop, everybody's that much closer.
And that's what the Vanish Boys did take advantage of, right? Kaz and both DeRoller, they've suddenly come out of nowhere, right? With these, everyone at the top eliminating each other, say, okay, you created this opportunity for us, we will take advantage of it.
And that's kind of the story of DeRoller too. Like, back in the Invitational, he won that one day before we went to the Grand Finals, and I was asking myself, where did this guy come from? And he's showing that that wasn't necessarily a fluke. We're going to take a look at what happened in this one. Blake started off a little decent in this one, but like you said, Sundown, opportunities were all of a sudden given.
Yeah, and he fell over there. You can see D-Roller getting a key elimination there right on the placement threshold, going to push himself over. And we talked about picking up key ones on the edge. That's eliminating Calc as he's rotating into zone, and it gave him priority spacing and enough materials to be able to convert over. He picks up Ronaldo there as well. So D-Roller really running through some high-level players he's used to seeing in the end game. And then once you get here, he's so good at executing in those final moments and turning it into a lead. But his org mate Kaz also able to find some huge picks. He was playing this mid-ground situation with that charged shotgun. I mean, that reaction shot there on the Daxter was huge.
And it was, and they'll look for more through the windows. This is what these guys are so good at, no matter the situation, always still looking for the opportunity to get the consistent points out of elims that you can find in the end game. Something you're not used to is how easy it is to get end game eliminations when you play normal games. But when there's this much congestion in a tight space, you see players like Jelty be able to put people in uncomfortable situations. That's Dubs, one of the best solo players in the world, and he gets put down by Jelty because he's back against the wall.
Buena suerte, vamos, Jelty, one of our Latin American players who's been so absurdly consistent in terms of making it into the end game. And I'm excited that he was able to get a number of eliminations there because his ability to make it in the top 20 time and time again, he has such a high percentage of conversion rate on that, that if he's able to start getting these eliminations, he could push into potentially challenging for that top spot.
Man, this is the question, right? With 4 games left, who can do that? Who will do that? As a reminder, in EU, we thought it was all set, and in Game 5, everything was turned on its head. That could still happen. That still has the opportunity. It's not over until that last game is played, and we can take a look at the final results. Now, guys, we are getting ready to hop back into game. If you are tuning in, thank you so much for hanging out with us. This is Grand Finals here in the FNCS. We're in NA East. We've got 4 games left to go. EU happened earlier. It's been an incredible day. With that being said, though, it is time to jump out of the battle bus yet again. So let's send it over to our casters, Monster D-Face and Aussie Antics, to give us the eyes in the sky.
There you guys have it. You heard it from the best of the best. We're hopping back in to the FNCS Grand Finals NA East game number 3. It's Monster D-Face, Aussie Antics here on the horn to deliver the action. And the question here, Aussie, is can D-Roller, who's had a taste of success, that first place, hold it through? Because the last time he was in a Grand Finals setting, he fell short, coming 44th place during the FNCS Invitationals. But this time, he's in first place after 2 games. I don't know. Can he do it?
He's doing it. I think he can. He's doing really well. His placement timing is great. He's just making those extra little placement thresholds, because if you look at him and Coop broken down on the leaderboard together, you'd actually imagine that Coop would be higher, right? Except for that one win. D-Roller clutched up the win and showed that he has it in the back pocket. So I think he's playing phenomenal. You said he's got a lot here to prove, and that's the thing. We've talked about it time and time again today. Once you jump up, you make yourself the target. Everyone's looking for you. Everyone knows you now, and D-Roller has been the target before in FNCS Invitationals. Can he do it in the next solo FNCS now? Can he have the consistency as Polarized takes down Keox in the feed, which I have to think means Keox has changed the drop spot and gone Caddy, because I was going to say when we saw that map, I saw a few extra eyes on Caddy that weren't there last time.
That's right. Players trying to step it up and take the action into their own hands. Here's the thing, though. I want to set the stage up. Players that I'm looking out for that are scary, consistent, and they're doing it today already. It's players like Dubs, who already pulled a top 5 and a near top 10. Players like Jelty, who are doing the same as well, just shy top 10 2 games in a row. And players like Azers, that consistency. We know that over the marathon, that is the 6 games, that mental fortitude, having great games, even if they're not wins or big pop-offs, just making endgame and knowing your formula works is going to be able to give you the confidence to surge you through after the 6. So keep an eye out on those guys, because they have been the most consistent and the least volatile so far. I mean, if you've been watching throughout the qualifiers, we all know Dubs has some of the best placement that this scene has to offer. So he is a pioneer of rotates and making endgames. We'll see, though, as the competition continues here, because this is still game number 3 and things are just getting started for us.
Yeah, and you got to look at some of their drop spots as well. So obviously Dub's coming out of Fortilla, which means if he can get into that vault, he has a guaranteed launch pad, but it also means that he's walking away with consistently good loot. Some of these players having good games out of more shamble pass have to rely on luck a little bit more. Do you find a few stacks of minis? Do you find the big pot? Do you find what you need? Where Dubs is coming out of Fortilla every single game with what he needs. And because of the water and because of the guys in that area, the rotation paths are a lot easier too. So you're looking at players like that to be very consistent, to start racking up some of these placement points. We touched on it last game as well, but you have the placements on the right here. A victory royale being worth 14 points, and then each one of those thresholds will net you an extra point as well. So those are combined with eliminations being 1. So you get your first points when you get inside top 75, top 50, and then so on, as you can see from this graphic. But that win, 14 points, and we see Zolaf getting some really big shots onto ult. Not sure what happened there, but he also fishes up the legendary tac shotgun. So big swing from Zolaf there within 2 seconds. His game is looking very good and very different.
Listen, I was hyped that he pulled a legendary shotgun out the water and then to be rewarded with the Elam right there. My gosh. Talk about a nice game for Zoloft to kick things off. Not so nice game for Altu. We'll have to figure out what happened there. But regardless, on the other perspective, Bugha, who had a decent game too, he went from 1 point coming out of game 1 to securing 9 points in game 2. That is huge. That's massive. At the start of the show, Ozzy, we spoke about the fact that you need anywhere from like 8 to 10 to be the champ on average. Bugha's closing that gap now, right? If he can have a good game 3, that's setting himself up for the great halfway mark.
I still can't believe how ridiculous that is. When we talk about a win being worth 14 points, and you have to average around 10 just to win an FNCS in one of these regions, and you're doing it against the best of the best, it is incredible, and Bugha has shown that he can do it. Obviously, your solo World Cup winner, still holding on to that mantle, still holding on to his skill, and showing that he is one of the best solo players here. He almost won one of the qualifying weeks, showing that he can still do it and perform on the day. The zone so far, he did that out of a different drop, though. He did that out of Rickety Rig, and now he's switched it up to Misty, but still, Misty being a very strong drop. So far, him and Stretch having each side of Misty and being relatively safe. I've seen them taking a few tags, but they're not launching full-on assaults, and they're both playing well. As Blake, another person who has another scary name with him at his drop, clicks over here, who I believe is the one who's probably taking shots onto him, and he's only got 3 minis and a whole spot free. So these are the kind of players I'm talking about who are going those more shamble loot paths. I know Pleasant Park might not sound shambles, but when you got another person there and you've got another people getting all the loot before you rotate, he's walking out with not that much.
Yeah, more importantly, if he gets jammed up on any of these rotates and gets tagged like this, that's where you start to fall behind quickly, because look, he's already down another mini now being tagged from an AR from that distance. And just like that, you suddenly and slowly fall behind. You lose that early game lead that you were starting to build up. Blake, he kind of fizzled out that last game. He put 21 minutes into the second game to only secure about 3 points. He fell at 46 points, or 46th place with only 1 elimination. And that's after coming after the victory royale with 6 elims. So he's a bit volatile right now, that halfway mark, and oh my gosh, as I speak about volatility, he falls to a headshot snipe from Stowe here. Massive.
Yeah. We talk about it. We talk about 6-game formats. We talk about how mentally grueling this is, the amount of pressure, the amount of time put into this, and then your game 3 gets ended within a millisecond like that. He falls, Blake goes down, all that loot goes over to Stowe, and now Blake has to sit back and spend 20 to 30 minutes watching, thinking about what he could have done differently, when honestly it is so hard to think what you should have done when it comes down to a headshot snipe. But at the end of the day, the rotates can be different, the builds can be different, but Blake is going to be very upset with that one, and he has to bounce back. He has to keep his mental in check because he's still on pace. We talked about it. 10 points every game is what you need to win this one. He's on 30, and this is game 3. So if he keeps up the consistency, he will be okay. But unfortunately, Blake picking up game 1 win, the last 2 games not going as great for him.
And that's the rough part, right? Proving yourself, proving to the community that you're not just a team-based game player. Like, you can do it as a solo. He has yet to actually prove that. Even with the strong starts, we've seen him come out the gate swinging and then continue to fall. It just seems like that is how his history has been written time and time again. But don't worry, we still have half a competition in front of us. This is only game 3, and it is just kicking up, ladies and gentlemen. But okay, Clix has high ground. He's got the mountain on check. It looks like he's probably even put some tags down, so he might be chilling as far as the Storm Surge goes. On the other side, though, here's FaZe Dubs taking it up with Azures. I gave FaZe Dubs a lot of credit at the start of this, talking about his consistency to make it through the end game, and he's already engaging onto a mid-game fight or early game fight with the player that's in top 4. So this is 2 top 10 players potentially holding out one another here in the storm line.
Yeah, and he has to make this rotate, but again, it's that loot. Look at, he takes the tags, but he's got the minis, he's got the bigs, he's got 6 crash pads and the launch pad. A lot of these tournaments are decided from the drop, but you have to have respect on your name. You need to have people respect you enough to not want to drop with you. Dubs, obviously having done that, one of the most decorated competitive players in history, a World Cup player. He is phenomenal, and he's holding down Fortilla right now, getting the loot and getting out. He's late into this rotate. He's got the crash pads if he wants to use them. I hope he'll be able to hold on to them, as we now see SF. I'm not entirely sure which member of SF this is, Monster. If you know, let me know, but he's out here at the fish farm, and I think this addition to the game is super underrated. Look at the amount of fish he's able to gather here at this spot.
He's not holding them, not just yet, though. He's got one more shot left in a harpoon. Let's see what he's going to be able to kind of fish up here, and that one elimination is going to be a big frag. You can see he's sitting on quite a pool of loot here. The excess material inside the box, the excess of floppers sitting on the dock here. Whew. Now that he has zone, though, this might work for him. Yeah, he's got so much to choose from.
He can hold this down. He's got all the loot in the world. He can kind of just box around this, maybe hold it and come back for it if he needs it. It's just, I haven't really seen this drop spot having too much strength, but I feel like it is such a powerful one. But I guess at the same time, you are very exposed. You need to get your weaponry around here as well. And looks like he has a good rotate, so someone to look out for. And you talked about it, people you're looking out for, Monster. I'm really looking out for Coop right now on the feed. Last game was very impressive. He was backed against the wall with low mats, pressure on him, and he performed really well. And Coop is known for that, being a very aggressive controller player who can really back himself in those scrappy end games. But I want to see if he then has the kind of the rotates and the ability to be consistent and avoid those scrappy situations, because no matter how good you are in them, it's players like Dubs who can avoid having to be shambles that are always going to come out on top in these 6-round tournaments.
I do agree with you. Coop is on a nice little streak right now, but SF looking to get the beans down in the shots, and yes, he's going to find every single one he needs. It's going to be onto XX Shark. And I do want to give a shout out to Shark as well, someone who only played one of the qualifiers and pulled himself into the grand finals. So although he didn't put as much effort possibly as these other players, he still stepped up to the plate when it matters most and brought himself to the table this far. Who knows though, maybe that lack of preparation, that lack of seriousness is one of the reasons he isn't finding success today, but he's still such an exciting player to look out for. On the other side, another exciting player is Tabs. He's fighting another Titan here. I believe it's Avery on the other side of the wall.
Yeah, this is going to be a big engagement. As Tabs goes out, he tries to use that stair to kind of crash pad up towards height, but unfortunately messes it up. Kind of just pushes him back into his box as Tabs has to rethink how he's going to play this, because he needs this elimination. He has no shield. If this turns into a long drawn-out fight, if Avery gets a few tags on him to open this one up, it's only going to go worse and worse for Tabs. We've seen Colazo, his duo mate, doing quite well here today after game 2 was up there. I think had a good game 1, shaky game 2, but Tabs trying to make something of this one. He's kind of revealed his play though. He messed up that crash pad, and now Avery knows he's probably going for it. And the issue with those crash pads, as good as they are, if you go for high ground and you have predictable movement and your opponent has a good shotgun, they can really line up a nice shot on you, as Tabs deciding this is a fight that he doesn't want to take. But I don't think his opponent is doing the same thought process. He wants this one as well. He knows the Tabs is desperate. He can sense it.
No, he's fighting up against Avery. Avery's gotten his taste of being an FNCS champion as well, so you got to be careful with someone like Avery who's got the confidence in his pocket, the experience to back it up here on the biggest stages, on the biggest final days. Not everyone can speak like that, and that's going to be a shield crack. You know it's the green light, but oh my gosh, Avery walks into a monstrous charge shot from the response to Tabs, and yes, there it is, the follow-up, the big shot from the air, in the sky, the quick drop kick there. That's going to be the point, the siphon, everything Tabs is going to need to keep him in the game now.
Yeah, I talked about it. When you're in the sky and you're in the crash pad, it's predictable movement and you can charge up a shot, but I didn't think it would swing the other way. Tabs managed to pick that one up, and Who Fishy, someone that has been performing very well, Monster, who I don't think we've seen anything of today, so hopefully looking to have a big game 3. Needs to pick up the pace. It looks like he's doing that. He's making his way to the top, so 11 points, not bad. Doing well with a few good games. He could jump up there, but he's on the back foot now. There's 2 players in front of him trying to get some damage down, and Who Fishy steps forward into it, and he falls though. You talked about a Monster charge versus tack. Even if you get a heavy charge shot, the extra fire rate on the tack, you can get off 2 shots with the tactical shotgun for every 1 of the charge, and that's what brings DGen out on top here, on top of Hypnos, and that's his high ground. And Who Fishy back to the lobby now on, I think it was 11 points.
Absolutely, and I was just about to start priding all the new names and faces that are breaking into the top 10 because we don't see a lot of the star veteran players up there, right? Your favorites, they're not there. This top 10 is looking totally new. It's looking fresh. It's the up-and-comers who are really thriving today, and you can see it just like that right here. Players like Class are looking to put up. I think of the only players in the top 10, it was like Dubs, right? One of the bigger names, but we'll see as this competition continues out. Who Fishy is one of the more exciting new rising stars on the scene. 11 points, not too shabby. That was about top 30, but to fall, that is a rough one. That's a tough pill to swallow. On the other hand, though, Jeltzy really firing up here. He's looking pretty good. 2 eliminations. My gosh. The Latin community must be proud. They're bringing some of the most exciting engagements that we've seen throughout any of the regions so far. As a community as a whole, I feel like the way France loves the you know shows love for them in the EU region, the French community, it's the same for the Latin community here on NA East. They bring all of the excitement. They've been continuing to do that throughout the last few days here of the tournaments. But now, on the other hand, Skittles trying to rotate out the zone.
He's trying to hit the rotate in the boat, and he's got some speed, but he is far from Storm. I don't know what fight this was. Skittles been playing really consistently in the qualifiers. He was performing insanely well, and not sure what kind of led him to this point here, where he needs to kind of use the boat for the rotate, trying to get some mats as well, and he is far from Storm with no white med, so he needs to be careful. That uses the launch pad, so that campfire, I think he wanted to go for the campfire there, but unfortunately it had already gone out, so he was going to have to invest 300 wood to restart that campfire, and I just don't think it was worth it. So Skittles making this rotate, but if he gets focused at all, this is going to be a very, very rough time for him as he's kind of pushing his way forward. He has 6 crash pads, so he might even look to go a little bit aggressive, but no, finds this elimination, but no, he doesn't. The other player gets eliminated from someone else. I believe Binky just took down exactly, but Skittles was there, and Skittles pushing forward, and just like that, he's back in the game. He only gets 1 elimination, but he gets 2 players worth of loot, and I take it back. Skittles knew exactly what was going on, apparently. He had this one down.
That's right, and there you have it. New names putting it up. It's happening here right now. Skittles, and that was so clutch, right? He didn't have any HP, so the siphon was much needed, very much welcomed. As we talk about old heads and the vets here, it's FaZe Dubs who's looking to put up right now 19 points in the competition. We said that consistency. Remember, he was being held out by Azers in the Weeping Woods, but he just pulled off a massive dead side rotate. He flung his way all the way north now, coming into the lightest congested areas. He's really trying to play that into his benefit. And now having to crash that in, oh my gosh, it's going to hurt him a lot. And yes, here comes the lobby focus. It doesn't matter. He's too late to the zone, and because of that, exactly, he gets focused out.
Unfortunate there. He didn't have a lot left in his name. He must have used a lot of the shields to try and get to that point. He only had bandages left for med, so Dubs out of this one. Honestly, I have my eyes on Kaz. So we've been talking about new names, talking about old veterans, but there's those players in between, monsters. Those players that have just, they've always been around the edge. Kaz, no one would consider him not a top tier player, but he's never had that big game performance like Stretch has, right? Like winning one of those majors. So I'm really looking at players like Coop, like Kaz, who people know about, but don't have that full respect of just how good they are. And Coop putting up another elimination on the board, trying to push ahead of D-Roller, who I believe has already gone down this game. So first place in the taking for Coop here.
And that was big. He takes out Liquid Stretch right there on the rotate.
D-Roller's still here. Never mind.
Yes, D-Roller is there. He's right on the storm line. So D-Roller can still continue to put up points. You're looking at the neck and neck, the first and second place at the current standings right now here in Game 3 as we're coming into Game 3. Not only hovering behind one another, but literally closing the distance, closing the gap by finding Elam. So the action's on the feed, and you know they see it. So the red flag is up. The awareness is there. On the other side, though, Mikey looking to gather information here, peeking out of the top of his cone right now to quite literally gather as much info as possible on the lobby. What's he going to find out here? He's going to find out that Crims is nearby. Booga's up top. Kaz is right there. We're just giving him praise. That's a big name with a strong position right now. He's in the middle of zone 4. So the likelihood of pulling the next zone is very, very high.
And this zone is going to be like an interesting one. It hasn't got too much to it, though. It doesn't really have, it has a little bit of a river as we see Nexy fall to Mikey. We don't have any big mountains. It's not going to go back through Steamy, I don't think. So this zone is going to be a bit more of a safe one. But at the same time, if you mess up your rotate, if it goes the wrong way and you get focused like Dubs did, there's not a lot of cover. Monster touched on it last game. We've seen 2 weeping zones with the trees, which gave a lot of cover from the sightlines. This game, that is not there. There is not a lot of cover. You can see how open this is. And right now, we see a player, D-Roller, who is in first place, 40 below Storm Surge, with 3 players needing to go down in 20 seconds. So with how slow NA East has been playing out, with how methodical these rotates have been, D-Roller has to be very careful here to try and get those tags or risk having to heal out Storm Surge, which we've seen that go poorly quite a number of times here in the qualifiers and heats.
You forgot to mention he didn't have any heals, so that's off the table.
Yeah.
He's got no other option other than to fight. And someone who's seeing the fight break out, it's Skittles. He's looking right down into the kind of the area where we just saw D-Roller moving through. So he's trying to see what he can find. The rockets are flying in as well, so that's the grief from the rest of the lobby, trying to get a piece of the action. I can only assume that D-Roller's down there trying to make something big happen. That could be him. No. Yes, it is him. He was on the run. He was trying to find anything to keep him alive, Ozzy. He's out.
D-Roller falls, so now Coop has got the first place for the taking. So Blake has fallen here, D-Roller has fallen, so we're looking at players like Coop, like Aegis, like Kaz, like Chelsea, who are just around that area because a lot of the people in the top 10 have already gone down. So this is going to shake up the leaderboard, and this is what they talked about, the analysts talked about before this game. EU had those big pop-off 11, 12 elimination wins that jump people up. We're not seeing that in NA. It is such a tight leaderboard.
I love this. Class has actually 5 games in the top 15, the most in the NA East this weekend.
Wow.
So he's been pretty consistent. I mean, he's top 10 coming into this, and with the elim already, and the fact that he's accruing these late game placement points, this is looking very good. We're going to be seeing Class break up inches way higher. Players like Dubs have already fallen, right? And you mentioned Blake and the others are down too. So this is where the leaderboard really starts to change up, and things get a little bit closer. New players break in. We see the new breed stepping up now. 7 floppers into Class's inventory, though, Ozzy. I can't help but think that he is definitely making endgame, and probably going to be doing it by sitting in the storm just a little bit and biding his time to place some points.
You have to think, and that's what's been so scary about the current meta with crash pads. At any time, your game can end. If you're up against the wall with someone who's aggressive, someone who needs a refresh, doesn't matter how many meds you have, what weapons you have, what floppers you have, you can fall at any moment, and that's what's making this solo FNCS one of the most exciting, but also one of the most volatile. It is really hard to hold on to your position when at any time, doesn't matter where you are, something can go against you. As P-God, one of those aggressive players, no eliminations on the board so far, but only has 5 builds. These are my favorite players to watch. The ones who have the mechanical prowess, the skillful players, but they don't have what they need. You know they're going to go down swinging. They need to make something, and P-God's looking for it. He has 2 chug splashes. He has no utility, no movement, only 6 builds. How is he going to find his elimination? How is he going to get back in the game? He has rotating zone, so he's here in the position where people are going to have to make their way towards him, and that's where he's going to try and jump on them. He's going to be ready to pounce. He's going to try and capitalize on someone not aware of the fact that he's in these builds maybe. He's trying to lean on the AR. He has that sniper as well, but late game, it loses a lot of its effectiveness when things are moving so fast. But if anyone can land the shot, it's probably going to be P-God. He's down to no builds now, does not have a single build to his name. On the low ground, and there it is. He finds elimination, not on anyone, but on Kanata. And Kanata normally going into these end games very stacked, so I believe P-God will be able to fish up that loot. He'll be able to grab maybe those minis and extra material, and that's just it. It's why we love watching these players when they're on the back foot. What can they do to claw their way back in the game, Monster?
That was a nail-biting clutch right there. The impact to find the loot that he needed. On the other side, though, here's the wide shot of the player still in the game. Aspect, Reverse, Vanish, Jack still alive. I see Coop still up in there accruing points as things go on. P-God still alive on the low ground. We're going to be hopping in with Class, who's going to find himself Ace here in the mid. We talk about Class was top 10. He wants more. He wants to get closer and closer to top 5. And look, 4 floppers still in the inventory. We knew that it was a no-brainer he was making it this far. He can still continue to do more. I'm seeing players like Colazo as well, alive in the high ground. Out comes all the crash pads, though. The rotates are happening. Calc, who's been struggling so far in the competition, will he be able to make it to the end as well? He needs these points desperately now.
And we haven't, the mythic items we haven't seen at all today, except holding on to that mythic Chug Jug and that mythic Burst AR. Does so much damage. The Chug Jug so hard to get off at this point, but except looking to make something of this, has 1 crash pad left, not using it here for the rotation, maybe saving it for an impact, but 33 builds. He's managed his inventory well. He's gone to endgame. He's still got the minis. He still has the mass. These are those players who aren't in a position like P-God. They're not looking for desperate eliminations. They're trying to control sightlines like this and keep themselves a little bit safer on front sides. He has the edit, a 27 white tag. He might get that elimination to Storm. No, the player comes back around. It was Ronaldo. Ronaldo goes down just inside top 30 as Colazo picks up an elimination. This leaderboard is going to be so tight at the top, Monster.
It's already changing. That's right. Accept is ramping his way up, as is Class. These were 2 players in the top 10. Now breaking for top 5. They want more of the cake. They want bigger pieces, and they want to eat it too. Right here, right now. On the wide shot, though, no one is king of height. Everyone is going to have to battle it out. Accept here is going for the 15-second big chug heal off play. He's trying to get as much HP as possible, approaching the last end game. This is probably the final time he's going to be able to do it. On the other side, though, Class behind the wall steps out, and yes, eats one up right there, just like that. The big follow-up, the third elim, and the shockwave launcher to follow him in, but it might have been a misplay. He has to bounce his way back in. Up to the high ground he goes, and he is out of material. So what is he going to do now with only 1 play left? It's to go up. It's to challenge high ground. He sends someone flying, and yes, they go out into the lobby, into the storm. And now Class has to do more, though. It's a battle against the grappler. Can he do it? Yes! He follows up the monster shotgun shot. And he still has more. He jumps down onto another player. Oh my gosh, he is tearing it up now, Ozzy. It's back-to-back eliminations here, and he is clearly in first. And if he can close out, he'll continue to hold the lead.
He's on high ground, a 1v1v1 with Calc and Accept on the low ground, who used that mythic Chug Jug late game to get him to this point. He falls to Calc. Calc 1v1, but are we going to see the mythic charge shotgun come into play? The mythic shockwave, he does. Class gets the elimination onto Calc, but that is a big game for Calc, and Class on 38 points. Someone that we were talking about a little bit was just outside that top 10, and he is very, very much at the top now.
From 20th after game 1 to 3rd coming into game 3, and then a third in game 3 with a victory royale, and a strong victory at that. Don't worry though, boys, we're gonna be sending it over to Zeke Sundown. I believe Bala, who's still up on the table right now, to break down that action for us, because that game was phenomenal.
Bro, it was, in fact, a lot of action finally kicking up. And, of course, action has been happening. You know how I am, though. Here, great win there from Class, ending on the 38 points. This is going to shake up the leaderboard quite a bit. Now, gentlemen, we do have to take a look at the standings, as we are now wrapping up halfway point here in NA East. We've only got 3 games left to go. And Class right now, he's making a strong running for that first place spot.
I mean, not just a strong running for it, he's secured it. As Monster talked about, his placements have been so absurdly good. 20th in the first game, but then after that, 3rd place with 2 elims, and then following it up with the victory royale in 6 elims, pushing him 3 points clear of Coop right now, 5 points clear of Accept. And honestly, the story has been about those 3.
Yeah, it really has. I mean, you already mentioned the average placements for all of them. It's so close. It's so tight. Right around 10th place is where they're placing pretty much every game, but that also comes with its risks. The Roller is a player who will go on the opposite of that. He'll have one big game every so often, and that gives them the opportunity to really catch up if there's an opportunity, like we saw in game 2 where Blake fell after winning that first one.
Yeah, now you can see we flip on over here to the next page. Jelty Azures, not builds, built by gamers AJ, Illis, Nobu Tragics, Vanish, Jock Q, OT Polarized, Energy Ronaldo, and FaZe Dubs rounding out the top 20. That's 19 points there. Don't forget the lead currently is 38, and there is 3 games remaining. So Calc, even with that second place performance, only up to 24th right there. It's going to take another big game, but nobody's quite out of it yet, with still half of the competition to be played.
Man, I'm waiting for that tonal shift. I'm waiting, like, you can already tell it's so tense in NA East. Everyone's just like holding on. They're hoping to not misstep, and you could tell in the way that they're all playing. You could see that. You could feel that.
Yeah, you really can. I mean, these guys are all putting it out there. They're playing with passion. They're really making it so that every single game they try their best to get to that end game. There's certainly players that I'm seeing do that, because we saw Kaz in a little bit. Coop as well has been dominating, clutching, and making sure that every last second is spent for him and getting eliminations.
Yeah, and of course, there's a lot of action happening here in NA East, but don't forget, this is a global competition. We actually have the results from Brazil, so let's take a look at those to crown a new FNCS champion in Brazil. Now, do keep in mind, it's going to be a little bit confusing, but we have 2 Kings at the top of the leaderboard, but Kings I Will Not Lose Sundown takes it all home.
And at the end of the day, all hail the king, and the king is from Argentina, or todo salve al rey y es de Argentina. King, 5th place at the World Cup, taking it home, and he did it by winning the first 2 matches. However, SNG King turned around and won matches 3 and 5 to put pressure on him. However, King was able to hold on at the end and edge him out by just 2 points. You can see Brazil is a region of kings, but at the end of the day, the Argentinian one edged out Singularity's King from Brazil. You can see PH Zin just behind the track there in 3rd as well. Xenix God in 4th with 50 points. Kadu in 5th. Phaser, a user there as well. As we flip on over to the next page, Techno Viking, a name we've seen before. History, Mohaj, Rendley, a number of players here, but congratulations to all of them for even making the grand finals and having a fantastic FNCS run.
And I gotta say, looking at that top of the leaderboard and pretty much all of this, it's so tight. And the Battle of Kings is one that I'm going to have to go back, because that might go down in the history of competitive Fortnite as one of the better tournaments to ever watch, just because of the interesting and intrigue, but still so many people to shout out. Laleo 26th, Sturmix 24th, Hawk is blessed in 25th. So many people made it so far in the FNCS, and just like all the other regions, we have to congratulate everybody because it's a significant performance no matter where you placed.
And big shout outs particularly to King and Nyx, because they are part of that exclusive club who have made every single tournament who has gone through since the World Cup and all of the FNCS finals. You saw Nyx there in 29th, and then King taking away the top spot. So that's absurd consistency from those guys.
Yeah, yet again, big congratulations there to King. But of course, Fortnite fam, the action is not done here in NA East. We are going to go to a break, but when we come back, we'll have the exciting conclusion here in the FNCS. We'll see you guys in just 5. What's up, Fortnite fam? Welcome back to the FNCS. I'm your host, Zeke. Joining us here on the analyst desk, we got Sundown, we got Shy Wager, and we've got games on deck. So we're not going to waste too much time. We're going to keep the ball rolling with 3 games left. The biggest question of the day is, will Class hold on? Can Coop come out of nowhere? Will some third player rise to the occasion? We'll find out as we enter this next game. Aussie Antics, Monster D-Face, take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you so very much. And that's right, Fortnite fam. We appreciate you guys for tuning in all around the world. To give you guys a little context as to what's going on here, it's the NA East Grand Finals, and we are halfway through the competition now. This is game number 4. Aussie, what's going on?
Oh, lots going on, mate. There's so many people who can overtake it. Normally, as a caster analyst, you start looking for the big names. You do your research. Who's going to come out on top? Who's looking like they're the favorite and really kind of like banking on them? But it's anyone's game, which in my opinion can be even more exciting. It's so exciting making these new names, giving them a chance, right? All of these players we've been talking about today as the big names, the vanguards coming into this, like Dubs, like Booger, like Stretch. They were nobodies at some point too as well. Not everyone knew who they were. And hopefully today we have a chance to crown a new champion of NA East, a new name to look out for, and Class looking like we have a chance to crown a new champion of NA East, a new name to look out for, and Class looking like he might be one of them.
That's right. I mean, with the amount of points he's already pulled up and the Victory Royale, things are looking to start to break away there towards the top. I mean, Class with 38 points, Coop with 35 points, and Accept with 33 are all of our top 3 runner-ups. And they're the only ones in that 30-plus point threshold right now. So it is looking like it's going to be a breakaway game. Somewhere around that 50, 60, maybe even 70-point threshold mark. We'll see how far we end up getting. And there's your format breakdown. Ozzy, why don't you explain to the people at home how this all works?
Yeah, so obviously you got Victory Royale is worth 14 points. That's if you win the game. You're going to walk away with 14 points. You see the different thresholds beneath that. So second place is still 11 as well. The first set of placement points is top 75. So if you out-survive 25% of the lobby, you're going to pick up 1 point, and then top 50, and then it progressively gets faster. So as you can see, these thresholds a little bit wider. So the early game, you have to survive for quite a while to start to get any points on the board, really. But if you get right to that top 10, top 20 area, they start ramping up fast. And that's exactly what Class has done today. The reason why I have a lot of confidence for Class going forward is he has an average placing of 8 in 3 games. That is huge. He only has an average of limbs of 2.67, but we've seen that placement comes out on top in this format and in these grand final days, and dropping Shark somewhere far away, who so far looks like he's uncontested, if he can keep that up, if he can keep getting those placements, it's going to be huge.
That is right, and don't worry, guys. We have all the action ready to be covered here today. It is unfolding all across the Fortnite world map. Here's a little highlight from earlier. Coop's nice little sniper shot right there from that steamy stacks. And this is how he ended up getting that first elimination that pushed him into the weeping out of his rotate on out. Now he's in the safe zone, off to a very good start. That's 1 step closer to catching up to Class, who's only, or at that point, was only 2 points ahead of him.
Yeah, and Jelty was in 12th place too, so Jelty going down there, very, very unfortunate one for him. You've talked about, obviously, the Latin American community, and unfortunately, one of their heroes going down, but Jelty can jump back into it. Someone else who's around that spot, you also have Kaz, who I've said is someone I'm expecting to do well here today. A little bit of an underdog coming into it. Only 1 mini and 1 chug splash going into the bush, needing that refresh. No. Maybe I spoke too soon. He has the build control, though. He's backed this one off quickly, needs to try and get that splash and the mini off, but he needs to close this fight out. There is no disengaging. There is no second chance. He's taken this fight. He has to finish it now. He doesn't have the loot to get away from it. Kaz on the back foot, and no, I've cursed him. Aviv getting the elim, throwing some disrespect down, and Kaz, unfortunately, something went wrong in this game.
And Kaz was tied for 4th place there. So him being out of the competition now is going to be huge for him and his standings and how he's going to be able to shape himself out in the rest of this competition. And he fell to someone who's on their way up. Like, Aviv is doing pretty good right now, 18 points. So that's that. Here's Illisto, on the other hand, a more relevant fight right now as he's on the hunt here. The crash pad on in, the shield crack, and that's going to be the green light to step on in. Look at the swiftness of the edits here. He's not playing around, and no hesitation even trying to crash pad on in now. And this is looking closer and closer. That additional pressure from the outside is probably going to be the only reason that Alts is going to stay alive right now.
Yeah, and I don't think Illis is going to leave that going for long. I think one of these players is going to fall here. Illis doesn't need this fight. He still has some meds, but he wants to take it, but never mind. Altu using that defensive advantage to get the eliminate. Now he's crash padding in. Illis crash pads out, something we haven't seen too much. He predicted the crash pad in. Instead of trying to hold the angle, knowing he had the health disadvantage, he used one of his own crash pads to break out and get away from that. But I see a third player coming into this one. No, never mind. It's still the same two. The henchmen are looking on though, but Illis trying to close this one out. Will he come out on top? He's up against the wall. The player edits, and a very risky edit right in Illis' face. And if he wasn't reloading, Altu would have been put in the back pocket there, but now he falls 84th, and Illis gets his first elimination of the game and a good refresh. If you look at what he just gained off that player, luckily Altu was pretty stacked as well, so Illis gets his shield back, gets a lot of the crash pads back, and he's looking pretty good for what was a pretty dicey fight, Monster.
More importantly, he gained the point off of that because he needs it now. That's going to put him one step closer to top 10 there, which right now, the cutoff line for top 10 is 23 points. So 21 now for Illis is pretty massive here, considering we're getting closer and closer to more placement and that mid game right now. Remember, we did jump in with just a few minutes already into the action, so it's a little bit of a deeper setting here now that we're kind of hopping on into. On the other perspective, though, just think about his loadout now. It's all coming together here. He's got shields for days. He's got rotates to play off of. All he needs now is to continue to max out this material and make his way to safety here. But it's not looking too good. He's got a lot of pressure and focus coming in from different players.
Yeah, he's got one player behind him and a lot of players in front. So if he takes this fight here, they've got to close it out quickly and not bring too many eyes on them, because now they're making a lot of noise. And those players that are just inside Salty Springs will have eyes out here now, knowing the players coming in. But Illis is really playing aggressive here again. He's pushing off just a couple of AR tags, but luckily for him, the third party that almost eliminated him before actually helps him this time around. And Crypt going down. Illis, 2 eliminations on the board and an even better loadout now, picking up the one thing he didn't have, which was a launch pad. So Illis' aggression paying off in spades here now, 2 on the board and a lot of extra loot to show for it.
Not only that, he has a few options as well for heals to pick from. Floppers and Chug Splashes both. Azers, on the other hand, though, playing this cone right now. 24 points here. He was just on that brink of breaking out. He's in top 10 now, if you think about it, because of the fact that we did have someone get taken out there as well, just at the start. This was Skittles. But you got to think about it. The zone's closing in now, and there's a bunch of players behind him. This fight here, oh my gosh, the cone's going to play off. It's Rox who walks right into what is basically an ambush from Azers. He gets rewarded with all the loot as well.
Gets all the loot dropped down onto this ultimate low ground layer, so he's dropping back down into these old builds. So he's going to try and hopefully expand out here, because Fatch coming in to try and take some of this, and also this player seeing that he's maybe a little bit weak, or assumes that he's a little bit weak, trying to take some shots in from the side, and yeah, just a big ambush there. And that's what you see. Do you have the confidence? He could have stayed in that cone, player had no idea he was there, would have held on to the placements, but having the confidence to be like, no, I've got the advantage, I've got the drop, and going for those fights, and that's what you want to see. Today's the day of day. It's the grand finals, and you need to be able to back yourself, as you see Haji put back against the wall, someone I said to look out for, who actually won one of the games in the heats to qualify here on 20 points. So not a bad performance by any means, and he was caught off guard there and just relied on pure reaction time and aim.
Massive eliminations worth 2 points because the 75th placement threshold was broken as he converted. So just like that,
wow.
18 to 20 points now in the game here. This is Grand Finals Day. This is the halfway mark of the competition. Game number 4, ladies and gentlemen. So after this, that's it. They only have 2 more opportunities. You do not want to get sent back to the lobby like Sid here, who was doing so well up until now. But there it is. He met the red light. He's got to park his car here till later.
He's going to have to try and come back into the next one, hopefully hit the green light and push forward. Might have to hit the gas as well. He's doing well, but he's not too far up on the leaderboard. And there is big prize money today. We haven't talked about it too much, Monster. $50,000 US for first place. That is how much the players got for qualifying for World Cup. So this is big. These are the big stage set here. And these players really are going to have their eyes set on the top. And we broke down the prize pool before the show with the analysts, and it does start to get real heavy around that kind of top 5. But there is big money to go out today. 1 point, 2 point can be the difference between a few thousand, or even we saw in Europe, sometimes one elimination. You were talking about a Monster with me in the pre-show. Some players going down in their last game, they were like $20,000 and $30,000 swings in a single fight.
Yes, that's right. This is life-changing prizing on the line here. And that's not it. It's the glory as well. It's to prove to the community, to your peers and friends, that you are one of the best. And all that practice you've been putting in is going to be well worth it here. This is a big rotate for Accepta, who's in top 10, who's now getting pressured in by Bugha. We saw he didn't have any shields. With the upgraded AR now, if he finds a shot here from this epic AR, it's going to hurt. It's going to do a lot of body damage. There it is. It's 35. He's closing up. It only takes 2 body shots to finish him off because of the additional pressure from the rest of the lobby. And now Bugha is keying his way towards the loot, but there's someone else on the other side of the wall. It's not going to be for free here. He's going to have to fight for it. And yes, he is now in a weird situation now, sitting on top of a bunch of enemies, but it's okay because he is safe for now. No more heals left in Bugha's inventory. How is he going to bounce back in the competition is the big question now.
I'm looking at that hunting rifle. I mean, Bugha, we used to see him in the driver's seat as well. The weeks we've seen him do so well, he starts off strong and he finishes strong as well. So Bugha having a bit of a shaky start, needs to claw his way back into it. He's not performing poorly, but needs to pick it up a little bit. As we see here, 4 of the top 5 players have placed top 25 in all 3 games, showing how consistent it is at the top. And Age just picking up Thatch, getting a big refresh. So like we said, Monster, this isn't like EU where we see someone getting a big win and running away with it. Everyone's trading up, everyone's playing consistently, and it's going to 100% come down to the wire. So far, none of these players have shown they can jump that 10-11 elimination win. As we jump onto a replay with Skittles, who's on only 46 health, who needs to make something happen. Crash pads in the back pocket, trying to push back forward, trying to hold off a third party and a player aggressing from behind. And it's just the lobby focus. Doxy Fishy picking up the limb, and Skittles, someone who's been doing very well here today, going into this game on 6th place, falls just like that.
I love how we gave props to players finishing in top 25, and just like that, 5th and 6th place are now down outside of the top 25. Very far from it, but it is okay. The competition is still raging on, and there are still more opportunities up ahead. It's a matter of who can bounce back and really pull it all together. This is a very crucial zone to make a proper rotate out of. Someone like Bugha is going to need an impact soon. He's going to find one through the floor there just in time as the build is freshly coming in, and he's going to be sitting inside some enemy kind of builds now. He's trying to see if there's some free loot down there. He's probably going to want to take advantage of this. And remember, he did just tag the player down there as well. He needs this as much as the guy in front of him, and that's a free tunnel he's landing into. We'll see now if Bugha can find his impact elimination, or will it be the end of his run right now? It's going to be up against Not Builds, who's on the other side. So here it happens. The crash pads are going to come out, and now he's forced into defense. He only has 45 builds, guys. This is not a lot.
Ooh. He's got to secure this. He has to get it. He does, and he gets the elimination for it too. So obviously we had the Nobu member Pabstow on the back foot as well, trying to push for that one. I saw it. There it is, the mythic Chug Jug. When you're going into endgame with no builds, no material, nothing, Bugha needs to secure this. He can't walk away from it, but zone's coming in. Someone else took it. He didn't get the crash pads. What did he get? Did he get the material? And did he pick up the infinite Chug? We're going to have to find out when we jump on his perspective later, because he needed those meds bad. And I was just going to say, as much as those players in the top haven't really had their big game, any of these players can. We've talked about it. Who's who? Bugha, Stretch, players who have shown in qualifiers and heats they can drop 8 to 10 elimination wins. If one of them does that soon, we're going to see a big jump up from someone else, and the leaderboard at the top is going to get even more stacked.
That is so true, and this is the time to do it. Halfway into the competition, we've seen players like Stretch pull off the marathon run, the back-to-back big games that he needs in the past. But if players like Blake stay consistent, these are the names that we're going to see continue to rise on up. Remember, Blake was shut down in the previous game, so this is a massive game for him right now. And he's doing big things for what is just a normal, common AR, showing that you do not need an upgraded loadout to make big plays. It is just dangerous in any hands of the best players. These pros find ways to make it work where the normies cannot. But we'll see, though. Asia's, on the other hand, is looking pretty good here. He's trying to get into some action. There's a player underneath him, I believe.
Yeah, and that's what's so important about the consistency. Blake drops a 14-point victory royale from placement and 6 eliminations. He got 20 points in game 1, and I believe he was on, in there? He was about low 20s, 23 or 26 from this game, so that's a real big issue for him. He needs to find that consistency, but if he drops another win as Aegis trying to use his crash pad to go forward into this box, and this is a half-half zone that they now have, so that fight was so huge, because if Aegis managed to win that, not only was he going to get half-half the elimination, he was also going to get Kit's mythic loot. So Aegis falling there so close to what could have been the game he needed, as Stretch is now below it, and Keox looking to have his game. If Stretch is in there, if Stretch gets his hand on this shockwave launcher, at the start of this season, he was known for it. He was playing caddy corners in solos. If anyone could win a game with that loot in the back pocket, it's going to be Stretch. And if he's identified that player has it, he is not going to stop until he gets it.
But guess what? Our first place is still in this game as well. It doesn't matter what kind of mythic loot is out there in the battlefield right now. It still needs to shut down what Class can do. And we saw if he gets his hands on something big, he runs away with the competition. First full moving is going to be coming in soon, and he's kind of in a shambles situation. He's middling as far as his loot goes. Only 30 builds. He does have just enough heals and stuff to hold him out, but it's not too much. It's not the winning loot that you want to see coming into this late game. The zone is going to favor him for what it's worth, so it gives him a few more beats here to look back and see what he can find, to see if he can pull some elims. He doesn't have a single frag right now. Remember, top 40 is the next placement that can be given out, so he can effectively walk away with still a few points just worth of placements alone.
Yeah, 3 points of placement would be good, but he's got to pick up that pace as well. He's got to keep up the pace, sorry. Eyes are on him. He is in first place right now on 40 points. And last time we saw him when he got the win, he had 7 floppers. So it is. It's looking like a very different loadout. And again, these are the players you want to watch out for who need something soon. Again, I know Zate coined it best. Do you have the loadout you need to win this game? No? Then get in. Try and get an elimination. That's exactly what Class does. Identifies that he hit him hard, but it's probably going to take too long to finish that one off. So now he's trying to find it. He's not just resting on what he has. And this is what you need. Takes down Uzi. You need the confidence when you're in first place. You're not holding on to your lead. You're pushing it. You're putting the pressure on those around you to jump up and take over control of this tournament. Make everyone put eyes on you and feel the pressure. And Class is not feeling the pressure here. He is putting it on everyone else with a big elimination. And now look at the loadout difference, Monster.
And more importantly, he picked up a launch pad there, but it's not going to be enough. Dwal's going to walk right through him, from right underneath his feet, breaks into the box. Names that are still here, though. Booga has high ground, battling it out with Keox. Keox, who has the mythic loadout, though. He does have the shockwave from Kit. You can see it coming into play right there. On the other side, Calc making his way to another endgame as well. I see AJ, Coop still in this game, too. This is his opportunity. Only 2 points separates himself from second place to first place. Can Coop do it? He already has an Elam this time around, and he's got just enough loot to continue to inch his way forwards, but he's going to need something big here. He's going to need the impact elimination to keep him in the game, because he's even running out of medium bullets as well.
But this is where Coop shines. I said it last game. When things get scrappy and he drops down with that shotgun in hand, you can never count him out. We saw him get, what, Monster? 3 eliminations on less than 10 health after all the siphons. He was hitting shots the millisecond he needed to survive, and that's what I expect him to do here. Coop on the back foot now, has the splash. He's going to get them off, but what does he do next? How does he find the elimination he needs? There's a lot of players around him right now who will be running shambles as well. He's going to hit the crash pad and try and find something. Pushes him nice and far forward, but where is this player lurking? Where is his elimination that he so sorely needs? He's trying to find them, and there they are. They're behind him. He finds it onto Tabs. Tabs falls here, and Coop gets a little bit of the mats he needs, but no, he only gets 1 extra build out of it left to his name now, but Coop is pushing forward. He's getting towards those big placements, Monster, at 17 players alive.
Not only that, though, the zone favored him when he needed it most there, swinging right back in his direction. So there you have it. Coop still in this game. Don't count him out just yet. On the other side, though, Crunchy now down to 7 builds, has to do something massive in the low ground. He's looking for any kind of frag he can find. This could be his big opportunity here to find the impact that he needs. On the high ground, though, Keox is still doing something big, and there you have it, Ozzy. You called it. Coop still making things work with nothing in the inventory, not in the low ground. Someone's right in front of him. He actually gets to the cone. He's just trying to stay alive now. Any placement matters. Remember, he's in first at the moment.
He's jumped up into first. Eyes are on him now, and Coop needs to hold on to the pressure. Can he deal with it? Haven't seen him in this first place position so far this tournament, but he's doing so well. The white tag from behind has to drop back. He's pinned between this player and zone, but no, he can go forward. And there's another player. He misses his shotgun shot, and no, the first one we've seen him miss, and he needed it so badly. But Coop having a phenomenal performance again, going down to Crims. Crunchy on the bottom ground. We saw Sundown talk about it yesterday. Does he like it, Crunchy? Does he like it smooth? Let's see it. He's going forward. He's pushing in, trying to find his way around the corner. 27 points, no build. 4 eliminations though, so a big game, using that harpoon to push forward, wraps around, takes down Booger. He gets the elimination. Booger falls here, which is a big game for him as well. And Crims, the double elimination, back-to-back dubs falls too. So we're going to have such a tight top 10 as Crunchy wants to push his way and cement it higher. The harpoon coming in clutch right now to get him forward, and there's a bunch of loot there. I believe Keox is still on the high ground with the shockwave launcher, so you have to keep that in the back of your mind. Can these players win? Can they overcome the shockwave launchers? We've we've seen it be so devastating. Is now Rockets dropping out too. Crunchy on the low ground has everything against him, but he's holding it strong. Still has builds left to his name, has 4 left, 6 eliminations. Keox goes back up with a shockwave launcher. Crunchy scrambling, jumping in and out of zone, trying to find the angles. The AR comes out and no, he falls. Keox in zone gets the siphon, which could be enough to keep him in it. Nanolight on the high ground. The silent assassin in the back pocket trying to close this one out, and Keox wins it in the heal off, and Nanolight can't get back into Storm, and we see 22 points with a 6th elimination win. He got 20 of his 22 points in one game, Monster.
That's the kind of win that you need right there to throw you back into the conversation, back into the game. He took the full-on AR battle, standing toe-to-toe in the zone at his own demise there from the shockwave. Either way, though, we're going to send it over to the table, to the boys at the main desk to break it all down. Zeke, take it away.
Thank you so much, Monster. Keox there, finding himself the victory royale. And boys, we're seeing the caddy launcher, we're seeing these mythic weapons finally in play, equals victory royale. It's happening.
A story as old of time. I mean, we've seen it pretty much every single time throughout the heats and until now. It doesn't matter whether it's the person who started with the caddy launcher, with Kit Shockwave launcher, or not. If you pick it up, you have a big advantage going into that final 1v1.
Absolutely. The question is, for the people who didn't have it, how does the overall standings look now? It is Coop all the way at the top spot, in first after that dominant survival at the low ground. No wins, but look at those eliminations resulting in 45 points.
And the thing I want to note about Coop at the top is he stays holding on to that 10 average placement that Sundown in the previous standings said that he needed to maintain. There is a big, scary moment for him, though. If he falls in any of these, that is the opportunity for someone to rise up. And Blake did just that in the last game, getting right back up into fighting chances.
And this is what happened before. I think in almost every competition Coop has been in, he's had a top spot, 3rd or 1st, but then faltered and tripped. So he has to break the pattern, break the curse, hold first, and then win out for the whole day.
And where will any of these other guys end up falling? On the second page, there's still some big sleepers. Kaz, who's been playing very well, has fallen all the way to 11th. Dubs as well, starting to rise up. Same with P-God, who has had 9 eliminations in these games, so definitely feeling the magic that he's used to, but there is a big impact of these guys who potentially could rise hugely in the standings, like we just saw from Keox. That is a rise in thousands of dollars potentially if you end within that top 5. Kaz, who's been playing very well.
That's what we saw in EU, right? Like, we knew Tayson was going to walk away with the victory, but when you're looking at that big breakdown in placement, the prize money that you could walk away with, you're trying to hit those top spots, right? Like, that's what these guys have to do. They have to come out swinging. They have 2 games left. They need to make the performances that will literally shape history and make it their own, because right now, it's make or break time.
Yeah, a lot of people have made their performance stand out now in game number 4. We saw Crims take out the 1st place slot Coop in that last game near low ground. Now he's sitting in the top 30. Very similar for a lot of players. They have their pedestal now to boost off of and then shoot for the top 10, shoot for number 1. It is still anyone's game.
And that was actually the 2nd game in a row that Crims has played very well in towards these end games. There is some serious moves being made by other players that we might not have necessarily seen. We saw him definitely in both of the last end games. We'll have to see if he can continue it.
That's right. I mean, as we kind of break some of this down, we've got 2 games left. There's a lot of these power shifts happening, a lot of players making moves, others falling. I mean, again, as people are eliminated, that's it, right? They have to wait till the next round to earn more points while others are allowed to kind of step forward. But Keox, I mean, he made this game his own.
Yeah, let's just stop back and look at exactly how Keox won that last game. Maximum amount of ammo and loot to boot. There's some nice shots all the way there in the mid-ground. Once you are loud and heard afterwards, you go all the way to height, start dropping down, mid-air, 70 damage tag to wrap that up on low ground with another quick shockwave up. Look at every single use. We're pausing on him to show you the decisions that he's making in fast reaction times, getting these shots down from long range, from beautiful moments and shots all the way outside the zone. They just connect for Keox.
In the final moments, too, the confidence to go for those AR shots at long range, to take out Crunchy and then Nanolite in the final seconds. That was brilliant from Keox, and he makes it work. Again, this opportunity that we keep harping on Zeke, its potential for thousands of dollars if he can make it work one more time.
Yeah, man, we've only got 2 games left. We can't stress this enough. For you guys watching at home, every time these players interact, it is going to dictate whether they are moving up or down the leaderboard, right? Again, if someone is eliminated, they have to wait. They have to sit there and think about what is, like, the mistakes they've made. With 1 game left after that, we're going to see some players rise. We're going to see more players fall. That is the story, and that's how this kind of just unfolds sometimes, you know? You hate to see it, but there's got to be winners and there's got to be losers.
Yeah,
I was
absolutely.
pointing at you, Shia.
You're pointing at me. I thought you were grabbing for yourself. I got this. Listen, I'm stunned, right? Because I'm trying to overprocess and trying to figure out what's going to happen in the next game. Not even joking, because we're looking at Coop holding these down up top. We're looking at NA East being unpredictable once again. Usually we have a 1v1 near the top. That is not the case this time. It's close.
Look. Thank you for being very clear who you're talking to. Look, it's close, still at the top. I mean, Class, who just had that previous massive game, is still there. He's only within 3 points. So keep that in mind. 3 points is all it takes. Zeke.
Thank you guys for that hard throw. With that being said, we are getting ready to get into our next game on the day. So let's send it over to Monster D-Face and Aussie Antics to take us in.
We appreciate you so much, Zekamus Prime there, Balla TW, and of course Shio Wager for the expertise and breakdown of where we stand right now, right here in the competition. But like you guys mentioned, the rising and falling, that's like the tide. It's like clockwork. These are things that are going to happen. And if this is a high tide for Coop or Class, they're going to run away with the competition here.
Yeah, high tide, and who's going to run into the drought, though, as well? Some people could have it. We saw it in EU. We saw a player rise up so high in Game 5 and then go down early Game 6 and have to watch it close out. So we get a far southeast zone, which I don't think we've seen too much of. And this is where I'm looking eyes on caddy corners, where they can now take their time with those fights and really dictate who gets those powerful weapons. I'm also looking at players like Stretch and Booger. I talked about it yesterday when Stretch played his heat. He had really struggled games when they went north. As soon as zone started to pull south, he had some huge games. So we could see someone jump up out of nowhere who isn't a nobody. It's crazy how some of the biggest names of this finals aren't up there on the leaderboard, but they could be at any time. A 10 elimination win is 25 points. That is over half the person who's in first place right now. So some of those people who are a little bit lower on the leaderboard could come back at any time.
That's right. They can break their way into top 10 like you saw in the previous game. How it just happened like that. A 20-point swing is available to any one of our competitors, especially the veterans that have done it before on the biggest stages. And that's what leads us to the question, what is going to be shaping up right now? How is this going to all play out? Will Coop in Class and the others at the top, like Accept, Blake, Crunchy, DeRoller, be able to hold their leads? If they do, that's it. That's going to be the run. If they cannot, all of a sudden we are going to have a very interesting last and final game. This is game 5, ladies and gents, and we're looking at Skittles right now. It looks like there's a little bit of a fight down here.
Yeah, and I think that player does have the shockwave launcher, right? I saw that shockwave launcher coming out, and that probably explains why Skittles is going so aggressive for this fight. Yes, he does have it, so Skittles wants this. He knows a player using rockets like that to disengage means they're weak. If he can chase this player down and get his hands on that shockwave launcher, that's his potential for those 20-point games. That's his way to get back in this tournament. He's 28 points, not doing poorly, but a big game here will jump him up so high, and this player doesn't realize he's chased it. He doesn't think he's chased this hard. He thinks he's safe. He's stopping. He's eating things off the ground. He goes down. It's XNB. It's the banana specialist himself falling, and Skittles gets the elimination, and he's going to get his hands on that caddy loot. And I have to think, I don't know if XNB's been going caddy corners at all today, Monster. So people changing up their strategy in these final games to have those big point formats. So the players at the top, like Coop, like Class, need to be careful because people are changing the way they're playing.
And that's so massive because Skittles already has 2 eliminations and he was in the top 10. So he's breaking his way up now. That puts him on par with DeRoller, who was also at 29 points. But now he has Mythic Kit loot, right? He has the best loot in the game for a solo setting. That's going to be huge here. It's going to help him play into this format and make so much more placement and find the frags that he's going to need to carry his way through that end game. That's so important to the storyline that's unfolding in front of us.
Yeah, well, we talk about the storyline, we're talking about protagonists and stuff. Keox, last game, he had his hands on the Kid's Mythic loot the first time, and what does he do? He gets 20 points. He got 2 points in his 3 games before that, and then he gets 20-point game. So it shows how important that loot is. We can't talk about it enough. Skittles having that in his hand, if he plays with it well, though, that's the issue. Do you have the experience with the Mythic loot? I saw it a lot in last season. A lot of times people get their hands on the grapple gun, they go crazy. They start using it way too much. It's those players who know how to use it are the ones who can use it most effectively. Doesn't matter how strong it is, it makes you a target as well. As we saw there at Skittles, chasing down XMB because he saw the power of it used. You've got to be careful, and I want to see him hold on to and have that big game like he did during his qualifiers.
I agree. It's the same reason I don't even grab an RPG. You'll just blow yourself up. It's a lot of power in one hand, right? And it gets even worse, right? It only goes up. It only magnifies its way up when you're talking about weapons like that, mythic weapons, specifically the Shockwave Launcher. But we'll see, though. Class is looking really good here. Uncontested loadout, uncontested POI to himself. The old Shark there, the broken down Shark. It's looking pretty good for him. On the other side, Blake, who's also in the top 4 right now, coming into this at 33 points. He's still just there. He's got himself something nice, a legendary charged shotgun to play with, a couple rotates, and some good heals for later in the game.
Yeah, and a pretty decent zone for him. I want to touch on Class's zone as well. That's what I'm talking about. These southern zones could cause issues for some of those players at the top. Class dropping at the Shark, the far northwest part of the map, now has to go southeast. Let's see, does he have it in the game plan? Does he know this drop well enough? And can he now make the rotates? He's uncontested, so he wasn't slowed down, which gives me hope that with the practice he's put in coming into grand finals, he knows when he has to leave early. As we see Colazo sneaking up here on Kanata, maybe trying to use all the sound these Marauders make to kind of sneak his way in, gets the crash pads. Is Colazo going to go in? He is. He's going to take the sneak shot on Kanata. Kanata would not be happy if he goes down like this. Colazo finding his way in, gets the cone, but Kanata goes out the top. Colazo and Kanata, two of the biggest names in NA East. Colazo, a controller player, but known for being more careful, being slower, more methodical, not as aggressive as someone like Kanata. Probably going to disengage here. Yes, Colazo took the chance. He lost his element of surprise, and maybe now he is. He's just going to throw this shot. He's going to throw the crash pad down to give himself that mobility, but he might need it now. Kanata's not happy about this. That was his Marauder loot. He worked hard for it. He wants it back, and Kanata's pushing forward on Colazo, gets him in the cone. This is not somewhere Colazo wants to be. I have to imagine that Colazo's going to struggle in this fight, and no! He hits him with the harpoon, flicks to the blue tack, and takes him down with what must have been an integer of 1 health. He has literally exactly 50 health from that siphon, and he hits him with the emote.
That is not fair for Kanata, who piece controlled everything. He turned it around and then lost the exchange. It just looked like weak hands in that single moment, unfortunately. But that was great for Colazo, who's been hot and cold. He already hit a top 10. He hit a top 15. He had 2 fizzles out. So with that, that puts him up still for success, for contention, for top 5-ish right now.
Yeah, he can jump back up there. And like I said, Colazo is known for being a very, very smart player. In trios, he's one of few controller players who leads his trio. He does the tunneling. He does the building. He makes the decisions, showing how insane his game sense is. And let's see if that can show up today now. He's got the loot. He's had his mid-game aggressive fight, which is not normally his style. And now that extra loot might boost him into the end game where he does play so well. And Colazo been struggling a little bit in the heats and qualifiers. Didn't have any incredibly massive performances, but I really hope he has it here today. A player that I've been following for a long time as a really good staple pillar in the competitive community. Is Crunchy doing well to try and make a name for himself here today as well. I feel like he impressed massively in his heats, and see if he can keep doing it today, Monster.
That's right. He's up there. He's in the top 5 right now. He's got 8 floppers too. We'll be keeping a close eye on him. On the other side, though, it's Accept, who's also looking pretty good loadout-wise, but the medium bullets a bit low. He's in a dangerous situation now to take any kind of fights if he cannot convert on them, because he'll find himself with nothing to take it into the late game. Berserker in the feed, though, is going to light up Bucky, and Bucky's going to fall, not finding his footing out of the Frenzy Farms. It seems like the hot and cold landing spots for him are not doing too hot.
Yeah, and Accept had the mythic loot last game out of Fortilla, so I have to think he didn't get control of Ocean, which means it could be in the hands of Dubs, which could be a massive swing for the tournament as one of those players who can be so consistent in placements. But we've talked about it. Dubs has been getting those consistent placements, but now that's not going to be enough. If he's settling for maybe, you know, top 20, top 10 possibly, but if he wants to push himself up there, he's going to have to pick up some eliminations, because he's falling a bit off the pace. And someone who can pick up those eliminations, who we haven't seen much of today, Clicks, a player who can drop big games if he gets the opportunity. Gonna hold this angle with the sniper rifles. He knows the player's there. He's trying to secure this chest. I don't know if he wants to take the fight. It's a scary situation for this opposing enemy because Clix, if he gets inside this one, turns this into a bit of a box fight, we know how strong he can be. But there's a couple of eyes on them and they are on edge Storm. So Clix choosing to be smart about this and rotate away, and no! Flicks it back. He baits him with the rotate and flicks it back with the clean quickscope onto Sid. Clix showing that he's still got it very much on 15 points, but one of those players to look out for to drop a big game, 5 or 6, when there's nothing left on the line. I expect Clix to go ham, and it's going to pay off in a big way, or he'll drop down even further.
If there's any time to do it, it's now in game number 5. And Sid was in 15th place coming into this competition, coming into this game here. So that's a big drop-off for him. We're going to see him fall in the standings now that he can't accrue any more points. But players like Clix, though, if he turns online now, there still is an opportunity, still is a chance to fight for the big prizing that's on the line here. Time to rotate now, though. This is going to be a far south zone pool. Remember, we had the first 2 games favored downwards towards Weeping. This time around looks like it's going more towards the mountainous side, more towards Caddy's Corner, somewhere down there. And that's going to be some new terrain for these players to play into.
And those are the hardest zones to stay consistent. If it goes up and down, we hear Sundown talk about it all the time. Old Man Mountain will take his toll. If they don't have launch pads, if they don't have maybe one of those 2 mythic items with incredible mobility, it's really hard. You get pushed down the mountain a little bit and then the zone goes straight back up it. You've got to scramble and fight your way back up with a lot of people. So we could see a very interesting zone and endgame where some of those players like Coop and Class are going to have to really show off their consistency here.
That is right. And even on this rotate here, Clix is not getting it done for free. There's multiple players here that are looking to fight right now. Not sure why, possibly because of Storm Surge that is active now. Players need their tags, and it doesn't matter. You stop in here to fight with Clix, he's going to give it to you, and he's going to do it right there. He did it with the sniper again. This is the second time now he's landed this big bull action shot that he needs. On the other side, it's Who Fishy, one of the hottest up-and-coming players, one of the hottest players on this scene right now, who's been not too hot today, specifically. Unfortunately, not really finding what he needs. On the other side, though, P-God, he was off to a very strong, consistent start, and he's had a bad game in the recent ones.
Yeah, and I have to mention how on brand it is that every time we turn into the Peruvian P-God, he's always got the pepper popped. Me and Sundown were messing around with it yesterday with some tongue twisters, but it honestly seems to be his game plan, and it lets him aggressively push forward with speed into fights like this onto Viberfire, someone we've unfortunately seen on the feed quite a lot today on the stream, unfortunately at the back end of getting eliminated. P-God trying to get his way back into this one.
And just a few elims will break him right into top 10, so let's not forget that he's been doing just enough. As you see, he gets tagged pretty hard there, but I think he's going to be A-okay. On the other side here is D-Roller, sitting up on high ground right now. And this is what I mentioned, the zone pulling southeast is going to really favor into this mountainous terrain, this sketchy place to kind of rotate through. It only gets harder and harder if you're late on the rotates. The players that situate up first are going to have such an advantageous position over the remaining players in the lobby, and it's going to be that much harder to move on out, especially for players like D-Roller who don't have a launch pad, but at least he does have a crash pad. This could be a fight, though, for him to take. He's sees someone behind the wall there.
The Storm Surge one above, and it's active right now. I think it must be just one above, and yeah, he is. He's gonna have to push towards Daxor, maybe to get some tags off. As we can see, Daxor not doing too hot today, 7 points. I was gonna say maybe the hope for the E11 back-to-back on 2 major regions, but unfortunately I don't think so today. But Daxor needs to win this one, as D-Roller's gonna push around the side. We know he's going aggressive, and we know why. He needs his Storm Surge tags. If you aren't a big fan of competitive Fortnite, you don't follow it. Storm Surge is basically the threshold that D-Roller needs to get above. He needs to get damage above that threshold so that he doesn't start taking 25 damage every 10 seconds, and that's why he's going aggressive. It's why me and Monster were saying how good of a position he was in, and it changed so quickly, and that's why Storm Surge is in the game. It pressures those players so they can't play too passive. You need to have these interactions. You need to have engagements. You need to take fights. You can't just sit back and rest on what you have. As Daxor identifies this, now knows how weak he is, and I think he's going to push forward and punish this one. He has the SMG in the hand, and he also has the 2 crash pads.
Yeah, it looks like D-Roller unfortunately stepped out a little too soon. He was safe for some time, but might have miscalculated how soon he needs to push in, and that's going to be it right there. You saw the tag come through. It doesn't matter. No. Daxor's going to walk right through him, and he's going to take him out of the game. Let's not forget, guys, D-Roller wasn't a top 10. He was just underneath top 5, so that's going to be a big, big pause for him. We need these players in the top 10 to stay alive and continue to get points if we want this competition to be close. Remember, players like Coop, Class, Accept have such a lead over the rest of the players here that if they stay up, they could easily run away with the competition and never look back. It could be an insurmountable lead they're putting up in front of them. Here's Blake, though, someone who is in striking distance of the top 3, making a very scary rotate across the open waters here. There's even sharks nearby, so he's got to be super careful as the shots are coming in from all the players situated up on the mountain now.
And if you missed it, Blake put up a 20-point game in the first game of today. So he's someone who's around that point with Cooper and Class, who's proven that he can get the win, much like D-Roller. So those are the players you got to keep eyes on. They've proven they can do it, and he did it without ridiculous loot as well. So Blake now, with only 1 mini though, is a situation that you guys know that I love. He needs a fight, and he needs elimination, and he gets absolutely destroyed here, taken down to 11 health. He's going to be up to an effective, 36 health if my math is correct after that mini, which he's going to need to know. He falls, and it was Aspect. I believe maybe it was Aspect that lit him up. We can't see. It was someone lit him up, and Aspect maybe finishes it off, and that's a really, really tough way to go for Blake. And I talked about it earlier. He got headshot sniped in game 2. These are the ones that you need to mentally reset and come back from. You need to try and figure out what went wrong and try to figure it out without just getting too upset, because you still got 1 game ahead of you, and we talked about the prize money. There is a lot on the line today. You can't give up now. You need to close out strong.
That's right. You need to hold that mentality of a champion, as Reverse 2K would put it. Even if you fall, you can still turn around and take a victory in your final game to really bump yourself up to either qualifying, but this time it's for the money, it's for the prizing, it's for the prestigious placement that'll stay etched in your competitive history for a lifetime. On the other side, though, Dubs, consistent, slow, methodical, still breaking and inching his way through new territory here with the placement points that he's been earning. He's at 28 right now. Not too bad, but not quite enough to be in the top 10. Not just yet. P-God's going to find clicks in the feed there. That's massive for P-God. Always turning online in these mid-games. Not afraid to take a fight. Doesn't matter who you are. Dubs, though.
I like the choice here of Dubs with the peppers. Like, it's a good position to be in. We've talked about the mounds around this area. It's going a little bit more towards Misty, so not too much verticality, but the peppers are really good for making your way up those hills rather than the crash pads where quite often you get stuck under all the builds above you. Dubs also has the launch pad, and no surprise there, Booger in a beautiful high ground power position with sidelines over the whole lobby as Dubs does get that elimination onto Lunez. So he's got 1 on the board now, and he's looking really, really good. 29 points. Can he jump his way up in there, or can he do the slow and methodical? As we see Kaz over in the corner, someone who I was hyping up a lot, dropped back down into just outside top 10, but he can do this with an average placement so far of around 30th. So he's doing well this game. Just got to keep pushing forward and get into it, as we still have 64 alive, Monster. NA East is not speeding up at all. The leaderboard is speeding up, but the players are still playing their slow, methodical game that they know how.
And you can't blame them. Players like Coop who just want to wait for opportunity to land on him. And yes, he is going to find one. Jeltzy off in the distance there is going to be the player he knocks out of the competition now, sending him back to the lobby, only to queue up for their final game coming up. This is game number 5, ladies and gentlemen, the NA East Grand Finals of the FNCS Solos division. There's $500,000 on the line, so you can imagine the pressure is at an all-time high, even for players like Booga, who have taken the first place on the biggest stages across the world. And during this FNCS, Booga has averaged more than 7 points per game in his final 3 games, so he is looking to swing his way up. He is looking to stay in the competition and show that he can place another high-placing spot in a solos comp.
Yeah, showing he does. He has that mental fortitude. Obviously, Booger proven he's a champion on the day of days, won the Solo World Cup, but it was a different story. He jumped out with that massive lead and just had to hold on to it. Did not lose his first place since first game, but showing here as a competitive player, he has progressed even more to be able to close out those tournaments that don't start so strong, and looking to do so here. Drops down with the green tack, and he does. He takes down Cody. A big elimination there. Booger and Cody also actually used to be teammates too, so maybe a bit of love lost there between Cody and Booger as he gets that big elimination. And he's back up to 75 builds now, 6 crash pads and the launch pad, and that's 1 extra player that's now taken out away from him, around him, so he's conditioned this area and now has an even cleaner rotate with not as many people around him as he pulls a pretty difficult half-half, but not too bad of a one here, Monster.
That was huge. Cody did get his fire put out. Once again, another game in a row. He was doing well at the start, but hit that mid-game wall like we talk about, that mid-competition wall that can happen to anyone regardless of how good. Bugha, though, is on the crash pad. He's not slowing down, not at all right now. He's going to position himself up on a nice, great layer here. Bugha, one of the few people that actually look out before they crash pad. He treats it almost like a launch pad if you ever do any reveals, and this is going to be such a big elim for him. It's going to be on some rocks. Oh my gosh, the impact frag that he needs. He can actually gather up all of the loot here as well, and now maxed out because of the pickup there. This is looking like it could be Bugha's game easily now.
It easily could be, and we've just talked about graphics showing up. We've crunched the numbers, and Bugha is good in this tail half of the tournament. So if anyone's going to handle the pressure and show up big here in Game 5, it's going to be him, and that's what you're watching if you've just tuned in. Game 5 of the NA East FNCS Grand Final. Monster just laid on the line. $500,000 is going to be given out in the next 2 games, and a few players need to jump up there right now. You're looking for Coop, you're looking for Class. They've got a decent lead on the rest of the tournament, but we've seen big point swings in the past. Someone can jump up and take their position and get into that top 2 spot. If they fall soon, it's going to be anyone's game for the taking, and that's what you want, a nice tight leaderboard at the top, because this one is going to be a nail biter, except we saw him have a great game last game, but that was with mythic loot in hand. He walked away with Fortilla with Ocean's loot. Can he do it now with 3 crash pads, 3 minis, and 2 green weaponry with just under 50 bills? It's not a bad loadout, but he's going to have to use it very wisely, as we see a nice water zone here. It's not deep water like you were used to last season, so these players can still build, they can still block all the shots, but it's very open sight lines. If Accept has to push across here, or those players have to push into him, there's no cover. They have to use their mats. There's no hills, no trees, no houses. It's just you and the opponent in front of you. He's going to go back forward again. He can see if he can try and make his way out of this one.
He's using another enemy's crash pad. Remember, I was just going to say, let's not forget the fact that Accept is in the conversation right now for top 3 here, Ozzy.
Yeah, he's definitely up there. He's got a good chance to try and jump up through this one if he can. Holding onto those crash pads, it's with plays like that where he reuses them and goes forward, takes down Zombie, and good thing he held onto those crash pads because now he needs them. Nice rotate onto front side. Ultimate low looking really good down there. Goes up a few layers. I see Calc on the backside with pressure on. I see a few people going for high ground. Bugha's there. We talked about him. He was in a decent position, but now he's fighting his way back in. Illis, we're shooting him as one of the biggest fighters at NA East. He can drop eliminations like anyone. He's going to start making his way through 2 crash pads. One about to come out, but no, he holds onto it till the last millisecond. He doesn't need it. He holds it there. Zone goes back, and now he has that in the back pocket. This utility is everything for him right now. He has no shields. He has 100 health. Those crash pads are going to allow him to get into a box and get a refresh, and this is that. It's exactly what he's looking to do. He gets in there. The epic tac shotgun gets put to use, and he takes down Renan's, and now he gets the shield, and that's why you have to hold on to your utility. You need to run it for as long as you can. Wrigley on the high ground, but it's not very secure. He needs to be careful on how he plays that high ground monster. Never mind, he's going to keep pushing forward. I think Monster's just reconnecting back in. Hopefully we have him to run this endgame, but it might just be you and me, but it's going to be exciting either way. Coop, someone I've been cheering on this whole time, on 50 points, gets another elimination onto COD Genesis. Coop is one of the best players with attack in hand in scrappy fights on backside, and that's what he's going to need to do. He needs to keep pushing it through. He needs to keep going and keep closing this one out if he can.
And there's the RPG on high ground. It's not looking too good here. Wrigley's really going to be manipulating the lobby. That RPG is going to force everyone down the mountain. Players like Bugha have to probably come back over. He's all the way at the bottommost layer. But Wrigley taking a huge risk sitting way out in the top. We'll see how that's going to happen here. On the other side, though, focus on the bottom. Bugha trying to make his crossover now. And Coop as well. Coop still with a big lead here. 52 points. He's made it this far. That is ridiculous. He is only getting further and further away from the competition, Ozzy.
He's going jumping forward here with this one. 53 points on the board right now, and I don't see Class. Class is not in this one contesting it, so this is Coop's tournament. Can he have the huge game 5 and then have the breezy? I'm not entirely sure, but Wrigley, finally someone sees this high ground and makes a play for it, but Hypnos falls, and Wrigley goes deep into Storm. I think they both just went down on high ground. The power position is given up. Coop has to do something to keep pushing forward. 55 points on the board. Backside of Storm. He's in the top right of your screen. That's what you want to look at. He misses a couple of shots, but the movement gets him through. He's still got floppers, he still has minis, and he's going back to front side to close this one out, Monster.
He is going insane right now. Booga in the low ground trying to find anything. He's going to go for the shotgun exchange. He gets it right when he needs it most. The siphon's going to come through. Just enough mass to keep him alive as well. And it's a two-way fight right now. It's high ground. It's low ground. Booga versus Zen. And then everyone else up above right now who is battling it out. Dubs, Fishy, Nutsex, all big names on the scene right here for NA East. On the other side, though, Booga trying to bounce back in the comp. Few seconds now. He's gonna play with the storm. He's playing with fire right now. 3 HP. Someone lands in front of him. It's Dubs. Dubs goes down. Booga's still running with it. 4 eliminations now. He is clearly in the top 10, possibly top 5. He might have made it all the way up to the top. He's still in the game here, Ozzy.
Booga closes out strong. We showed it, we said it, we highlighted him. There he is, closing out in a big way. But who can close out this game? Is it who, Fishy? You said it, Monster. He's hot, he's cold, he's looking hot now. He likes his fish hot, and he's trying to push forward. He's going down. He gets pushed down onto Nutx, and no, Nutx takes him out. It's a 1v1 situation. Nutx and Exactly, it's closing out. We might see our first heal off, but no. Exactly with Flopper in hand, doesn't want to heal off. Jumps out to the side with the beautiful legendary tack shot for the 3 elimination win. Coop runs away with it, Monster, but is the lead going to be enough?
I don't know, but that was a battle of layers, and players like Booga really stepping it up just like that. But either way, we're sending over to the desk. We're sending over to the boys to go in and break down all the action for us.
There you have it. Game number 5 is done and closed. Exactly doing exactly what it needed to find the victory royale. Now, guys, we're getting ready. We've got 1 game left. What we have to do is take a look at the standings, because that is directly going to pretty much dictate what we should expect going into the last game. What do you think, Shai?
For me, it's like, you know, it must be Exactly. He went out the game. He's now ahead, but Booga got an insane elimination spree, but Dubs was alive, but it doesn't matter, because in first, it's still Coop at 57 points, 19 elims, pushing the lead, still looking so hot up top.
Shio might stutter, but Coop does not. 12 points in the lead, and he's almost at 20 eliminations on the tournament, too. This could be the run for Coop to solidify him as somebody, at least in the mind of the community, who should be up there in consideration for the best solo players. But regardless, they're still hot on his heels. Class, again, only 12 points behind, and that is the kind of player who can have those big games to catch back up.
Booga has one word on his mind, though, in 4th place. It's manifest. Manifest that World Cup win, being on the top, the solo champion. He's trying to climb back to first, 20 points behind, and still has 1 more game to push to do it.
Dubs, though, look, same point value. He is tied.
That's
even
true.
Illest, right? Just a handful of eliminations, except could make something happen. As you're saying, manifest right now. We have 1 game left, boys. Literally anything could happen. If nothing does, and Coop can hold on, even just placing top 10 with no eliminations would secure him the VR.
You know what's crazy too, guys, is that everybody that we just watched in that last game, I mean, we just saw Exactly come all the way up, probably around the 25th mark. And these guys as well in this page too, they've just risen a significant amount, but there's everybody bouncing back and forth. It's not one person doing it all. It's like a whole bunch of different people and a bunch of different threads trying to grab their lion's share of the prizing at the end of the day.
I'm going to say it right now. Grab your cameras or just take a screenshot of any of these pages past the top 10. They will change next game. Ball is right. It's bouncing back and forth. It's a ping pong match all the way up top. Everyone right beside there hitting.
Man, guys, this has been such just a joy in general, right? We have 1 game left to go as Shai just disappears. Goodbye, my friend.
Gone.
We will never forget you. He's gone.
Look, it's
Bala,
too
we've
intense
got
for
1
him.
game.
It's just too intense for him. It's ping-ponging back and forth. He's like, no, you know, I can't take it. Let's go away from here, because apparently he can't manifest an internet connection. It's all good.
Guys, you know what? We're just going to step away. We're going to throw back in the game. Monster D-Face. Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me. The replays. We got to talk about some things that did unfold. You know, man, Manifest, that's just going to be the theme of what we are looking at. Break this down for us.
Absolutely, I will. It's Coop at the top. We wanted to highlight some of the things that he's done to really shine and come all the way to the top. This is in the last game He's pretty much in a backwards position in the back of zone, no materials. And what he will do is pull out that tack. That was called out by the casters and said that he's so good in these situations, and just a few of them, every single time he's picking up one flopper, finding the pass. I mean, you saw him scoot all the way back up on the right side. It's crazy that he's able to find these things. This was the first game back in front, and still another player in his box. He doesn't care. He's fine with that. He's like, okay, you want to stay? I will take you out. You're good. And then moving into that game, this was probably one of his better games, but every single one was, because Zeke, he has a 10.2 average placement over 5 games. And I think out of the finals that we've watched, even in EU, that was unheard of. This is a little bit more consistent, and a little bit more from Coop than we've seen anybody in terms of game after game performance.
And the thing is, he's been able to couple this with a handful of eliminations, right? Earlier on in the broadcast, Sundown talked about this. Placing high is so important, but you need the eliminations tied with that. If you're just placing high with no elims, you're not going to get that far. Coop has not placed out of top 25 in 5 games. Like, that's absurd.
It is. And for, you know what he's doing in the, like you saw it in the last bit of that package. Like, Sundown called it. Right? He said the players who can play with low materials, the low map players, will end up being able to find that consistency, find that game after game conversion on points. And you saw it in that. Coop was literally 3 games out of the ones we just watched. The highlights from those was him ducking and diving between all the little old builds. And he always found himself not only elimination, but somebody with floppers where he could outlast and even find more paths to victory.
And a lot of that is just on the backs of confidence, right? You could see it in his play. You could tell Coop is finally firing on all cylinders. I say finally like he wasn't before, but he is. From the beginning, he has his eyes set on the prize. But with 1 game left, can he hold on?
12 points. That's the difference. With 1 game left, somebody has to show up, and it really looks like Class might be the only person to be able to do it, so we've got to keep our eyes on that duel, Zeke.
That's right. Viewers at home, make sure you're watching the elimination feed. We're following Coop. Can he hold on and be the new FNCS champion in NA East? It's time to get into the last game to find out. Monster D-Face, Aussie Antics, over to you.
And here we have it. The battle bus is underway, and $500,000 is on the line, laid out across this Fortnite world here. It's the last game, game number 6 of the FNCS NA East Grand Finals, and we're here to bring home all of the action. It has been such an intense 5 games, an intense 2 weeks of competition. But it's a question, will Booga, who just had a huge stride all the way back up to top 5, hold out and take it home? Will Accept do it? Will Class do it? Or will Coop maintain the strong lead that he has set out before him? Monster D-Face here in Aussie Antics, and the battle bus is already laid out. And take a look, our competitors are here. They're on the field already.
And they're ready to play. Someone has to pick up the pace here if they're going to catch up to Coop. And is it going to be Class? He's had an average elimination of only 1.8. He's been the slow and steady, consistent player. Does he stick to that? Does he stay slow and steady and hold on to maybe a top 3, top 5 second place? Or does he pick up the pace? Because unless Coop goes down right now, very early on, Class needs to do something different if he wants to take over the lead. Coop has put such a control in this lobby. I talked about it when we were watching Class. Someone needs to jump up and put the pressure down. Who is it going to be? And it's been Coop. It's been the story of Coop today, but a lot of other people want their story told. Booga, someone who's used to the limelight, catching up from behind, a position we don't often see him in for solos tournaments, but as you saw earlier with that statistic, he plays so strong in his final few games. And if you're looking for anyone to jump up and have a huge 2 strides, because we saw 1, it's going to be Booga.
That's right, Booga's already done it. Players like Young Pauk have done it as well, thrusting themselves up, as did Crims too. So these are all of our vets that are showing that they can still turn up in the final moments. We talked about players like Reverse who were able to do it as well, and that's what we talk about, the mentality from the champions, being able to step up to the plate when it matters most. Either way, though, there's a lot of action unfolding here. Here's the highlight from Class and how he picks up one of his first eliminations onto Slim from downrange. And oh my gosh, we get the shot from 2 perspectives there, Aussie. That was disgusting.
We get the bystanders as well, sitting on the rocks, the little coral just watching out, seeing that unfold, and that was brutal. But it's another point for Class, and it's another point closer to Coop. We haven't seen Coop in the feed, so he hasn't gone down, but he hasn't got a limbs too. So Class is edging forward, and those kind of eliminations are the big difference as we see Crunchy here setting up a bit of an ambush tactic, and I'm not sure who's inside this house, but he knows they're rotating out, sets up with the AR. Can he get the shots to convert? And yes, he can. Cracks the shield off. Only has one mini, and Lunez, who we've seen have a pretty rough day here today. World Cup solo qualifier himself, falling, not able to keep up with the pace. Unfortunately, something went wrong, and Crunchy gets a big refresh and a big jump up that he needed.
We're still going to give a big shout out to players like Lunez, players like Zlem, and all the other fallen competitors already here in the last game. Their last chances out the window now because they are still the best of the best. We're looking at the 100 greatest in the region. Players like Blake proving that they have what it takes, even as the newer up-and-comers, the stars that have been around. It's their time to shine. Will Blake do it? He's got 34 points. This is a battle that matters a lot. We talk about $1,000 engagements, big money on the line, and Blake loses to Clix finally in the early game because Clix needs it. There's no alliances here, not in any drop spot, not in solos, and Clix finds his 18th point there.
And you talk about solos, you talk about alliances. Clix and Blake, two renowned teammates. They were duo modes until recently. They didn't duo in the last iteration of Fortnite, but they were teammates for so long, and there is going to be a bit of love lost there. Blake is going to be upset. We've talked about it. Blake has had some of the most heartbreaking eliminations I've seen today, either getting absolutely destroyed and beamed up from a player he can't see, headshot snipes, now getting into a box fight with Clix, probably the last person on the map you want to have a fight with.
And you can see it there as things are still kicking up, though. It's Booga, though, on the rotate right now, trying to make it happen here. You can see 37 points is pretty strong. He's on the rotate. He's trying to cut through the zone right now. He's doing so good. Even with players nearby, he's got to be super careful. This is entire setting on the line. His top 5 is up for grabs right now. As Coop still is alive. He's got 57 points. This is so clutch for Coop right now. All he has to do is stay alive, ride this tidal wave, sit on his surfboard, and bring it home. Will he be able to do it is the big question. He's hovering up above. Little does he know, there's a player inside the bush to the side there. Lucky for him, instincts are going to take over here. He's going to make the right decision, the decision to get closer to zone, to play into the materials that are right in front of him. But it's okay. He's got plenty to continue to farm up here. This late in the competition, or this early into this game specifically, he needs to continue to pick up the loot. He's got to get the brick. He's got to find the medal. The prestigious medal, so hard to gather. But I think he's going to opt out of all that just to stay alive a little longer now. FaZe Dubs coming out of Fortilla, we know he's been able to pull off these huge rotations, and he's got the loadout to make it work too. You can tell that he's got that vault loot in hand because he already has a launch pad secured as well, with the crash pads, with the 3 big pots. There's another player who's just stepped out of the zone so that he can gather up material now and take it into the late game. Still farming though. Just hanging out here. This is the intensity that we expect in a grand finals, Aussie.
Yeah, exactly. Dubs right now in 5th place on 37 points. He's got less than 1 average elimination. He is in 5th place with less than 1 average elimination. That is ridiculous. So Dubs looking to just continue his slow and steady format. He's not trying to jump up. He's probably noticed that Coop's got way too many points to chase up. And we keep talking about the top, but $500,000 on the line. There is nothing to scoff at about coming top 5, top 3. It's not all about first place here, as Age is trying to push up into a pretty aggressive fight that we haven't seen too many of today. And this is what's going to start to happen in game 6, where people are leaving nothing out there. They want to go. Maybe they're frustrated. Games haven't gone their way. They're going to back their mechanics and take fights they wouldn't otherwise take.
5 points separates Azers right now to the top 10. The big prizing on the line to do it is his wall. He makes the edit. He's looking to get the follow-up here. This is a huge engagement here for Azers, who's been doing well in the competition, just good enough to be in the conversation right now. And the point threshold is so close that he does not want to fall now, not to give away his positioning so far. Someone who also needs it is Jelty too. So on the line is the same thing for the 2 players. It's all the money. It's all the marbles, and that's it. He cashes in. Azers wins the engagement. He has just enough loot to fight his way out of the storm line too. There's someone nearby, though, listening into the battle. You can see the cursor there. It's Likura.
Oh no, Likura's lurking. This is a good spot to be in. He had good health, good shield. We'll have to keep an eye on the feed to see if that can close out. Aspect getting a group of Marauders falling on him, but nice builds there. Throws up the build and tries to cut off the sightline from the Marauders so they don't aggress onto you. It's a really good play. Marauders will only chase you if they see you for long enough, and I think maybe one of them spotted Aspect. No, they're not all making their way towards him, so he might be okay. Clearly not wanting to tangle with them. He's on the edge, and right now, Marauders could ruin his tournament on 24 points. He could jump up there as one of those veterans who's kind of come out of nowhere back into tournament monster. It's so great to see someone who was here at the very start of competitive Fortnite kind of drop off a little bit, not to maybe take it seriously, and then come back in a big way.
That is true here. Aspect trying to make something big of the rotate here now. You can see there's plenty of players nearby still hanging out at the Authority. Zone's already popping, pulling players to the north. That's where the pro players are going to start having to pull their focus in. We're going to have to start sliding their way all the way up here. Aspect gets the brakes put on him, though. There's someone just outside of Salty Springs now putting in some shots, so he's going to have to stop here. He's going to have to heal up now. And this is digging into 2. Oh my gosh. The fact that he's using 2 shields right now just shows, it indicates that Aspect does not want to fall. He doesn't even want to leave anything on the table. It's use it or lose it in these situations. And I love it. He follows up with the hunting rifle. Beautiful shot right there for Aspect. And now the pressure's on, though. It's Gabe. He's on his tail here, Ozzy.
And someone's behind Gabe. It's like a little highway, that river. They're all swimming down it. They see that Aspect got an elimination. They're chasing him, chasing the loot. They saw him get cracked from the sniper rifle. And you love to see it. Aspect backing himself. He uses the 2 big pots, freeing up a slot for the sniper, and then instantly, within 5 seconds, gets an elimination that makes it worth it. That was a huge swing, but there was 2 players hot on his heels. People are picking up the pace here in NA East. They are going aggressive. So you have to look out for players like Coop, like Class, like Accept here to hold on to their lead and avoid those players, because they want to have their slow and steady games. They want to get to the end game. They don't want to get caught up in fights like this.
That's it. You're seeing it unfold right here, right now. Only 78 players remaining in the lobby. Everyone's on their final marathon push to make it through, to make their way up, to claw their way into that top 5, top 10. Players like Accept at 40 points are doing just that too. Remember, he's top 3 right now. Any of these engagements can quite literally throw him out of the loop right now. Take him out of the comp. He's got to think long and hard before he takes these shots and fires off the cylinders at different players. And you can see right there, he holds back the reins. He decides, you know what? I'm not going to sit here. I'm going to get to zone instead. Maybe for him, it's about playing a little bit smarter and playing it safer for the placement points. Keox, on the other hand, has a little bit more of a gap to close here. He's got to play a little bit more aggro, possibly quite literally take a fight that he doesn't want to right now.
But I have to think Keox has picked up more points in his final games than almost anyone. Booger had the big run, but Keox, I believe going into game 3 or whether it was game 2, had 2 points. And then he got the massive 20-point game. But he's keeping that consistency going. He's had another big game on the back of that as well. So Keox currently in 7th place, but he's jumping the leaderboard. Yeah, he had a 6 elimination win in game 4, and in game 5 was a 7 elimination 19th. So this is a player that's leaving nothing on the line. He could have that big game to jump up that we've been looking for.
Completely dialed in on that one as well. 7 elims in a top 20. So Keox has thrusted his way all the way up. He's in 7th place right now. You guys forget that with every single point, Keox is securing his way and he's shutting out competitors, right? We're in game 6 now. If you fall out, there's no more opportunity. As players like Nanolite are still trying to find something, still trying to do something here. He hasn't been on the camera a lot today, but he's still been in the question. He's been in the conversation. He can still make his final ride into the last standings strong right now.
And that's it. That is the story of Nanolite. It's those top finishes performing so well, coming top 3 at DreamHack Anaheim, but still just a face you don't see a lot of, someone that doesn't get a lot of respect on him. He's so good in these stack lobbies, but he doesn't perform well in cash cups. Currently sitting on an average elimination of 1.6, so he is a placement warrior. He came 2nd last game, so he's looking really, really good here at the end, but he's got to keep going. He's got to keep pushing forward and try and make something happen, as these are the fights that are going to be the questionable ones. Can he hold his own when he has to fight mid-game, when people get aggressive and set up on top of him? He can't just play his safe placement game all the time, as we now slink inside top 75 and 1 placement point goes out. The first one of the game, Monster. As much as there's people going aggressive out there, there's plenty that are still playing safe and keeping this in true NA East slow and steady fashion.
That's right, and this could be a fight that will make or break Nanolite right now. This is a big fight, and the crash pad is actually going to send him flying out. And I'm not sure if that's a blessing or a curse right now, because Jack is well on his heels, and Nanolite has to make a big decision here. He can't sit here for much longer. If he does, it's an easy entry for the crash pad, especially with the rear terrain. Here it comes on the other side of the wall. Ooh. It's a charged shotgun. Well timed on the exit there. And he catches Jack. Doesn't make the edit fast enough, though, and now he's shot a few times. That opponent, though, is very far off in the distance. I think he's going to be okay here to heal up and stay alive.
Yeah, but it's win the battle, possibly lose the war. He's on the back foot now. I didn't see too many meds there, and he's not in a good spot. As you see Panda, who's out in zone, not in a good spot, has the meds, but needs to get in to have the time to use them. He's left this rotate very, very late, and maybe it's this kind of missed timings on the rotate that could explain the 11 points. Not too high up there, but what can he do? Are there players around him who are high up on the leaderboard, like Keox, that can be ended just like that? Keox in 7th place going down. The analysts talked about it. We've talked about it. In solos, every interaction matters. Panda has not a showing to get top 5, top 10, or even close, but he's just taken Keox out, and that's why it matters so much.
Fortnite fan, we got to give shout outs to everyone that's made it this far, even players like Keox. He's still probably going to hold a very strong positioning in the comp so far. It's been a long, grueling set of FNCS quals, heat, and now grand finals as some of the favorites are falling here. Even Dubs now, Tahita, who are still trying to say, hey, we made it this far for a reason. They are the best of the best out there right now. The crash pad across the field here just to continue to keep him in the game. And that's how Dubs' run ends now, and Hita's story begins here. But is it too late? It sure is, because we're in the last run now.
Dubs falls. Dubs was pushing up there. He was in 5th place and he goes down, and that's just it. Dubs having an average eliminations of less than 1 a game, so he can't conclude on those mid-game fights if they're taken. It is rough to see, and yeah, you have to give props to all these players, especially the ones low on the leaderboard, still playing their game into Game 6 Monster. They're not quitting. They're not giving up. They're still taking it seriously, and that's what it's about. This is practice at the end of the day. This is solos at the highest level, and you can improve on things every single time you play, as exactly trying to get some shots out here and getting player very focused. That's all it takes sometimes. You're coming in a little bit late, one player spots you and puts down some damage, and a lot of people are going to have eyes on you for a free elimination or some Storm Surge tags as well.
And this is a great position to be in now. You can see everyone down there. That natural low elevation working against them just off the rotates there, coming out the zone nice and late. On the other side, though, D-Roller alive in this game, healthy and well in the center. Has a good position on the zone here. It looks like this is a different end game. Yeah, we haven't seen the zone pull very often up here towards the northwestern portion. But finally, we do get a little love for the players that landed around here. We might be seeing, or maybe makes sense as to why so many other players are falling now. So many of the big names, because they haven't had the experience, at least in this tournament today, up in this section of the map. And that plays a big part into rotates and everything.
Yeah, you see there, Clicks was set up in the middle. On that elimination, he got on Blake. So he obviously has Pleasant Park now on lockdown. He got an elimination, got his Storm Surge, and hasn't had to move. He's just sitting in his box. So this could have been such a big game for Blake, but just like that, he goes down, and now Clicks has a chance to jump up there and maybe earn some extra money as Class in 2nd place right now. He came into this game 12 points behind Coop in 1st, so he needs to pick it up, needs to do something big. And as far as I'm aware, in Game 6 of the NA East Grand Final, Coop is still up and very much in the lead, and he's going to have to fall shortly if anyone's able to overtake this one. And that's why we have eyes on Class, because he's the one trying to do it, trying to jump up and take over that spot, and with a loadout to do it. 4 floppers, 3 crash pads, and almost max material. He's played this Game 6 as the same way he's played every other game, and now he's got 2 eliminations on the board, just kind of creeping towards that top 50.
That's right. The difference here is going to be eliminations. He's going to need to get closer and closer, gather more and more if he wants to take a stab at the throne here. It's only going to be down to Class. Players like Accept, Bugga. Now that Dubs is out of the game as well. Because remember, coming in, Dubs was in 5th place. So now that he's out, that's it. There's no opportunity for him. He just has to hold strong for whatever prizing he can gather up towards the end here. On the other side, players that are climbing up. Nanolite, he bounced back from the terrible positioning on the outside of zone with the battle against Jack. He managed to make it work here, and now he's got Aviv on the backstorm line. He might find a freebie here because Aviv was tagged up pretty hard.
Viv was tagged up, and Nanoline, I don't know how he got his way back into this one, showing why he's one of the best placement players in this tournament, showing why he performs in big stack lobbies on the day, upgrading with the AR. He's trying to get the loot if he can, gets a bit more metal, gets a lot of metal, I believe, and now he's going to finish this one out, and Aviv goes down. You called a monster, gets that big elimination close to the 2-point swing as well, as that was just inside top 50 placements, as we see Colazo, Cody, and now Nanoline getting pressured in on exactly FN, who is currently in 8th place, pushing an aggressive fight, and there it is, eyes on Coop. He's looking pretty good, monster. 150, doesn't have the full shield, but everything else, the positioning is looking pretty good, as Coop, no, it's not. 21 builds. Is this Storm Surge? He's 12 below on Storm Surge. This is your winner. This is your first place player in game 6 in the lead with Storm Surge ticking. This player next to him knows, but as Coop does best, he comes out firing. Game 6, he's not going down. His story's not going to end like this. He wants to control it, but no. The third party comes in. Coop got his damage, but it might be too little too late. He's holding on to what little he has as it goes below 50, and Storm Surge changing up this lobby quickly. Coop could fall here, and maybe all eyes on Class, because Coop is looking the worst we've seen him all day.
This could still work, though. Even without the medium bullets, he has the one crash pad to rotate him closer to half and half out. He's got a little bit of favor going into his pocket right now. We'll see, because if Coop falls, this leaves the table open. This leaves the opportunity up for players like Class, Booga, or Accept to snatch away the crown here. We talk about a few things need to go in your favor, is one of them being Coop needs to fall. We'll see, though. 0 medium ammunition. He can't do much right now. He is literally a sitting duck here with a charged shotgun and no follow-up. He's trying to find loot.
This is what scares me. I think he needs to crash pad in. I think he needs to go for a fight soon. The longer he leaves us, the harder it's going to be to find. And there his blade comes out 10 health. Can Coop do it? Can he get the one charge? And no, he can't. Coop falls just inside top 50. 59 points. That is your mark. People at home who have just tuned in, first place has gone down on 59 points. So when we tune into players like Class, like Accept, like Booga, who have a chance to overtake them, 59 points is their target. The speed has been set, and they will have seen that in the leaderboard. They will have seen that in the feed. They know that he's down, and they know they have a chance now. They can smell it. Victory might be attainable, because Coop has his worst game of the day in the last game of the NA East FNCS Grand Finals.
That's right. The opportunity for the biggest share of $500,000 is now accessible for everyone.
Accept now. Inside the cone, he's just sitting there right now, still has 5 crash pads as well, so good loadout, but he's got a lot of people around him, needs to start finding his way through if he can, and the crash pads come out. I don't think those were his, they weren't. He's getting aggressed on, and he just crash pads out. Nice play by Accept, who is currently in 3rd place on 42 points now, so he's got 17 points behind Coop, as Class is the only player above him, so he can drop in as well. As Accept can climb up there and try and overtake this position, and there it is. The elimination on the Colazo is going to be what does it.
That was so big. He's now at 44 points. He's getting closer and closer. Let's not forget, there's still other competitors in the air. They're still alive here. Big launch pad to come out now to save so much material. He's trying to find out where to go. He even read the zone a little differently there for a second. Had to double check to make sure he was going in the right direction. Now, though, he's found himself in the mid ground, in the high layer. Click still alive, though, even after Elam onto Blake. Early on, still finding his frags here. So these are all players that are still trying to inch their way up to top 10 and break their way into a better placement for more money as well. Except looking back on the storm line now, trying to find any shots. There it is. There's one in front of him. Can he get it? Oh no, he's getting tagged up here, Ozzy. This is looking kind of dicey. Anyone can dive in on him.
Anyone can get in at any time, and he's trying to get inside, but at the same time, he can go in on anyone with those 4 crash pads, and we haven't seen Class too much in the feed, so Class is still up, and he's still pushing, he's still kicking, but he's not gearing up, he's not accelerating, he's not trying to take over that first place position. Coop is holding on to his lead, sitting back and watching this, and he has eyes on Accept, he has eyes on Class, and so far, it's looking good for him as we're seeing this one close out, and I've got eyes on Clicks, who is dropping big eliminations coming into this endgame. Booger in there as well in our 4th place, so we still have 3 of the top 4 alive with the first place taken out, and this is what you want to see for a game closing out, and Booger picking up the pace. This is the gas. He's hitting the pedal. He's going forward, trying to find what he can to get back into this one to maybe take first place or a bigger chunk of this $500,000. He's going to keep pushing through, and we've talked about it. Booger is so good in his end games. I saw Class fly past the screen too, Monster. We'll have to see how he's closing this one out in 2nd place.
It's anyone's game, and Booga took out D-Roller, and that's why I gasped there, because that's huge too. Oh my gosh, the response fire from Accept onto Degen. Another point. Remember, he is so close now. If he can get this victory, if anyone can, that's it. But no, Accept's taking out the competition. His opportunities are over. Glass is still alive. He's following up. He's got enough. 53 right now. He just has to stay in it. 120 material and flop versus play. A little bit in the zone now. Zone's not going to pop into his favor, so he has to push through now. It's an opportunity here. He needs to find someone. He's behind, sitting in the zone, though. Will these ticks be ones that he's going to regret? We'll find out now. He's going for the box fight. He's going for first place. He wants the throne. He wants to take it here. Can he grab the crown? Right now, Class, no! Loses the exchange to AJ, and it's all over for Class now. He's out of the game.
It's eyes on Booga. Booga can jump up here in a big way now. I don't know whether he can overtake Coop. This might be Coop's final lap, winning round. Watching this close out as we tune in with Who Fishy. Booga in 4th place is our highest player alive. Still left, and he falls. It is. This is Coop's tournament, but we have more money to give out, and we have more people to overtake. Coop has undeniably won this game, but Who Fishy pushing forward, trying to have his moment and jump up, finish the games hot because he started a little bit cold.
Oh my
Gets the
gosh.
elimination. 4 players alive. Can Who Fishy pick up the game 6 win? Bully, we have so many aggressive big names in this one. Bully on the high ground, pushing forward, has that position of command. Can he finish it off? And Bully is so good in the box. AJ falls, 3 players alive. This is the closing moments of NA East Grand Finals Game 6. Bully needs to close this one out. 30 points. He's had a big rise at the end. Can Who Fishy close it out too? Or is Zentil gonna go down a storm? He's playing it slow on the low side. Can he get back out? Bully in such a good position, has all the mats, has everything, and Who Fishy takes down Till. So it's Bully versus Who Fishy. Who's got the better aim? Who's got the better mechanics? As this is going to come down to a shotgun versus shotgun 1v1. I can't see either going for the heal off. No one's going to be able to close it out. It's Coop's day, but can Bully or Who Fishy close it out and get the win to stand on the podium at the very end? And it's Bully who does it. Who Fishy falls, and Bully has a massive game back to jump into it, Monster.
That was a great one. Just like that, you see it all unfold. And we talk about every engagement, even at the end. If you're in top 10, if you're fighting for those high placements, there's so much on the line. Life-changing money here. $500,000. But as we said it, Coop did enough to hold out, stay strong, and keep the crown. It was so close, though. Booga almost had it. Class almost had it. And there you guys have it. Your NA East champion, OA Coop. That is so massive for him. Finally taking a first place, big stage win home.
19 eliminations, didn't get the win as well, so it was off the back of consistency. Didn't have that big win, but he played so well, and he's walking away with $50,000, Monster. $50,000, that is so huge. Thank you so much for having us. Thank you. I've had the absolute pleasure and privilege of commentating every game of NA East, and they could not have disappointed. That was such a good finish.
Absolutely, and there you guys have it. That was the coverage from Monster D-Face Aussie Antics. What a ridiculous NA East Grand Finals. You guys showed up, and we appreciate you for it. We're going to send it on over to Zeke and the boys to bring us on home and close out the show.
There you have it. The final result there from NA East. Coop standing tall as the new FNCS champion out of NA East. And of course, boys, we will break it all down. We'll take a look at the standings and see who else placed up in that top 5. But Sundown, this was absolutely an incredible day of so much action in Fortnite.
There was so much action, and it all came down to those Game 5, those huge performances, but Coop stuck with it in terms of the consistency, and even though he went down, he was able to outlast. And one thing we saw particularly during Europe, when Tayson had such a huge lead, you had to go, but Class was only 6 points behind there at the end. There were still 17 players left when he ended up falling, so he could have made a run at it, but Coop will walk away with the champion. Can see Accept also well done, pushing up into the top 3. Booga in 4th, Nanolite in 5th, Zentil in 6th, OA Who Fishy in 7th. So Optimal Ambition going to be happy about today. Illest in 8th, 9th is Pigot in 10th. Will be Pure Skittles, both with 40 points. So we talked about every single engagement mattering right there. The tiebreakers separating 9th and 10th.
I mean, just across the board. I could not be happier with how things have gone. NA East absolutely put on a show for us. It was neck and neck. as Shai mentioned before, these standings have changed, right? It was just a constant slugfest. Coop, though, did manage to put all the pieces together, hold on until the very end, and now we get to close this chapter of the FNCS, crowning the champion in NA East. I mean, Sundown, I'm over the moon. I'm exhausted, but I'm over the moon, full of excitement.
I mean, I'd be exhausted too. You did a great job hosting through the entirety of this. Let's flip on over here to the next page to cover that out. We can't shine too much light here on Zeke, as we see Calc in 21st, OA Crims in 22nd, Liquid Gabe 23rd, Colazo 24th, G-Den, Azures, Clicks, Kaz, Jacques, and Nexi rounding out the top 30 again. So congratulations to everyone for even making it here. It was a fantastic FNCS run, but at the end of the day, Coop is going to be the one walking away with the $50,000 and the Axe of Champions, and on top of it, the title as the best solo player in NA East.
Man, so awesome. Congratulations to all the new FNCS champions. Sundown, before we go, any final words?
Honestly, I just want to say congratulations to everyone who was able to make it this far, and thank you so much to all of you watching, whether it's on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, Fortnite.com, or coming through in Party Royale itself. Thank you so much for the time. It means the world to us, and it means the world to the players as well. Hopefully you enjoyed the action, and we'll be back soon.
That's right. In season number 4, we are going to be seeing the return of trios, so we look forward to that. With all that being said, thank you to all the casters that were on and off the broadcast. Please follow them. They're incredible. Until next time, Fortnite fam, we love you, and we'll see you on the Battle Bus.
Hold up.